can't conceal it, but deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me for who I.
Hello, कैसे हो दोलोस? What is up? What is up? How is everybody doing? कैसे हो कैसे? On time बोलते. तो है कि नहीं?
VCT Pacific 2025. T1.
Today, we're finding out who's going to Masters Bangkok with DRX. It's VCT Korea's day with the clash of Titan Orcs, T1 and Gen G. And this is T1's last hurdle towards their first Grand Finals appearance ever. Now, T1 has qualified for internationals previously.
Love you, Evan. Bye. Thank you for the body.
Gen G that just finished without dropping a single map in their lowers run. And you know what happens when Gen G does lowers. They're activated for the trophy win.
Yeah, Gen G very, very scary in the lowers.
But
this T1 team, there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of pressure riding on them. Everybody thought they'd be able to make it.
400
But it's these
jam
guys
ke
standing in the way.
tote.
Gen G, they did it last year through the lower bracket. Can they do it again, Pilsen?
क्या लगता है कौन
There is
जीतेगा?
just so many hard-hitting storylines in this matchup. You got the
ये cutie
Meteor
जीतना चाहिए
versus
भाई.
his old core Revenge Arc, Stacks and Buzz
Cutie
wanting
for
to
the
try
win.
to tag team their way to another international event. I mean, a new generation of talent in DRX has surpassed two of these older cores and guaranteed them a spot at Masters, and one of these teams is going to get left behind.
Yeah, one of these teams will have to get left behind. Only 2 slots in Masters Bangkok. It's very painful for any of the teams being here in Kickoff. And to know that you're going up against former teammates, against friends, and for this lower finals, this is going to be a big deal. If Gen G doesn't get in, they are our trophy winners from last year's Masters Shanghai. This is going to be a big kick in the butt if they don't make it in. But at the same time, T1 to be this close to get into the Grand Finals has to be weighing so heavily.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing for this matchup is how differently these teams are structured. Yes. One thing Ewok mentioned is Gen G are a lot more strategic. We see how deep their strap back runs. They're trying to function more as a team. Yep. T1 is stacked full of superstars. So that's the big question is, can these individuals from T1 get the team over the line? Because there's no doubt all 10 of these players could and deserve to play in Bangkok in some way. But it's what's going to...
भाई मेरे को नहीं मालूम कि ये स्क्रिप्ट किसने लिखी है, लेकिन लव यू यार, लव यू. दोनों संडास मैप है ना, बैन है दोनों संडास मैप. लव यू यार, मैं तो बोलता हूँ उड़ा ही दो. वैलोरेंट में से ये उड़ा ही दो. एक ऑडियंस पोल करो कि कौन सा मैप नहीं इतना अच्छा है, अगर उड़ा दो.
And activate the individuals or choose to play a bit more of a standard style. We know what we're going to get from Gen G today, and they know how they're going to execute it in the server, but the big question mark falls on T1 for this best of 5 for me, and you can even see it right from the start of the veto picking Pearl here.
It is a huge question mark for T1, especially switching out their players, having Carpe in at this moment, and when you're this far into the tournament, this is actually crazy. So Gen G, like you said, very not predictable, but we understand how Gen G plays. We understand what they're trying to do. What is T1 doing, Morgan?
For T1 today, I have 3 words. Let Meteor loose. That's what you need to do. Set him go in. They have such crazy individuals. Even with Carpe coming in. Carpe is still an insane fragger. We saw that last year. So that change must have come in for a reason. It might be vibes. We don't know. But that's what I want to see from T1 today. You have to use what's in your squad. And what's in your squad is crazy firepower up and down.
This agent select is so hyped for me because T1, they've banned this. They've opted to go into Pearl. They have brought out the same comp, so they're not changing anything. They're sticking Carpe straight.
भाई थोड़ा शर्म है अभिषेक यादव. भाई सच्ची तूने जो डीपी डाला ना, वैसी तेरी हरकतें लग रही है मेरे को. तेरा ही तो लाइक किया मैंने, और किसका किया है? 50 बुक मार के 9000 व्यूज है, 10 रिपोस्ट है, 300 लाइक्स है, जिसमें का एक मैं हूँ गोट. जीपे करो मेरे को, चलो.
Looks like they want to run it down. This is going to be a very exciting best of 5
What do you think
here
with
in the
all
lower finals.
region
T1
performance,
versus
who is
Gen G
going
and
to
to
win
kick off our
tournament
very
NA?
first map of today. We've got Chobra and Quack, our casters. Please, the mic is yours.
Anybody? इस बार NA.
That's right. One best of 5, one slot left to go to Masters Bangkok, and it's between T1 and Gen G, two Korean powerhouses just around all of esports.
Next
Always these two big names.
Yeah.
It's really quite electrifying, the air in the whole stadium, the arena right now.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine it's not like any other match where it's just hype, but there's a lot of anxiety as well, not just from the players, but the fans. Because, I mean, you want to get your players to that international stage, and both these teams, so much they want to prove.
Lack of
So
sleep
much
के
of
वजह
it.
से
And
भी
at
हो
the same
सकती है
time, I gotta
anxiety.
recall the fact that it's Stacks on the stage. He was kind of bouncing around a little bit, just standing there.
Yeah.
He
तो फिर
yearns
आगे
for
तू
this
जा रहे हो
feeling
बाबा,
so darn
excuse me.
much, and also to return back to the international stage too.
Yeah, because let's remember, Stax was that lone guy from the
Elevator
Elevator
मत
roster,
करो,
yeah,
गंदे
that
जोक्स
just
अभी मत
couldn't
करो,
get to
अभी
an
just
international
stream चालू
last
है.
year. And we should also remember, last year these two teams did face off in the lower finals of Stage 1 as well, where Gen G crushed T1 3-0, then goes on to win Master Shanghai, while T1 just gets knocked out in 11th to 12th place in the very, last places of that international tournament. So T1 looking
क्या
to
लगता है
change the
भाई मेरे
narrative
को
of their
actual में
squad
लग
in
रहा है
Valorant,
कि
but Gen G trying to continue a dynasty that they are
T1 जीत
not
सकता है.
finished building from 2024.
Actual में
All
for real
of
वाला.
these feelings, these
For real वाला.
emotions, they can propel you, they can drive you, and that's what we're gonna have starting things
फिर
off
सामने
onto
Izu,
Pro. Gen
Bus,
G on the
Nax,
defense with their
Scarpin,
standard
Meters, heavy
composition.
team लग रही है T1
We'll
वाली.
see how this works out. We haven't seen it yet, but I do have to recall that every time, the
But
two times
क्या
Gen G has
करें?
banned
Texture
Pearl,
is
it's to
OP.
leave Haven open as that last map.
तो
So
Texture
I
को
wouldn't
support
quite say
करेंगे.
that they were always looking to ban it out, but it's more so that they just simply prefer Haven. So we'll see what they've prepped against T1's composition. The composition, it's not exactly built to stop the Neon. We'll see what their plans are.
Definitely a lot of adaptation needed to go through, but for now, just Buzz already starting things off straight in towards the back of halls. Ooh, nice little frenzy double kill, and off towards Carpion the Classic.
And obviously, yeah, it's hard on the pistols, but this is something that Gen G's going to have to watch out for. The Neon's simply just going to get ahead of everything you have. Same with the Yoru. So even if you stop the second line of attack, there's always going to be the double duelist that's able to break onto site.
So much of it at work, already breaking the back lines, and the
भाई
rest
लग
of
गए
them holding
Gen G
out from the back of P-Long as well. A little bit of a peek out from Yeoman alongside Texture, and Texture, of course, starts things off with a bit of a snappy headshot, but down to it, Meteor answers right back.
Yeoman
trying to play around the back of the boxes, but still, Meteor able to find him at the very end.
It's a rough position for Yeoman, not able to get any type of trade off of Texture's initial kill onto the site. But once you've already given up a site like that on the pistol round, it's always going to be tough. And T1 already buying up several rifles, trying to just continue things on. But yeah, the flash, the Yoru, he's already drawn so much attention. The Neon slides through, and you don't have something like a Fade to see some people in the back. You don't have a Vice to just bring up that wall to really shut things down and only focus on the duelist.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to take a little bit of time, but in that time, T1's going to build up this advantage. You mentioned the rifles,
Although,
there's 3 of them, 2 ghosts.
And that does allow for 2 members to kind of play a little bit more aggressive. Meteor going to be on his own over by B main, just with that ghost. So even if he loses it, not a big deal. But if he can get information, that'll be huge for T1's play.
The smokes at the same time, trying to deny as much as possible. But Meteor picking up the Elbow, that's quite a good pickup as well. The rotations from Gen G quite early.
Yeah, they go for the orb on A main, and now because they've heard some noise, they have some intel on B, they're just going to shift their weight. I mean, they're taking the 50-50 shot here, and they will be wrong. But we'll see. If they can take out Meteor nice and early, they would have a numbers advantage.
Okay, 0 point, and it only knows the 1 player, and that's why you can already see Texture trying to hit
back.
Yeah,
look at Caron's position. Doing all of this, now he can just wait for Meteor to return and still guarantee a 5v4 if it in fact is an A-site hit. There's no way that Meteor expects this. Just no way in damn hell, and Caron will get that kill.
Good little pickup. Ghost afforded him as well, but look at T1 as well. I mean, they're continuing to push further back into spawn.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you don't give them a chance to set up and just absolutely spray them down. Use the weapon advantage you have. Stacks not in a position to recover the weapon just yet. That's something that T1 wants to keep a note of.
And at that time, Gen G's continuing to try and set up Yeoman out from the back, as well as Karen out from Art. The spike, of course, taken away though, so very likely just looking to look for the exits. Possibly die to the spike.
Yeah, we did see a ping onto the dead body where there is 1 rifle, I believe a Bulldog left over, but the 2 remaining members of Gen G just looking to go to that spike. And things relatively going as planned. T1, you bought 3 rifles, you lost 1. Obviously, yes, you did take damage, but obviously you also had 2 ghosts, so it's not the end of the world. You'll still have a Phantom and a Guardian and 2 members to buy up. So there's some options for you to work with, and then you have the speed on your side.
Yeah, in a way, just kind of both sides still parking the bus and trying to keep to their advantages as much as possible. And also just to build up towards those later rounds, because that's going to be even more crucial already. What we can see is there's quite a bit of reliance on maybe Foxy9's utility to just end around the B site.
Yeah, but is it enough to stop Yoran and Neon? I mean, I'm just always so curious. They're gonna really want that operator in Texture's hands if you're Gen G. But also, something else I want to keep a note of is what the devs talked about. T1, how's their movement on this attacking side? Because like they said, it was really just Meteor trying to get as many kills as they were playing against Boom. A lot of people said Boom Esports should have won that match 2-0. They shouldn't have let the Pearl get out of their hands. So hopefully T1 will have needed to fix things up. Meteor not going to play with Fate just yet over an Art.
Yeah, at least a little bit of information as well, though. So it might inform Buzz to figure out a bit of a game plan as they head on into the A site. 3 players stacked all across A main. The spike a little bit down as well, though, so maybe cooking up a different game plan.
Yeah, just pings, perhaps noting potential rotation trajectories from T1, but now noting the drone as well. So Meteor just identifying that they are looking for information in mid. That should let you know that, yeah, okay, well, 3 members tagged as well, that it was a likelihood that it's still a default hold. T1, they're just going to try to mask info and then go all out onto A. They will have the numbers advantage, but Texture, he wants to get ahead of it. He wants to shut things down. It's a Judge right in front of him, but he's just going to get 1 kill. Gets out. Buzz wants to chase him down, but he is going to get gunned down at range. Izu finally in for the trade. Already a little bit of damage done. Munchkin, can he hold on? Not quite. And that's damage. On to Gen G. 3 rifles dropped, 3 members gone.
20 seconds left, though, and T1 have to head in to get the spike down. And just in that time, Karen and Foxy9 have arrived close to the site. Foxy9 starts things off with a headshot and a second kill to go through to end the round.
Oh, and that could light a fire in both of those players, Foxy9 and Meteor. Obviously, Foxy9 taking over Meteor's position. A lot of people said he couldn't do it, but Gen G said, no, we can mold him and we can work around him. He's been looking happier on stage, looking comfier, and getting that kill against Meteor, obviously at low health, but it's going to be a huge confidence boost for that new addition to Gen G.
Foxy9 versus Meteor, Texture possibly versus Buzz. There are a lot of parallels that you can draw between both teams, but this definitely is one of those that stands out. They are both on the kill board right now, and Foxy9 is doing a fantastic job so far.
Caron picking up the Judge, so they want to just maximize the firepower that they can still have. You know, obviously you're taking econ damage, but you don't want to take a step back from the fight. You want to still try to recoup here, and he will be playing close on B Link. The question is again, if it's a fast hit onto B, Caron's rotations won't be enough, so Gen G already pulling members over to make sure they can cover Foxy9 at range.
Just trying to give him a little bit more assistance. Heaven. Texture also around B Link, though. I mean, they must have heard a little bit of something, so just trying to set up for the angles.
So you can just trust Caron here. He's got the Judge. He can hold double doors, but that's going to be the dimensional drift. Already jumping onto site, catches sight of one member. Not quite spotting Texture just yet. And Foxy9, you are just trapped there. It is a grinder of stuns and firepower all around. And Buzz and Izu breaking the site with E. Spike will get planted, and Texture, he cannot risk the fight just yet. He has to wait for backup.
Oh, it's just way too tough. Although Munchkin and Karen might arrive towards the back of tunnel, I don't know if it's going to be enough for Gen G to really look for a possible angle and some kills. A 3-on-5 right now. Yeah,
it's looking like it's going to be a save. Yeah, because especially Karen has a Judge. He can try to get some cheeky exit kills or whatever else he might find. But the rest, yeah, it's just already, the odds are so stacked against you. There's a Vandal. Yeah, okay. All right, you get out with a gun. But, I mean, it's still a wound for sure. Gen G bleeding out already here in the very beginning of Pearl. And T1 looking much more decisive on their hits.
Yeah, you can definitely feel it. I mean, you're starting to see how effective this double twist can be. Yes, earlier on might have been, especially in that game against Boom, might have been Meteor. But this is what Tim was talking about. There's a lot of individual firepower, and if you are able to string them together somehow, the dimensional drift, the relay bolt, just to collapse in towards the back of Halls, it's just that much more oppressive and difficult for Foxy9 to react.
Yeah, and you imagine, like, how else do you support Foxy9 here? Because if the Euro is always going to blink in some way onto the back of sight, right, into B Halls, and then the Neon's going to put up the fast lane diagonally, and they could cut in maybe on a surround, maybe they double peek over in the back sight. The only way, really, is to body block the Neon and try to take him out. You don't have any utility that just hard stops the Neon. So that's something.
Hey, ye mat kar be.
It's a nice setup, and Buzz will get traded immediately, but he's a nice movement, sidesteps texture, and is going to win out on the trade.
Now afterwards, Munchkin,
Ayo.
low HP. Not really enough time to really pull out utility, so a little bit of assistance from Karen on the back of stairs, but is that going to be enough? 0 point, and that's all the info that he needs.
They know it's close. You didn't hear it travel all that long, and Stacks with a wide swing, baits him into the fight, takes him down. Karen gets one trade, but he will be pushed out. In fact, gunned down from behind.
Stacks just triangulates his position
Hoping
off of
be
where the
abe.
Tracers were last seen. That is wild. Down to just
Good morning,
Foxy 9, and then a
Bromkesh.
1-on-3. Not in a prime position to stand
Upper
out
finals का
and
बे
find the
सारे
retake.
से कल
But he's
एकदम
close,
finals
maybe
वाला
looking for at
finals है
least one
सारे
kill to
region
start
का
things off. If not, it just might be
लेकिन वो
exits.
मैटर नहीं करता
I mean, this is rough, right? 'Cause
Brackets
even if
में
you
matter
save it over,
करता
it's
है,
not
वैसा
exactly
matter
a
नहीं
great
करता
round. Sure, you'd have a hero rifle,
कि
but
दोनों
I don't
टीम
mind going for
Bangkok
it. See whatever advantages
जाने
you
वाला
can gain. If he could have gotten an early kill, maybe there's a shot. No, he can't even land a single shot at the Stacks. Stacks tells him there's a reason I was leading you last year and puts him down to the grave.
And that is one of those statements that definitely rings in the back of your mind.
क्या
Foxy
आपको
9,
वॉच पार्टी के पैसे
a little
मिलते
bit of an
हैं
opportunity. Stacks was low HP as well, but couldn't quite convert it all the way to the end.
मिलते तो मैं
T1
रेंट के घर
just
पे
looking
रहता
so darn fluid right now. The
Huh?
call to head over from B from the previous round, back into A main this time, and they were just able to fight back against Texture's
ये भी
assaults.
क्यूट है ये भी क्यूट है
And a nice early timeout coming in from Gen G. About halfway through the
मेरे
first
को
half,
ऐसा नहीं
Gen
लग
G
रहा है कि
traditionally
Gen G
liking to
कुछ
kind of
गलत
save
कर रहा है
things up,
लेकिन
see
वो
if they
लोग
can figure it
शॉट्स
out
में
on the
लग रहे
server, trusting in the teams. But right now, Munchkin
हैं
sharing his
वो
thoughts
लोग का
through and
रोटेशन
through.
तो है बराबर
And the coaching staff of Gen G hunched forward, trying to figure out how to stop this double duelist. Yo-Man already hand in head, but you can't do that. It's a long marathon today. It's a best of 5. You cannot start doubting yourself already in map 1.
Yeah, you definitely got to play the stamina game all
Bangkok
the way
जाके इस बार
throughout.
कंटेंट शूट करने ऐसा
this
प्लान
being
तो
the
है
first
नहीं यार
map, but of course, when you're down 1-4, it cannot feel too good. They definitely want to fight back. Of course, we all know Gen G to be a bit of a slow starter.
Thank you,
I'm just
Raj.
wondering what the adjustments might be as well. I mean, so far we've seen Foxy 9 trying to hold from the back of halls. He's got maybe a nanoswarm or an alarm bot nearby. But you see why he's
उनका
this
agent
double
कौन है?
duelist
Stacks है
does. So
mostly.
maybe does he just kind of relegate the position over away?
I mean, you got to have some good retakes set
Save
up,
up
though.
for an op?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you don't have an op, like, you can't really stop much on this B site right now.
Stacks और
With the way
Middle
that
दोनों
Gen G is
Gen G
set
में
up,
थे
you
ना
could try to
पहले
push out in
Stacks
future
तो
rounds, but right
DRX
now on
में था
Eco,
ना?
they will just go for the stack. They know that this is the obvious weak spot on an Eco round. And
Meteor
Munchkin
है
getting forward. He wants to know ahead of time if there is going to be a rotate on T1. Just
इन Stacks
armed
भी
with a
कर रहा था
Sheriff,
आइजल
all on his own. But these are times where Munchkin has led by example with heroics.
ये देखो
6
ड्यूलिस्ट
rounds.
देखो तो ड्यूलिस्ट है
Don't
पहले आगे
imagine
जा
that
रही
Ito's
है
going to
क्या
come
है
out.
बे
T1 wants to check this dry as well. One. Oh, not connecting onto 2. We all thought it. We all thought we'd start to just count up. But it's going to be a shutdown.
बस मारा
Yeah, fired off a couple more rounds as well, but unfortunate for him. So already
क्या
a big
खेली
pressure
कल
site,
Valorant खेली
and
कल
I believe they are
Then?
starting to clear things out. Gen G, they might be arriving nearby, but again, it's all just pistols. Foxy 9 onto the stinger. The blades from
But
Texture
yeah.
though. Hops up midair, goes for the next, but Stacks
इतना भी नहीं
swats him
भड़का।
right down. And at the same time, Carpe on a bit of a lurk.
Oh, and the lockdown as well. T1 wanting to secure the rounds where they can. They still have the Hunter's Fury as well in future rounds, so they've got some power plays in store. It's going to stop any type of pinch coming in. And this gives time for Carpe to set up on a lurk over in mid.
Slowly creeping forward. There is an alarm bot in his path,
Full
so
भी है।
not too bad for Gen G to maybe try to stick it through. At least bait out the Hunter's Fury for future rounds, but still T1 showing utter dominance, saving the last beam, fires it off. And inside of the
round
smoke,
जीत गए
Yeoman fires back.
नहीं,
No
full है।
time. Karen's still sticking onto it, but here comes Carpe!
Oh, they let go of
बाप
it. They let go
रे
of the spike. The
नहीं
shots
लेट
are
गो
coming
नहीं
in.
पुल था पुल
That is a rough situation. Because on the timer, it looked like all but just doable from T1.
शिट
But
मेरे
the
को लगा हो
Hunter's
गया
Fury
बी
just
डिफेंस
does enough, just buys just enough time, and at the end of the day, it's a successful round for T1. Sure, you have to use 2 ults, but you'll take the rounds where you can. You'll try to get ahead as soon as possible. Nice shot from Stacks there.
पॉसिबल तो था
That
यार
is just unfortunate. Stacks actually gets the kill, in fact, really stopping everything. Yeoman not able to really defend his teammates for as long as possible. So Gen G still with only 1 round on the board.
इसका स्कोर है
T1.
नहीं
looking to pick up the pace. You do have the overdrive as well, but Phantom in hand for now from Buzz. He's making all the noise possible. He's just going to play the bait. Try to open things up. Checks inside the smoke as well. Okay.
Incredible movement already coming through, and a couple of shots fired out, the shock dart at least, and that confirms that there are players around Connector. What they might be anticipating as well, though, is the fact that Texture has bought up the op.
Now fishing for it. He's going to be hidden as well as possible, but that's why they're setting up for a pinch, and just right next to him, he peeks out. Texture still gets the shot, but he will get taken down. It's a crossfire. It's perfectly set up to shut down the one answer that Gen.G has figured out so far.
Just getting robbed away blind. Your one answer, and it's already eliminated from the equation now. Yeoman along the rest of the players trying to do what they can to refill in that space. The drone comes out.
Meteor knows. He knows the only way. If you're going to try for it, you have to try something cheeky. And now, Munchkin joining so late, you just have to go for another save. It's just this downward spiral for Gen.G. You've already used one timeout. I don't know if you ever want to use another one here in the first half, but right now the operator already gone. You didn't figure out any solutions before that purchase. So now at this point, if I'm Munchkin, the only other thing I'm thinking of is, do we have to just erase B? Do we have to just get aggressive ahead of them so that they can't pick up the pace and the speed? Do we have better retakes, specialized for the A side? That's something that you have to start to work through.
So far, they stuck the spike to half from before on a Thrifty, so maybe they're able to retake into A. But at the same time, when they pushed out into A a couple rounds ago, it didn't quite work out too great. But I mean, this is just brutal and perfect plays from T1, anticipating getting the reads ahead of Gen.G. Even Carpe holding towards the back of B long, a B ramp, spotting out for any potential flanks.
Momentum
So
swinging play
Gen.G
confidence.
still kind of half buying up, looking for whatever they can get.
And not much. It's not going to be much. No operator, but Texture will be holding with a Phantom at long range, just trying to get an early kill. He'll get pushed out for now by the smoke, so he has to play off the alarm about lots of noise on A, so they're holding close. Again, they figured it out. They cannot let the Neon and Euro get onto the site at the same time, but we'll see if they're going to be allowed to hold on to this, because T1's been pretty good about clearing these close angles after that very early kill that Texture had in the beginning of this half.
Might not have faced off against this slight high-low thanks to the elevation of stairs, so maybe Gen.G trying to use this as much as possible, as well as Karen out from the off angle around stairs. Texture, though, after a little bit of elapsed time, goes back in towards B-Link, doesn't see anyone, but still holding the angles.
Yeah, so a new nanoswarm placed by Foxy9 as well. Again, just to try to keep himself alive. B-Link is safe, so you know that there's no full surround onto the site. But this time it's going to be Art. T1, they haven't really explored this option too much. And Charon is just holding next to this one-way. But can he get the shot onto the Neon? Is he ready for it? There's no command. No more sliding for you. And that's one. But the flash, the anti, and Munchkin with the spray down through the wall will finally shut down T1's advances.
The underhand toss off the flash. Perfectly relayed after Karen falls. Karen just received Buzz so darn well. Unfortunate for T1, maybe they didn't quite anticipate or expect players to be that close by. He did go in for a bit of a wide peek, but Karen sidestepped it, got the wallbang through the boxes, and of course Munchkin just coming in to slay and collect.
Always there for his team, always there to support, hiding closer to the wall. Like you said, the underhand flash, everything. T1 thought it was just Charon. They thought they could just push through, but they were not ready for the close range KO. So once again, T1 says, we cannot let these guys set up. We're going to go fast. There comes the jump, but Munchkin, jumping shot with the Phantom. That's not the same gun. Charon's holding the cross, and now the advances get stopped once again. Hunter's Fury to really slow things down.
In with the judges while hiding inside of the smoke. Someone does continue to push on through. Second smoke comes up, and at the same time, Carpe creeping out back towards mid. Texture has pushed all the way up B long.
Yeah, now you have some good ideas of where T1 is. You don't have to worry about it. Also, neither of the duelists alive. So Gen.G feeling very comfortable. The turret will spot Carpe on that lurk. And that's going to be a little bit of information to maybe start spreading out. We'll see if T1 tries to take this opportunity to clear this smoke.
Looking to try.
Seeing close range, but nice movement. It's actually covered from Munchkin. He's just always there for his boy. Charon is still alive on the site. Now Carpe just ditched by Gen.G. They don't want to have to worry about it. Carpe creeping forward. They know that he's coming. Only 30 seconds for T1. It's a trade, and now it's just Carpe subbing in, gets one, but that's all he'll get as Foxy9 comes back alive. 3-6 for Genji.
Texture already creeping up from the back as well, a little bit closer. Oh my god, Quack, you gotta calm yourself down. This is way too darn exciting. First of all, look at Munchkin's replay. Hopping around, he actually airstrafed to the left. That's how he took down Buzz. Unbelievable with how he's managing to make these plays happen. He does it for a second time as well. And down to the rest of the round. Because
thank you for the 500 GP. Message
they knew exactly how to trade it off, and this proves that Genji, even with a traditional composition like this, they are able to fight and strike back. This forces a T1 timeout.
Yeah, T1, I mean, they try to just pick up the pace, but once again, Genji, if it was going to be the B site, they almost looked ready to ditch it. Maybe Foxy9 only focusing on one kill, not trying to defend himself from both. No matter what it is,
current domination valorant is crazy,
once again starting to download his opponent. Now T1 scratching their heads a little bit, trying to figure out where they can go. What's the solution this time? Try to extend this lead, because you were up 6-1. You do not want it to end in a 6-6 in this half.
Yeah, still a very good chance that it could, but also an opportunity for T1 to make it a 9-3 if they are able to chain more of these rounds together. They've been good so far, they can continue buying up, but Texture brings out that once again.
Yeah, and he's supported by Munchkin. They want to set him up aggressively, and Munchkin's going to be there to trade, and he's been good with the trade so far in the past 2-3 rounds.
It's going to be a
unbeatable lineup करके नहीं है
as well. There's just so much protection.
Teams counter करेंगे.
Is he ready? He's sticking in the anti. Texture gets one. How does he get one? And Munchkin with a pop flash over the pillar. There's still two members here. T1, are you ready for this fight? There's a good shock dart, takes down one, and that's the Euro, but Munchkin decides to fight. Not enough time bought for the full rotate from Genji. They were hoping that T1 would rotate. Now it's three members on site. Yo man, he's gonna want to go for it. Ah, he hits the clone, and now Izu set up for it, but he gets two! Down to a 1v1!
Karon, he is close by, but Stax, he needs to get the spike down. That's gonna take a little bit of time, and in that time, Karon might be able to push in a little bit closer. Where's he gonna go? Oh, Stax trying to get ahead of it. Peeks out to the left, but Karon holds the angle and gets the headshot to end the round.
Just a read from Karon, saying you don't have any information. You don't know where I am. You don't know where I'm coming from. You better clear the connection to our spawn, because otherwise you know you're in trouble. Purposely holds the off angle and just knows that Stax has to step out if he wants a guarantee. What a follow from Texture as well. We talk about his flicks, but that is some crazy insane tracking onto the Neon.
Cute दिखता है करके निकलता नहीं है गाली, लेकिन सच्ची में दिल से ऐसे प्लेयर्स को गाली देने का मन करता है. कैसे मार सकता है बे?
That his kills contributed to that round.
Also just want to point out, he shot the
यहाँ पे ऐसा रिएक्शन में मच्छर ने मारा था अपने
T1.
ये तो एक और बार लोडिंग किया ना इसे टाइम पे. मेरा नेट गया क्या? हाँ? हेलो?
DRX is just
नहीं
double downing on these ultimates to try to get some rounds. Normally I'm a big advocate of it, but right now with the setup, looks a little dicey. Relay bolt already used, so now it's just up to you to get those kills. Oh, and the flash is too good. He actually almost still gets it, but Buzz get one onto Buzz. Carpe still cleaning up, and now here's the Hunter's Fury to clear out that lockdown, just trying to make sure that his team can stay on site.
That is already enough value as well. The Cosmic Divide coming in too.
He
might be on the side, but he's alone and cold. Carpe comes out to eliminate him. Two players up from the back of Genji now, but is it going to be enough?
Operator in hand for Texture. They're going to want to get a pick first. And Munchkin, he'll try to hold the closer angles. They're going to go in together. They swap the gun. There's a good pop flash, but it's an instant teleport out from Izu. Out from danger. Texture finds a timing against Stax. No reason to watch the flank anymore. Izu giving an opportunity. You heard the TP going by. Texture doesn't want to get played by it, but Meteor, it's a perfect fake out setup for Meteor to clean up the round.
just to bait out that information. Meteor peeking off of the contact instantly. So good round from T1 overall. I mean, they made the setups, they made the reads to push back in towards this B site where Texture unfortunately isn't quite set up for it. And off of that, you know, even with the re-aggresses, the Cosmic Divide coming in, a good little clear with the flash, but Izu's just so quick to react off of it, to set up for his teammates. The gate crash back into a second one just to bait Texture out.
And now last round of the half, Gen.G, if you can get to 5, it's not too bad, especially considering how things have started. But T1, of course, looking to make it 8, 1 away from Meteor's lockdown, so he's going to join his team.
Comeback
really
कर सकते हैं, self-hack किया तो भी अच्छा ही
down to be long.
Texture behind screens.
Does he go out? He does! Oh, he's not going to land the shot, but he doesn't stay alive. Izu just finds him through the smoke, and now Gen.G scrambling to fill this void.
And with Munchki inside of the smokes.
They know about the lockdown. They're ready for it. Fragment goes out. Is it going to be spot on? No, it's going to miss. And Gen.G, they're going to have to empty it. Heron's not in position. He just has to fight his way out. He's going to get detained. He goes down. 2 taken out eventually. Taken down by Carpe. And Gen.G just can't not fill the space.
They cannot catch a break. Even though Heron fell, the rest of them are still trying to hold towards the back of halls. Munchkin nearby to refrag, but he gets taken out just as quick. Down to just Foxy9. Has to push out. It's a bit of a one-way in his face as well. He tries to work around it, but he gets spotted out. His feet. Meteor sprays him down, and we end the first half 8-4.
Well, T1,
it looks like Gen.G might catch up, but they stabilize with a nice lead. 4 points.
Of
their map pick on Pro. There were a lot of question marks when we saw the draft. I mean, you took a beating next to Boom Esports, barely scraping by with the win, and you still wanted to come here on this map, even though we've never seen Gen.G prepared. But they get the read. Gen.G, they're not going to have anything special. That's not the Gen.G way. T1 come in with good execution. Now we'll see if that aggression, if that teamwork can continue in the second half on defense.
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? I mean, we saw how effective these executes are because of the double duelist composition on the attacking side. But how does it fare on defense? Are they going to come in with the strongest retakes? I mean, Gen.G, of course, they will be able to set up as well.
T1, again, with Neon Yuri, you're generally going to want to push out, get some space before you go this rotation speed is something that Gen.G has to keep a note of. You know, the old style, the 4-1 push and pull, try to find a timing. It's not going to be as smooth because both the Yuri and Neon can just pop up on one side instantly on the next.
Love you, Sagar.
So they'll have to sprinkle in some good, powerful set plays. We'll see if that can work. Lots of fans from both teams with just all different types of artwork to continue on. There's the little Genrong. Lots of goodies that Gen.G's been marketing with that.
Wait, the mascot is named?
Yeah, it's Genrong. Horangi is tiger in Korean. So it's Genrongi. So they take out the first syllable and it's a Gen.G tiger.
I never knew that. Today I learned. Nice.
I was trying to figure out a way to make it work in English and it just doesn't. But there you go. That's a little Gen.G trivia, but we'll see if there's any reason to talk about it any further after this map because Gen.G currently down 4 points.
Yeah, meanwhile, T1 starting to pick it up. Buzz kicking things off with a bit of a human recon movement outside of A main, but doesn't spot anything out.
Then an instant clear onto mid from both sides. Yeah, so T1 just saying, hey, well, now you guys are going to be separated if you're not all 5 stacked onto one side. Turrets, that's one person. That's an instant TP. Because of the turret position, you know that at least the Killjoy should be on the B side, and they go to defend.
Yeah, Texture might have hurt that gate crash as well, so this might be the call for the A squad to head into site where, unfortunately for Gen.G, Stacks and Carpe are really close around stairs. They might have been noted as well. Buzz spots out Foxy9, tries to get the relay ball in for the pinch, crouches, and gets the headshot, but Texture answers right back with the Sheriff.
Well, round 2, here comes Meteor. Next up, Texture versus Meteor, the old teammate, and he's just gonna say, well, hello, good old friend. I'm gonna go join my team. Meanwhile, Gen.G gonna start to push out of the site, make sure that they have room to work with. All 3 next to bunker. ready to wrap around. Carpe coming in to cut off Texture, but Texture's timing could be impeccable here. He's waiting to see where Meteor's coming from. Stacks gets one kill. There's still two members around the site. Stacks down low. Carpe gets a good one. Yeoman's still alive. No, you can't take your utility out. You have to fight and fight T1 well as they go up 9-4.
Just the one micro decision. He thought about it to possibly support his teammate on the site, but unfortunately it bites him in the back. T1 up with the 9 wins now. And now with the pistol, possibly a 10th.
Unlucky हो रहा है बे.
Yeah,
timing ये लोग के favor के against जा रहा है.
Just how much you can snowball up from it. A little bit of chaos, maybe a little bit of scrappiness, but that is something that Team 1 was born from after yesterday's match. We've seen it. They're able to continue on playing at peak form today. All the individuals really showcasing kind of the hope and the style that people wanted from this squad, from this type of roster.
तो मेरा जो prediction था 3-0 Genji, उसको 3-1 करो. 3-1 Genji.
Off now, in with a bit of 0 point.
That's my real prediction.
Buzz, and back into mid they go.
Just one Sheriff for Texture, and he'll lead the pack. You know what the Genji squad can do with this. Flash at the ready. They want to continue to power through. Oh, if they take Carpe down, that is a Bulldog fragment. Carpe just waiting, calling for backup. Desperation and a good timing and a pinch. Carpe and Meteor working in tandem, Bulldogs in hand. Texture still alive, but Izu will come for backup.
Not in front of ammo, but the backup is so quick and ready. Down to just Karen. Has to go for the spike or
T1 strong लग रहा है बे.
But he has to know that they are all close by. T1 players all converging into his lone position. Buzz out from the back with a judge, but onto the pistol. He actually gets fragged out by Karen.
He starts running. He knows that that's out from the A side. He expects us to be weaker, but they are right behind him. He knows that they were somewhere near mid. Karon, where do you plant? Is it backside, or are you looking to go back out onto main? He's gonna plant safe onto the smoke. He'll have time to reposition.
मैं 2 1-taps feel आ रहा है जिसको.
Izu will have to go in with the drone. Bulldog in hand. And considering the position, considering the timing, the drone fairly confident that it should be heading out towards A main. Karon, he can't really make a move until he hears that tap onto the spike. But in a 2v1, can he land the shot?
An outlaw as well. That was his 1 star.
Okay, Recon not finding him. They have no idea. They're not expecting. Oh, Izu gets an inkling of it, but that's a headshot. And Karon, he trusted he was off of the spike. Almost lands it, but Stacks will refuse to get hit today.
Went for the wide peak. He tries to strafe and reset his crosshairs, but Stacks sidesteps as well. Down to the one-on-one, and T1 remain calm. They regain their composure, and they strike back. Still though, not too bad of an eco for Genji. They robbed so many guns away, but that's it. Now the score still is at a pretty desperate 10-4.
Yeah, right. If it was a 7-5 half, sure, we can say, okay, lots of damage done, time to come back. But now 10-4. If by some chance this starts to slip away in this round, then before you know it, the map's over.
10-4, 10-5. Next round
on the line. They know about the outlaw full armor in hand. Izu will just TP out for the time being. It's still a double setup. Genji trying to pick up the pace, but this could get dicey.
ऐसे पूछ लो ना मेरे को prediction में देता रहता हूँ.
And went for a repeat. Sends in another gate crash back in towards tunnel again, just for backup. Meteor.
भाई Genji और T1 का खेलने का कितना तरीका अलग है ना. ये लोग 3-2 खेल रहे. वो लोग सीधा 4-1 और 5-1 rush कर रहे थे.
There it is.
Yeah, the jet taken down as well, so no dive onto the site. Meanwhile, look at A main. Buzz is clear. He's been peeking non-stop. Sure, just a Bucky in hand, but that'll be enough to delay them to get that information. Now you know there's at least someone looking onto A, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. T1 choose to go for a hold on the default. They'll give up mid. They don't care. They have the numbers advantage as long as they have information that there is a rotation, perhaps a pinch.
And with Buzz continuing to re-peak, he's gathering more information. This might inform Stacks that they could be rotating and finding a different route into the site. Fortunately though, the one tap ends Buzz. And now it's just down to Stacks on the site itself. Meteor alongside Carpe in for the rotation, but they hear the footsteps, the stampede out from stairs.
There's going to be the Cosmic Divide, really negating any type of info that Stax was looking to get. Stax trying to go for the spam, just barely missed. Oh, actually, never mind. Lands right onto Yeoman. He was trying to do that one. Meteor confirms the position of at least one player, but quite the spread out from Gen G. Jump to check close from T1. Still a possibility, 4v4, 2 rifles in the hands of T1 members. They will start to fan out outside of the smoke. There's the clone, it gets information, a pop flash as well. An instant trade, 1-1. Carpe starts to defuse, they're trying to block him, but he does get the half. And so time bot for T1, the spray against the wrong person. And T1 will lead by 7.
Just body blocking, sending as much as possible out of the smoke. That was so smart, so clever with how they actually planted that onto the A side. In with the clones and everything that Gen G tries to deny. They actually get blinded by it. They actually get suffocated by it. And down with the shots, they still got the kills. But the round, the defuse all stuck for T1.
You get that one kill and you think, surely it's gonna be the diffuser. And they try to double check just in case.
They were like running out of ammo as well. Oh my God.
You get the kills, but you don't get the round. That's the one you wanted. That's the one you wanted from your buy round. Because T1 now 1 away from map point and still rifles across the board on both sides. And Gen G this time waiting for a push out of information from the T1 side. Otherwise, they'll clear out. They want to get rid of some of this utility in mid so they have a bit more freedom the later part of the round.
Tell you what though, Chober, the push out actually happened on the A main area, and that's where they are posted up. T1 now getting a little bit more information. They are also informed that there are players headed towards Art.
And so Izu, he can take a little bit more time, get a little bit more aggressive, has that gate crash as a backup, and Texture just gonna try peek in. He's got that tailwind activated. Carpe, he's sharp with it. Yesterday, perhaps that was enough warm-up, but a good jump peek out from Munchkin. But it's still just mid that Gen G is taking a hold of. Meteor up against his old teammates, up against his old team, where he was creating so much space. Can he do it against him? He starts with 1 kill, and he's looking for more, but Foxy9 once again says now it is my spot to be earned here on Gen G.
Foxy9, the one to take the space and now to hold down to the site. It's just 2 players from T1 to try to retake, to find that map point. They stand up close. Stax starts things off the headshot.
Okay, the clone just gonna be spent by Foxy9, still looking for one, and again, this is where he shines. He wants to take these fights. A 1v1 on the site, but back up far away from Charon. Looking at that off angle, and Izu, he susses it out. He wants to go hunt for it. He doesn't have much time, but he needs to get the kill. He will not. And Gen G will crawl back into the game with 5 rounds.
That is just incredible. I mean, good little fights out from Gen G, but at the same time, down to the 2-on-1. The fact that Charon doesn't just hold out, you know, exposing his angle way too far. He actually anticipates maybe there is a slight chance. I still got to watch my back. So he plays relatively safe and tight around the pillars. Foxy9 marking the angle on towards the clone as well. So just Gen G trying to stay on top of things as much as possible.
And now Econ finally broken away from T1 and still not map point. We've seen this before so many times. You cannot let go just yet T1.
Still though, not quite the firepower in the round. Just a couple of spams through and Meteor's down to low HP.
Izu, they want information, but Gen G knows this. They know that they're going to be hungry for information. Can't TP out in time. That's the Yorugan. Now numbers advantage. Even with fast rotates, they don't line up. They'll get a clean shot. Munchkin shuts down his old teammate, his old Sentinel. And Buzz now holding close. Next batter up with a Bucky in hand. Ooh, finds a nice timing to jump in, but he's now stuck. I mean, you can't jump peek out. You have no idea if they'll be far.
Yeah, I tried to go in for a blind shot. 1 HP. Has to instantly, run away, basically. Carpe and Stax as well, just trying to hold each of their own lanes, but nothing really found. Carpe starting to get a little bit adventurous.
Yeah, Buzz just wants to buy enough time for Carpe. He was making a little bit of that noise. Now the smoke's up, so he will just hold in the back of sight. Sheriff in hand. Carpe, he's made many miracles happen for T1 with this weapon, but he's gonna choose against it. So much time has passed that they want to try to group up, and that's exactly when Gen G starts their advance.
Which might work out against T1's decisions right now. Bucky still in the hands of Buzz, trying to find something, trying to get lucky. Unfortunately, not going to be found today. Karen continuing on his advances, but here comes Stacks out from heaven! 2 kills already!
Reload wasn't heard either way. It's going to be a far hold from Karon. Just making sure that he has not rotated back out Stacks. He's ready for a bit of a pinch, and there it is from Karon. Cleans things up 3 points away from his Cosmic Divide, and now only 5 rounds in between these 2 teams.
That's a good question.
Getting a little bit
That's
closer,
a good one.
but of
That's
course
a good
now
one.
the full buy out from T1. Couple of ultimates as well in their bags. I mean, they've been trying to work out early on, trying to gather as much information as possible, trying to get Crash back into safety. And then Gen.G starts to play a little bit more reactive, so maybe trying to spot them out this time, but otherwise, still Gen.G being quite sharp with their movements. 4 ultimates on the end, in fact.
No operator yet though, so it still has to be some advances to get information. And Gen.G, look at their positions. They know
यहाँ
that
से
they're
comeback है,
ready
यहाँ
for
से
it.
comeback है, एकदम 100% feel आ रहा, 100%.
Watch if someone does push out.
देखना.
But nothing so far. Bit of a jiggle from Carpe towards the back of halls. And he repositions.
This time it's going to be an extra support in mid, ready for the trade. They know exactly where the kill came from Boxing 9 before.
But
alright, they're just going to back out. They don't want to take the risk. No further advances on B side, so it could just be a reset from Gen.G. A good read coming in from Stacks.
Taking things slow and steady. Look at how Meteor's positioned so far back as well. I mean, he's in a good spot to deploy the lockdown if needed.
One tag from the drone, but still not much information on either side. I mean, everyone just waiting with bated breath. On both sides, the first fight, first contact potentially happening here in Art, but that dimensional drift, does it force Gen.G further into the site? They're just going to be herded in, just like sheep, all the way into the site. Flashes come out to hold them at bay. There's the lockdown. Another flash at the ready, just trying to get as much information as possible, and Izu will use the clone to his advantage. Gets 1 kill. Texture on the site. The lockdown has been taken down. Now 4 members of Gen.G fanning out, but they don't check the bunker, and Stacks will hold on. Buzz arrives, Yeoman takes care of it, but Stacks eventually with the wall ban. The site is now in Gen.G's hands. 2v2, only 10 seconds left. The plant has to go safe. Karon, the flash comes out. He will jump out just in time, but the health, it's not good. Munchkin will equalize. Carpe now here. Karon knows the position of both. He needs to win the fight one at a time. He tries to get ahead of it! And Carpe swings out at the right moment.
A little
bit unfortunate for Karon as well. He was down to just 7 rounds left in the mag. Tried to conserve it, and I gotta imagine why. Maybe that's why he couldn't quite land the flick on towards Carpe. But still, such an incredible round from T1. Just being able to herd them into this entire setup. I mean, these are basically Gen.G Yeoman pulls out the Hunter's Fury, tries his best alongside his teammates to hold their ground on the site, down to the 2-on-2. But that's when T1 comes out on top, and we are at map point.
T1. The econ still not looking great, but like you said, just one more round needed. So much pressure off their back. This time it will just be a stack onto A. If they are able to get a pick at some point in this round, they do have 2 great ultimates for that retake onto that B side. So a very wise choice.
Fevicol थोड़ी है जो चिपके रहेंगे.
Together inside of Art, they might have heard the
थोड़ा भी left right होता change हो जाते players.
On towards Foxy 9 now, but he's backing and tailing away. Meanwhile, the whole hit goes in towards the B site, and Meteor just kind of left defenseless, gives up the site to Gen.G.
Okay, but Gen.G, what's your plan here for the Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury?
Last round T1 ही जीता था ना, बाय देख के feel नहीं
just the Cosmic Divide won't be enough to stop this retake, stop the advance. They'll get ahead of it. They'll make sure that they have to peek out. It gives them a position nice and close on the site, and Yeoman with a double kill. Texture also with the judge. Now Blades out, spots 1 in heaven. Eyes all trained above, but it does not look like it's going to be a possibility here for T1. They will have to wait 1 more round. Spots him, Carpe will get that kill.
Crouches and sprays down. Still on to the other end. Stacks trying to get a little bit lucky with the Sheriff, but Yeoman shuts him right down. Carpe has to back off for the save. Gen.G able to fight right back, getting ahead with the Cosmic Divide. Hang on a second.
Yeoman wants this.
Oh, he's chasing.
He's only 2 points away. They need every ultimate they can get. It doesn't look like he's going to have time, though. Just down in sewers, trying to go for a spray of some sort. Back and forth.
trying to make Swiss cheese of each other. Still 12-7. T1 might be able to buy back up now, but we have seen what Gen.G is capable of. It's 5 rounds to close in on this game.
Excuse me.
See if they can do it. Texture just
saying,
let's go next and see if Gen.G can do that 5 more times.
The ultimates though.
By bus ke paas ulti hai, stacks ke paas ulti
overdrive as well, so maybe another round comes where you're doing with the Econ. Buzz could be a menace. In fact, it's just going to be this round. He's going to get ahead. Takes down the Recon, but oh, it's just a nice double peek. They each find their targets perfectly.
Oh man, once again, you got to applaud Munchkin for how he's able to set up his teammates time and time again. Now off towards the races. T1 tries to refill that space, but Foxy9 has held the angle. Texture eliminates one more out from the front, and it's just Meteor pushes into the smoke. With the Guardian, he actually finds Texture and now tries to reposition.
Just has to get out. You don't want these ultimates to come online for free on the side of Gen.G. 3 members, 1 or 2 points away.
By 12-9, not bad. It's close.
not so much about saving the rifle. It's about making sure that Gen.G doesn't get a free round during these 5. Now about to be 4.
Yeah, and you can see Foxy9 alongside Yeoman. The ones who are closest to their ultimates are the ones going in for the hunt.
Na start de kaise laga dete tak close jayega.
He's a little bit far away as well. Relatively close if Meteor heads back in towards A-Link, so just trying to hold on to this rifle, trying to hold on to the potential ult points for the Gen.G for dear life. So far so close, and Gen.G slowly but steadily picking up the steam.
Now 4 more chances. Like we said, close to their ultimates to catch up to T1 from the Gen.G side. T1 for the retake 2 rounds in a row now, but it doesn't matter if those members are dead.
Sorry.
And Gen.G, somehow Munchkin just getting the read, then it's going to be a potential aggressive push out. Reads it off the smoke.
I'd like to apologize.
And the vibes are coming back. Gen.G, they're starting to laugh, and it's so tough to beat someone who's just enjoying their time, win or lose.
It is the first map. So I can, you know, definitely see why
Gen.G
isn't really feeling that much pressure just yet. They have also been the team to reach the international stage several times now. So maybe not feeling it too much, and that is a huge boon, you know, underneath their wings. Meanwhile, for T1, definitely a little bit more pressure, but because they are so close to really closing out this first map, you know, that could also give them a little bit more pressure. They are really trying to rack their heads, trying to figure out what is the best possible strat that we can call, or best setup that we can call to end this once and for all.
And that's something that I've talked about a lot on the side of Gen.G. Looking at this kickoff, it's just the winning habit. It shines through the winning mentality that they have. It's okay, we can win in the next round. We can win in the next map. We can win in the lower bracket. We're good enough. We know that. And
that's some beautiful flowers right there. That's some beautiful flowers.
They know they can, but they haven't yet. And that starts to build up as pressure, even when you're leading. We'll see if it starts to bite back and maybe just latch onto their ankles, pulling them down even on this first map.
Yeah. It actually might be happening down to just half buys once again. Izu, though, will note the information that's handed to him, and Gate crashes away. Meanwhile, Gen.G has a secondary squad headed in towards A main, just waiting for that initial smoke to dissipate.
And up in Texture's hand, so they want to basically cut off the angles 1 by 1. Take a long-range fight if it's given to you, but if not, just take contact, clear angle by angle, and trust in Texture's ability to land that first shot, knowing that T1 will want to take space, that they need to fight for space to get information.
Slow and clear peaks. Slicing the pie. Buzz, though, really close towards mid-course with the Bucky.
I'm not going to show the up just yet. Re-clear. Meteor has that timing. It took a little while for that turret to get taken out. He susses out a potential contact play, but for now, we'll just play at range.
Goes for a little bit of a spam to check. Thankfully, Carpe on the ready with the stars, but now that it's gone, this is when the angles come into play. Texture
next round crucial. Next round
everyone is here from the side of T1. Texture, you can't get too far out of it. Meteor's ready, and this, you know this. This is your teammate. This is how you won trophies last year. He'll just hold things down. Munchkin tries to land another shot. He'll go for it. Foxy9 there for the support, but now it's all down to Charon. He will get the plant.
1v3. Oh no, he has to get off of it. He hears the footsteps, and it's just too much. T1 will lead this best of 5 1-0 by taking their map pick on Pearl.
And you gotta imagine that takes just a little bit of that pressure off, might give them a little bit more of an
Next round
advantage
agar
coming
jeette na
into the
comeback
later
ka.
maps, but for now, 13-8 T1 looking good, looking ready.
Yeah, it looks like you might, again, a lot of teams that face this, you give Gen.G a chance, they start to crawl back, they start to gain that confidence again with T1, able to shut it down in time, off of this half-buy, but going for that fast rotation, just a little bit of info off of Meteor's util, that's all they needed to set themselves up, and just how ironic it is that it's Meteor with his util, his shots, that will put the nail in the coffin here on this first map.
Meteor, who used to be on Gen.G from last year, right? I mean, that's just gotta be a little bit poetic as well. The fact that he was the one holding onto that hero rifle. I mean, you mentioned him. This is how he plays. This is how Gen.G
Why
used
are
to
we
win.
here just to suffer meat? Bye.
It's just,
Tera
I am
lamba
so
nahi?
curious how the rest of these maps play out. There's just,
Sorry.
again, with so many stories here, so many
Meat
players
limba
wanting
nahi
to
bhai,
prove
main kya bol raha hu?
against old teammates, old teams, old coaches,
Gen.G
in
comeback
fact.
मारने वाली है
And right now,
3-1
I mean,
याद
obviously we had that
रखना.
storyline last year from Munchkin and T1 as well. There's some history there. I mean,
लिख के
just
रखना,
keep
लिख
going
के.
back. The onion just keeps getting deeper and deeper. And for now, it is going to be T1 leading one step closer to go to Masters Bangkok, to return to an international stage, try to get further than they ever have with a new Korean squad. But for now, we'll send it over to Des to talk about everything that happened on that very first map.
Thank you, gentlemen. What
तो
a way
इसका
to
मुंह
kick
बंद
off this
करवाओ.
quarterfinals. T1 secures their
अच्छा,
map
sorry.
pick of
इसका
Pearl.
10,
Very
8, 11,
convincingly
12
against
language.
Gen.G.
Kuno.
Now, the casters
तेरा
did point
छोटा
it out
Nunu,
that
love you.
Gen.G did start to get the momentum later in the second half, but it just was too little too late.
Yeah, we've seen this interaction between comps like this multiple times so far in this
Happy birthday,
kickoff.
happy
It's
birthday.
a double duelist style up against a bit more of a standard, flexible kind of comp. You've seen it from
तेरा
RQ
first blood
Secret in those
T1
kind of games, plenty
नहीं
of
है.
times. And I
12
felt like
first
Gen.G on
blood
their
Gen.G है.
defense,
तेरा
they
round
just
T1
didn't really
है.
disrupt what T1 wanted to do on attack well enough. Like 8 out of 8 post
हैं?
plants. That
ये कैसे सुपर जेट किया? ये तो खेल रहा था करण. Yay!
And kids, that is why you need sleep in life. Please don't ignore your naps and long sleeps. Sleeps on time, wake ups on time.
side of Gen.G.
Nah, man,
Unfortunately,
bye.
when they've
Love
started
you.
slow in this tournament, they've done poorly, and this is another slow start.
Yeah, I would have
This is
loved
back,
to see them
happy
come
birthday,
in
happy
stronger
birthday
today
to
because
you.
we knew this is what
Happy
T1 wanted to
birthday.
do, right? They wanted to punch you in the face. They wanted to hit you as hard as they could, as early as they could, running this double duelist
कुटाई
down
हो
the
जाए
go.
on stream इस
And
बात
Gen.G
पे
couldn't seem to
10
stop
के
it
likes
at
पे
all in
कुटाई.
that. Especially
10
in
के
that
likes.
first half, I think they fell a little bit too far behind. It's great you highlighted Carpe. He's coming in on such short notice, had a lot to prepare for this best of 5, but he looked very comfortable all the way through this map. The
सिर्फ
Astros
बस
seemed
नहीं
like a
उठा
very
ना.
natural fit, so I'm
बस भी
very
उठ गया
happy
तो
to
लग
see
गया
that
Gen.G
working,
के.
and
क्या
that
बोलते हो?
bodes very well for T1 for the
लेकिन
rest
वो
of this
डांस
series.
बहुत किया नहीं on.
Absolutely. I had a lot of question marks about Carpe coming back in. I mean, we've seen him play last year. He's not new to this, but to put him in at the
आज
end
तुझे
hour was a very
birthday special खाना
curious
खाए?
move. Now, like you guys said, with this comp, they've been moving really fast against Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, this was the bonus round in the second half here, so you want to take more risks on your bonus round, and this is how they got that first kill and opened it up. And then one thing that I really wanted to highlight is just how efficient this retake is. You want to smoke, stick the bomb, they're trying to block this Astra pull as well, just making as much chaos as you can possibly make, and that's how you get away with these retakes. But if you can convert it in a bonus round, it's absolutely huge.
Thank
for
you,
your
Yazid
momentum.
Yaar.
They carried that across the line. Without that bonus round, things might not look that way.
Yeah, for sure.
मेरा
And then you
जीप पे
see
काम नहीं
some
कर
of
रहा,
these
तेरे को
slower
दे नहीं
rounds
पा रहा
on
हूँ
the
मैं.
attack from Gen.G as well.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to highlight this round for... We talk a lot about T1, about this super team,
Aul कब कर रही है
superstar
उसका?
personalities, but this was really
मेरा
great
आज
macro.
order भी
We see how they
आगे
pressure
का
A main, but leave the
वो
killjoy
लेकिन-
behind it. They're
आखिर
active
gift
all the way
किसका
throughout
था?
the map, poking and prodding in the middle of
पर
the
और
map.
चीज़
They
आगे
use the
बात
Yoru ult to fight, to get all the information. They get all the people to the site in time. It does manage to trade down, but they won this round because they were there fast enough because of the macro. This is good coaching. This is good strategy.
आपका birthday कभी है?
T1 is
मेरा है
not just a
12,
team
12,
that's gonna shoot you in the
12.
face. They're clearly thinking as well, which
Yeah.
is exactly what I want to see.
And I think Gen G just a little bit too readable. First of all, like running the clock down so much when there's only the Sova to define info. A lot of the time when you're playing that single unit style, the T1 is they have to rely a little bit more on being active on defense and looking for info. I don't know if Gen G necessarily pressured enough and denied that info to them well enough, or maybe pressured Art or Link, for example. But also, they just started way too slow. After you lose the bonus in Valorant from an 11-4 scoreline, the reason why it's almost impossible for a comeback is at some point the other team's going to have multiple ults online. And you didn't see it in the minimap of that round, but you talked about it briefly. They had Sova ult, Yoru ult, Killjoy ult, all in the same round. When you're down 11-4 and you've got to go through those big ult rounds that the defense is going to have online, you're going to lose at some point unless you play absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about this T1 style of how they build a team, right? We know it's based a lot around individuals, so it's a little bit like peanut butter. Sometimes it's crunchy and it's rough and it doesn't always work out that way. But that felt like a smooth map. I really enjoyed that.
I like crunchy peanut butter anyway.
I felt like they understood the map. I'm really happy that they picked it. But going into Lotus, I think that's a little bit of a different story.
Lotus might be a different story. Now, the caster is reporting this out as well about Meteor knowing how Gen G operates. He was part of that Gen G success squad last year, and this could be a large part to lending to their success. I wonder if that will carry on to Lotus. But Gen G won all 3 times they played Lotus, and not only did they win, it was dominant.
I mean, you could really describe this Gen G Lotus pick as a staple, really. It's a staple of their map pool. It reminds me of when I was a kid, I used to eat these milky breadsticks that always be on the table. And that's what it's like for Gen G's
just
Lotus at the end of the day. It's always in the map pool. They're playing the same style. You know what you're going to get, but it's just good, man.
You know what's really good? Milky breadsticks together with peanut butter. Perfect. Kind of like this match we're getting today. This is a perfect matchup. What we were talking about, there's so many storylines here with old teammates facing off against each other. A lot of people, a lot of the Korean players looking to prove themselves here on home soil, here in Seoul, South Korea. Now, map 2 is going to be really exciting. T1 has made a lot of changes, including, seeing the ISO come in.
I mean, for me, it's all going to be about the A lobby fight, right? We talk about this a lot on Lotus. This is how the kind of macro has to play out. But Gen G will have had a chance to watch how T1 were approaching that, especially on the defensive half, because the ISO made it so hard for DRX to get through yesterday. So I want to see how Gen G are adapting, because we also spoke yesterday about how great Gen G are in that A Rumble fight. So it's really what answers of the coaching staff got prepared for this ISO.
Yeah, I think for T1, their approach on attack in particular has to be a little bit more straightforward at the end of the day. They only have the Sova on the single E-Nit. They can't really pivot and try to retake a lot of map control like you see a lot on this map. It's a lot of A control into A execute. Very straightforward approach every single time. And the main thing, as well as the double duelists that I'm really looking out for T1, is just the difference that you have from the IGL standpoint. We had the IGL matchup graphic in the pre-show that we didn't touch on as much, but IGLing from an info init role like a Sova is so different from Munchkin being on a Viper. Like, it's all about that relaying of information and that second-hand information. For Stacks on one hand, he's playing the Sova. What you see is what you get. You can inform the decisions and then make them straight away. Over on the side of Munchkin, though, he's sitting on the Viper. It's a little bit more stagnant. Yeoman has to feed him the information, then he has to make the decisions from there.
Now, I'm of the mindset that Gen G's really good in their best of 5, so you can really go the distance here. But in terms of the performance we saw just now from T1, big time, do you think this is going to be a 3-0 kind of situation?
3-0 is tough, especially with this map here. So momentum is massive, momentum is hugely important, and T1 certainly have it right now, but now the onus is on Gen G in my mind. If Gen G lose this map, absolutely it's a 3-0. Gen G need to get themselves on the board here, but that's where the pressure really starts to come in. If they lose Lotus, what can they win?
Yeah, no, I think Gen G does have a fair shot at Haven. Surely at this point they've been figuring out Haven. They've been going into really long maps. They're going to overtime often enough. On the Korean broadcast side as well, we were looking at their predictions. Also, only one talent picked T1. So I think right now, still the one genius person together with you. Is that why you're in red today?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just for the occasion.
Coordinated.
Yeah, it's the bias goes hard here for T1 big time.
They doubted me. They doubted me. Never again.
Calm down, buddy. They've won one map. Okay.
We'll see.
One
We'll
map.
see. When they win
It was
one,
a good map, though.
It was a good
a
map.
damn good map.
they got me fired up.
T1 keeps surprising at the end of the day. They keep surpassing my expectations. Carpe performed very, very well. They play different comps. They picked a completely different map and went a completely different direction with the veto than I expected, and it's working out. So let's see if they keep defying those expectations.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. It's been very surprising, actually, letting the map draft go the way it does. But you know what? It's a best of 5, and there are only so many maps that you can ban. There's So we are going to be going to Lotus. We did see not a great Lotus show up from T1 just yesterday, with new players being swapped in, new comps being changed, and here we go. So nothing's really changed in terms of this, but I'm sure there's a lot happening together with the coaches and how they're going to approach this.
Yeah, I think for Gen G, they're going to play what they know. They're going to make small adjustments, and what I'm really looking at from them is like, where is the drone on attack? For example, T1 is going to start on attack. Is Stax going to start droning for a fake instead of just taking this control, and then they're going to read into that a little bit too much, because the Sova is the key agent for me on T1.
Yeah, I think so. A lot when he's on his own in that single initiated role. It's hard to clear as much space as you can with the fade, but for me, you have to keep your eyes on Meteor. Yeah. When you're playing an ISO, he has to perform.
The shield is a huge tell as well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's something Gen G are going to be trying to key off. But Meteor has to perform today, just like he did yesterday, if he wants to get T1 over the line.
That's right. I think these are good insights going into Lotus, and I know the stadium is full right now. The Korean
good game. Hey, Jitin bhai, thanks for the membership.
But you got someone definitely to support. We are going to go on map 2 of Lotus. Are things going to be changing for Gen G as we go back to our casters Chobra and Quack?
सारे mods ऐसे ही है.
I gotta say, I agree with the desk. If Gen G can't win here, sure, they're good on other maps as well. But this is their home ground. Like, this is where they always go to say, well, we at least get this one. So if they cannot take down T1's new composition with the ISO and the Sova, there might be some concerns floating around.
Yeah, I mean, things like that, especially when you are...
क्या हो गया रोनी? क्या हो गया?
Would inflict some mental damage, shall we say. At the same time, though, I mean, T1 have shown quite a bit of resilience in the matchup against DRX yesterday. You know, they started things off a little bit rough, but they came back so well, sending the entire map 13-11. So just seeing how this composition can work out, you know, Gen G does have to adapt.
स्पैम कर रहा है काहे स्पैम कर रहे हो
like you mentioned, but I do want to
लेकिन उसको स्पैम करने दो ना वो रॉनी एज है
Gen G Global Academy has also been seen running the ISO here
चलो
on Lotus.
ये जनजी का मैप है हम लोगों ने देखा जनजी क्या कर सकता है and it's gonna be 1-1
for a lot of our viewers.
इसके बाद एक और बेस्ट ऑफ 3 होएगा जिसमें जनजी जीतेगी.
Be prepared for this, possibly starting things off with a bit of a nade as Texture trying to dive in. Meteor off the shields, already cracked up and open, but Buzz and Carpe able to strike back just as well, continuing to fight off a rubble. The paranoia gets sent through, and Karen running away.
Already down to a 2v2. Foxy9, he's here.
Foxy9
they hear the footsteps. Carpe, he's
Let's go.
He's ready for it. But Foxy9 gets him.
The
exact location of Buzz. Already down to 70 HP. A good reposition from Karen. Unmissed that chaos. Now he starts to pinch in. The timing has to be good here. Oh no, okay, Karen. Nice sidestep away from the shots. Right in tandem with the beat. And it will be Gen G taking the pistol.
So quick to really go for the wide step all the way over. And it's a little bit unfortunate for T1. You know, they try
बाबू भाई जब नेटबॉट इतना बोलता स्पैम मत करो नेटबॉट का भी सुन लो.
Does the same thing. You often start things out with an early C's nade combo, but this time Gen G just kind of holds off for the first few, 10 seconds.
Don't let anyone know about map 3 between Sen and MIBR. Like crazy map था ना वो.
Yeah, and I love that that's another change here, because in the future rounds as well, T1, it's not that much util to fight off rubble. They'll oftentimes use the undercut just to push people back. But if you're ahead, if you're positioned well for it, you can get ahead of that contingency wall and continue the fight. But for now, with just pistols and a shorty in Buzz's hand, T1 looking to pick up the pace. Obviously, no Vice on the side of Gen G, so they can get in, but do they get in alive would be the big question with the Viper and the Killjoy.
Yeah, Munchkin, he is ready with the Spectre, possibly a Snakebite as well. Foxy9 just holding the off angle, spots them through. The Nanoswarm's already chipping and burning them away as he sprays and prays. 2 kills to his name. Munchkin onto the double as well. Karen from the back. It's a flawless round for Gen G.
And I love that decision, right? Because if you're
Thank
stuck
you,
behind
thank
that Nanoswarm as Munchkin,
But एक ही
you
बार
can't
आता है
help your team, and
stream का
suddenly
महीने में.
all of you guys are taking 1v1s, 1v2s. But you say, you know what? I'll take the chip damage. But wait, we got better weapons. I can, run and gun. I can spray them down. And he goes for the assistance so that they can make sure they clean up this site. And it is a very, very swift shutdown for the Flawless out from Gen G. And there's the scream.
Karen, I love it, man. I love it. Every time he does that, this is something that really drives their spirits up. But at the same time, T1 getting a good read for things down here. Here's that contingency wall. They're trying to push alongside it. A bit of a high-low, and they managed to strike down one, but still continuing to spray on through. Karen able to get something, but gets traded off as well.
Yo, man, he wants that timing. He finds one. Dances around the smoke. Can he land a second?
Almost
a will give the numbers advantage to T1, but they've already taken some damage. And Munchkin, he's going to go for the trade. Now 1v2. Foxy9. Can he do it again? Can he do what Meteor has done so much for Gen G last year? And he reads it stacks. That box, it does not protect you. Down to Meteor versus Foxy9.
Again, these two again, the shield's gone.
They just can't avoid this showdown.
By Sara advantage T1 के पास
he was
Sara.
a core part of Gen G last year.
Sara मतलब
Foxy9,
alls.
He's been proving the doubter is wrong through and through. Waits for a wraparound. Knows that Meteor has to go for a crafty play.
Everybody, thank you.
Thank you. Start clearing the site soon. And there's still so many corners here on this A site. He's checking close. He even wants to check heaven. He's getting greedy with it, but he finds the time. Now he needs to go. He knows he needs to get the head. He's trying to draw him in. Just one more chance, but no time left on the spike. But his mission will be accomplished. No weapons left on T1 side.
It's destiny. It has to be when it's these two always back at it again. But this time, Foxy9, he's gonna be the cold.
He
pours it over onto Meteor and takes the kill. Still though, the round over onto T1 just definitely gives them quite the value that they're looking for. Maybe a bit of a morale boost for Gen G, but still, you need quite a bit more.
Yeah, and just a nice instinct there to spray down the box as well. And a little bit of just discussion on that last firefight from the T1 members. But now, the kill contract online. Meteor's generally been pretty good with it, but he started to falter yesterday in the last couple attempts with that ultimate on the ISO.
Thank you, Sujit.
To that Rebel play now. Just avoiding the drone or trying to watch for it.
Oh, nice.
But fast push out from C. I mean, immediately they say this has to be a group effort from T1. Still more delayed coming in. And now it's going to be Charon taken through the other dimension. Meteor, he's ready with it. Repositions with the knife, and Charon! He has his crosshairs trained on the target. Eventually still surrounded, but that's still gone. Time bought until the spike gets planted. But a 3v4 for Gen G.
A little bit tricky. Buzz is close to the showstopper. Yeoman trying to be as cautious as possible, trying to regroup with his teammates. But do they know that Izu is hiding inside? They do. They check and clear him out with the Prowler.
And he's just going to keep repositioning. All he needs to do is buy time. You've still got 3 members on site. Your teammates locking things down. Yeoman tries to get ahead of it. They want to spread out their angles. They want to get us around. But Carpe, he reads right into the plans of Gen G. And that's a double. That's the round gone. Munchkin, can you get out alive? No. 2-2 tied up.
Just marks around the edge of the smoke. Carpe still providing so much value to the T1 squad, and at the same time, just the entire game plan. Sure, Meteor was huge on the kill contracts yesterday. This time he's playing against Karen, who's incredible on the 1v1s, but the value wasn't just the 1v1. The value is the fact that they get to rob that one player away. As soon as Karen exits the dimension, T1 are able to collapse in on him, finding that numbers advantage. And just as hot as Gen G started, now they're cooled off. They're back 2-2.
And now without the weaponry, but Guardians and Sheriff, this is what Gen G always was able to overcome adversity with last year, 2024. It's a quick push out, the trap play around C Mound, but no one to be found. So you have the information, but you've already lost a bit of util, and again, you don't have full weaponry.
The prediction गलत जा रहा लग रहा है.
It's a little bit of timing lost as well, and Munchkin trying to get within range carefully but surely alongside the teammates as well. Foxy9 and Yeoman right around the corner. They know that they are inside the A site. They know that T1 are holding these angles against them.
Sherry ke de.
108.
And I wouldn't be surprised Buzz just launches that showstopper at some point as well if he really wants to try to get that rotation going quick. But for now, still Paint Shells online, and there it is. Showstopper goes up above, and he gets both! Nobody will drop down onto the site. Carpe there with the trade. The desk praised him, and he's really right back in the zone today in the lower finals as T1 take the lead 3-2.
So quick to find those trades as well, just instantly calling for it, setting his teammates up for it. I'm gonna go for this, guys. Get ready. And he, as soon as he sees a single head, sends the Paint Shells to hold. You know, the second part of the squad back towards top. Meanwhile, the Showstopper goes into drop. The double kill on that was just chef's kiss.
Oh, and the recon as well. We saw what value the Silva was able to bring, especially from the defender side as Buzz.
That's your boy.
Yeah, bring up that energy. That's something that was missing from T1 as the pressure locked them down. But this time, they are fired up. They are heating up. And now once again, Rebel fight. This is Gen.G's home, but only 8 HP. And T1 continue to win out on this zone.
Oh, man. Karan trying his best to play around the doors. Munchkin off to the other side of the toxic screen, but he's been spotted as well. Down to low. Karan able to find a bit of a double. Can he get the third? Yes, he does. A quad. But takes down his life.
Foxy9.
Buzz bhai, hello.
His everywhere he goes. It's a nemesis of some sort. Zax now ult online. But no time, no space to use it. Reposition, but the spike should be relatively telling. Foxy9 once again will clear all the way around the site, but last time that meant he didn't have enough time to go for the defuse. He needs to consider it carefully.
Full kit of utility as well.
Yeah, Shocks. You have the turret, but for now, just a tap. This is the only location possible! And Foxy will return the favor. He gives a nice little stare down to his old IGL across the stage. You'll love to see it. A smirk on his face and says, "We aren't done yet."
As they tie up the score 3-3. Foxy9 just repeatedly showing up for his team. Still though, Gen.G almost got evicted from their home in this rubble fight. I'm sure there were a little bit of discussions on how the firefight all went down, and maybe this is the fruition of it. T1 finding the adjustments, playing around the edges of the smokes. Karan, though, he did a lot of the heavy lifting, just holding the off angle from the site.
And once again, another rubble push out from Gen.G. They've been so good at adapting this on the fly, even in each map. And this time it's going to be the paranoia, the haunt, everything used to make sure they position texture. But T1, they want none of it. They're going to switch things up. It's going to be pressure on to C.
Foxy9, he's playing really close. He has the lockdown. Might need to play a little further back and back into towards Waterfall if he's to deploy that thing. And at the same time, Munchkin right around the corner. He's one away from the Viper's pit. They're looking for something, hiding inside of the smoke, and there it is, kind of lined up. Foxy9 with a double. Munchkin off towards the top. The shield propped up. Meteor trying to stand tall, but Munchkin alongside Karan denied entry for T1.
Meteor, you might still be able to frag, but you'll miss us. That's Munchkin and Karan telling him that the teamwork will trump the firepower on that side hold. Leading 4-3 now, 5 ultimates online. And what a play from Foxy9, knowing that it's going to be the ISO trying to sneak into the smoke to really lead the way. And if he doesn't get the first kill, then he just has to let go of the site. And sure, he could have played retake, but the backup arrives, so he knows. Munchkin starting to laugh at that scream as well, but Karan's not stopping. He knows he needs the energy. Another full set of utility from texture and time, but it's going to be the kill contract right in the middle of the battlefield. Everyone falling all around them. Texture peeks out, and he takes the shield down, but cannot stabilize. But at the end of the day, Gen.G will clear the rubble, and Stacks answers back. The fight just does not end, and where is Izu going? Where did he come from? Sneaks all the way through B site.
It just feels so incredibly relentless. Izu now just nipping at the heels. Munchkin trying to hold off to the off angles. Back in towards blue room. He didn't know that there might have been a bit of a noise off towards the back. Or at least just trying to stay and play it safe. The door is being pulled open. And Foxy9 tries to get ahead. No, sniped down midair by Meteor.
Once again, the door revolving. Munchkin Just takes a guess that everybody now on the site sees the
शेर के
trip.
कैफे में जाए
Plays
प्लीज शेर के कैफे में जाओ
tries
जितना
to
लोग
go far through, but it's well beyond the
वडोदरा
walls.
में रहते हैं
Now with 3 members and a trap wire
Love
in
you,
the
Sher
way,
Gaming.
Meteor
थोड़ा
answers
कैफे का
right back.
फोटो दिखा
And we
देते
going in
तो
tied 4-4. And both sides, all players, really
Gaming
not
cafe
letting
या
a single opportunity escape.
coffee
the
cafe
replay team's got to work overtime for this one because there's just so much
Vice
that went
over
down. The
Cypher in
nightfall
this
texture
VCT.
trying to get ahead of it. Might
Happy
have thought
birthday,
about
Pinky.
possibly
Vice,
using the
Vice.
showstopper, but gets
Vice.
pulled away by Meteor's kill
map में
contract
Vice
and off the
अच्छा
shield, not able to fight back against it as well. And instantly Stacks being able to find those trades with the Hunter Sphere just affords for so much space.
Delay
on the
करने के लिए
T1.
Vice बहुत
And that's
अच्छा
how they were
लेकिन
able to get into the A site. We're
info
back in
Vice
for
I
another
think
rubble fight.
Cypher बहुत बाप है
Again, ult still alive for Gen G. It's the same setup. Just trying to send the raise past the contingency. The paranoia to keep the second line way behind. T1 this time says, we'll take your util out. We'll gladly go to the other side.
Gen G makes a quick read for it though.
And Boxy9 just trying to make them check that smoke a little bit closer this time. Spending noise again, but it's a double up already. Munchkin is here, and the pit goes up. T1's already inside. They are past it. Do you read this lockdown also used? T1 now trapped in the corner, but what's the play, Gen G? How do you eliminate the targets? You might have herded them into the corner, but can you make sure you win the fight? They are well outside the pit. Carpe gets above, it's a high-low, but spike down, they dirt it. They hear the Shrouded Step, but they can't win out. Buzz peeks out, but Yeoman and Karon will surround. And now Stacks
and this is the
Izu
reason
shut
why
down,
you
away
don't
from the site.
go
They have
in
no
Viper's
way in.
ulti.
2 ultimates, and it does all the work to put that roadblock up against T1 now. Down to just Stacks and Izu trying to hold on the edge of the smoke. It dissipates and they're looking for the angle. Yeoman's holding. Karen alongside Texture in for a bit of an off angle. Texture gets ahead, exits the cyber cage, so maybe baiting out the spams a little bit early, and Yeoman will spot out the first. Down to just Stacks as he tries to get ahead once again. Yeoman squeeze him down. Gen G starts to get away.
Thank you.
And only 3 away for Yeoman from that Nightfall as well. So that'll be coming up in a little bit. You still got that showstopper to make sure you can buy some time on Texture, but just a good push through. The timing's very well done, so you can always trade out because you know that they were cornered. You heard the Shrouded Step, and you're well aware of the member above. And then just refilling the site, using the numbers to their advantage.
ये TS edits घर से कैसे बात कर रहे पता है?
As this is still neck and neck.
ये
Only
TS
one
edits
round difference once again.
घर पे.
Economy on towards T1 side, slowly starting to get away now. In with the contingency and the rubble fights again. Karen Shrouded steps into safety. Munchkin trying to hold true. They're getting back into the site. Meanwhile, T1 continues to spam away. Munchkin holding a really tight angle.
You'll reposition. They do still have that sneak bite, so making it look like it was going to be the same Rebel play, but this time Raze is not on this side. You have that showstopper as well, so it's something you can use for the retake. And if they get sent into the B site, looking for a potential surround here from Gen G, they have left the site wide open. And you start to hear some of that movement far away from you, creating that distance. And now, falls in Gen G's court to try to surround them at a perfect angle.
This is just perfect macro game from T1. They've been conditioning Gen G to go in for these A as well C holds right now. So in for the B fights, an early boombot just to clear for the forward space. Nothing spotted yet, and T1 continues to hold close.
No paranoia, so the showstopper, it has to be good, it has to find a target! He goes high, and he falls straight to the ground! Buzz still holding close, it's a crossfire. They just can't find a single target. Karon through the smoke, through the mind's eye, but is that enough? Still so many targets, 4 left alive for T1. You have to clear this out, Buzz, with a nice peek right around, and Karon this time will not be able to swivel enough.
What a play, T1, off a bit of a half by a couple of players on just shares, and they were still able to convert the round thanks to the smart calls. I mean, just being able to create that much pressure around A. Previous rounds, they had, you know, a bit of a send into the C side, and that's why Gen G didn't quite push out. And because of that, B was left completely open. In with the attempt at a retake, Texture goes a little bit too high, and unfortunately the showstopper doesn't quite connect. And once again, the score tied up.
Kill contract
भाई ये
online.
राउंड हारा जंजी
If
को
you go for
पैसे
this
नहीं
rebel
है
fight again, there's a risk again that it's just 2 members stranded in the middle of the battlefield. Texture wins 1, but he gets drawn out. So now Genji forced to continue fighting, and Texture has to fight his way out. He wins.
Not every time,
Meteor will be
dudes.
shut down. Stacks exiled here in rubble, all alone with the spike in hand, and it gets dropped.
Down to just Izu now, pushing further in. A lobby has been smoked off. He has to creep up, and he's trying to mask his position as much as possible.
It's easy for
is marking
Genji. Yeah,
the back
double
of the
round.
door.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a high-low stack up. Isu, it will take a lot for him. Just the perfect movement. But such a promising talent. Prepping himself for it. Draws one out. Waiting, and Charon will find him. Does not give him a single shot.
Just has the information and instantly knows how to work off of it. Charon, I mean, he's been doing so much all throughout today, all throughout the entire tournament. Slowly starting to shed his skin, feeling more and more comfortable, more open with each and every passing game. The war cries, he keeps those spirits up. And look at how he works off the wide angle. Just tying up the score again, keeping the laughter alive.
Yeah, just happy that he's taking down Meteor in a 1v1, not falling to an old teammate. Of course, lots of pride on the line when you get sent into that other dimension. Contingencies trying to keep themselves protected. It will force Genji to just reposition this time. A turret to spot info on B, and Karen will be tasked to delay if there's another rotation. Close hold. Probably you know it was close. But how many are here? Just a nice angle from Meteor. But Munchkin immediately with the trade. Shield taken off. And Karen, he's looking for more. There's a nice trade out for Munchkin as well. Just a ping pong back and forth. Genji will look to regroup as T1 start rushing into the B side.
Half of a death. It's just a mid-round call straight into B. Try to get the spike down as fast as possible. Genji's going to take a bit of time to set up. Foxy9 though fires off an early warning shot just to let him know that there might be someone nearby. Keeps them invested.
You have the Haunt, you have the Prowler. Prowler goes out, nobody close up on Heaven, so a little bit of room to work with for Yeoman. Foxy9, a nice swing out, but Izu's sharp with it. And now the trade, a reposition from Izu, draws out Munchkin. And that's time bomb for Carpe to tie things up at the half, 6-6.
Just both teams fighting neck and neck, fire for fire, every step of the way. So many rounds. You take 2, I'm gonna take 2 right back. And all they're just continuing to match each other up repeatedly in terms of the calls, in terms of the fights. So much of it is just delivering on such an explosive match.
5 rounds in a row that it's just been back and forth. Neither team able to string 2 together. And that just goes to show not only the level of play, but what's at stake. Not just a ticket going to Masters Bangkok, not just a chance to face DRX once again to try to exact revenge. But on top of that, the pride to be called the best team in Korea. It's been rotating a
भाई सच्ची बोलूं मेरे को क्या खाने का मन हुआ भाई तकबाई की शादी में वहां का एक मोमोस वाला आया था पता है
ओहो
भाई वो था तूने किधर खाया था
उधर ही
तूने खाया था
हाँ
वो जो पाव दिया था उसने पाव के साथ भाई था बे If you get chance to part of goes and why it is Fender happy birthday. विशाल भाई जो आपने संडास क्वेश्चन पूछा है ना संडास क्वेश्चन पूछा है ये तो वैसी क्वेश्चन है विशाल इफ यू गेट अ चांस टू प्ले फॉर मुंबई इंडियंस तू फ्रंट बैटिंग करेगा या बैक बैटिंग करेगा कैसे चांस मिलेगा बे
फ्रंट बैकिंग एंड
मतलब पॉइंट ये है कि चांस कैसे मिलेगा दैट इज द होल पॉइंट ऑफ द कॉन्वर्सेशन ऑफ द fetch you
a relative success, I would say, especially within Pacific, to break through Genji's defense, as it oftentimes has been so strong. The rubble fight so intricate, and then so much delay on that C side. T1, they get just enough. And now, balls in Genji's court, looking for a B hit right off the rip.
बर्थडे करके बच गए तो चुप रहो मैच देखो Genji जीतने वाला
गार्लिक ब्रेड बना दो
well, but now the Prowler just to check. Off angles being held by Meteor.
I'm feeding momos today for the first time in life.
Let them know that there are members on the A side trying to draw them into that B side, but Stack's losing that. Suddenly T1 stranded a little bit. They have to push out if they want to
13-6
create space. The Paranoia should have landed, but Munchkin buys enough time. It's a nice shot, and now it's a 2v1. Meteor just caught, his feet stuck and glued, unable to move. And now Gen G, they barrel towards the site.
So quick and ready once
Zen
again,
में पहले
just
10
being
किले
able
करता था,
to
Zen का feel नहीं है.
make those quick decisions.
Now that is only
Snappy
PRX.
with the kill
Or
on
second
towards
or top.
stacks just alleviates so much more pressure.
Thank
Izu
you.
all the way from the back
क्या
of
था कि
attacker
क्या लिखा
spawn
है
and
उसको?
two
पति की
players
बेइज्जती कर रहा है वो.
वो नहीं
marking
देखा
his
मैंने.
position.
गाली दे उसको.
Oh, jeez. Blink of
Flawless.
an eye, Foxy 9. Just straight through the dome. And that's going to be Gen G taking both pistols this time. So tied 2-2 for the day so far, as they try to make sure they extend the lead.
Just holding the angle. With the way that they were able to
But
take
I
these
do want
picks
to
off
put
against
these
T1
Momos,
for on Rebel
momos.
as well. I mean, a lot of preparation and at the same time just being ready for a lot of these fights.
नहीं आता भाई, नहीं आता तो
I was
नहीं आता.
wondering, Meteor, does he go for any type of purchase as he often always has throughout his whole career? But this
But
time,
कौन
all
गाना
classics.
बनाता है?
Carpe the only one. Going for, no, he's going to trade that out. I was going to say, I don't know if that's quite the value. Just going to
भाई
be a
किसको ऐसा
full
सच्ची
eco round here from
genuinely लग
T1.
रहा है कि T1 अच्छा खेलने वाला है ये मैप?
Gen G, though, and they're
सिर्फ
holding
मुझे
off
ऐसा
towards the other
smell आ रहा है.
side.
आपका स्ट्रीम देखता हूँ,
have a
आपसे
streak
सिखाओ.
here.
Love
Oh,
you
those
यार
spamming
विशाल
through.
भाई.
Buzz just hiding away. Prowler checks close, and whoa, Texture, we saw where the Prowler went. Perhaps expected him to start backing up.
Parcel दे रहा
Eventually,
था.
we'll get the frag onto Carpe.
I think he kind of anticipated
देख
that.
देख रहा हूँ मैं
You know,
पुराना
with the
कैफे
Prowler
नीचे
getting
स्क्रॉल
so
करके आपको
close,
प्रोफाइल
the
दिख
other
जाएगा.
opposing player
Ambience
might have to run all the way to the back.
ऐसा जरा
but
बता दे तू.
nonetheless,
Dance ambience बता दे.
Still a bit of stability
100
for
रुपए
Gen
में
G as they
ambience बता
continue
दे.
to
जरा
march
मैं
up front, spotting out
रेस्टोरेंट
more
के मालिक हो आप. रेस्टोरेंट के
possibly
10,000
stairs to site.
तो दो पे
Blue
पेड
room as
प्रमोशन
well.
का बैन. I
Foxy
am
9
Big Out.
Clerk not quite finding anything, so he comes back in to rejoin the team. Meteor?
Might have been looking for an angle for an undercut. Maybe they thought they could go for an
Sure,
instant
man,
peek
ambience
at
itna-
3 different angles. It's a high-low. Gen G,
Oh,
you've been
man.
going slow, but you don't have any information. You
समझ
clear
रहा.
these corners one wrong way, but it's
Casual.
just curiosity from Stacks that will draw death as Texture gets
भड़क
3
गया
on
लगता है
this
आपका
round.
शेर.
And no information, but they
आपका शेर
have
भड़क गया
the
लग रहा है.
firepower. So if they're able to stick together and to fire and shoot true, they should be able to convert
Back
it. And
to
once again,
back.
we see it similar to what we saw in the first
Back to
half.
back.
Gen G ends the second round with a flawless win.
Flawless.
Yeah, you're going to save over a lot of those weapons, upgrade them, in fact,
Both
into
paisa.
rifles. Making sure you're starting to stack those ult points onto Texture as well. Gave him the spike plant, puts him at 4. Going up halfway towards that showstopper.
भाई वैलो खेलने का मन कर रहा है यार.
And trying to keep up that energy. I mean, that's a stark contrast from T1. Again, T1 really just wanting to prove everything, whereas Gen G trying to enjoy the game, set themselves up for success. Texture gets well ahead of Rebel. Oh, gets spotted with the decay still on him, and Carpe
भाई
will not miss that
गलत
shot.
हुआ है यार टेक्सचर के साथ.
That is quite a bit of hurt as
हाँ
well.
कैच
Gen
कैच
G
खेल रहे थे भाई.
trying to hold out to the other side now, but
उसकी स्मोक
like
में
you
ही नहीं डाल
mentioned,
दिया.
they're able to play fluidly because of the
ये अच्छा शायद
absence
था.
of
ये
this,
अच्छा था.
this
I love
insurmountable
it.
pressure.
ये
Right?
चीज
So
मैंने
just
कल ही
trying
बोला
to
था जब
find
Teo था.
different route, trying to explore a little bit. You know, it isn't too bad if our game plan doesn't go accordingly.
Paranoia drawn
Chad,
out
where is
from
Sylvan?
Door as well
Taylor
on the
के
A
पास.
side. Continue to put some pressure in, but you're already exploring on to B.
समझा?
Now drone
Sylvan.
drawn out. So much being spent on the side of T1 one by one. Gen G this gives them an opportunity to
मेरा
at least
funny bones
go
tickle
for a
हो रहा
little
है.
bit of a scuffle. And Karon will get out with just a scratch.
Still holding on towards the other side. Time slowly ticking away now. Izu jiggling outside of C just notes that, yeah, I can guarantee nobody's trying to set up a bit of a flank or a rotation. They are all around the A site. That's why all the rotations brought over to this portion of the map
Right
now.
with Jerry.
2 players inside of B, 3 on
5
the
meter
A
का
side
round
from
है भाई.
T1. Gen G slowly
Meter
making
का round है.
making their way through tree. Carpe notes and spots him out.
Yeah, the Paranoid chases him out, but he's not tagged just yet. He's good for 2. Eventually, the aim punch gets the better of him. And Yeoman will get
क्या
1, but
मारते
he's all
भी
alone.
लोग?
Only 25 HP. 10 seconds. The round's already lost, but how many guns can you take away? It's going to be just the
भाई,
1.
close
As
आ
Meteor
रहे तो.
secures the kill, and T1 will get their buy round.
Tried to step away with the shot, but unfortunately a little bit of
Bunks
movement
by
and accuracy
Irish
perhaps.
or-
And yeah, this will bring the score a little bit closer. T1 Yeah, they're able to answer right
Love
back.
you, yaar, Lemon
being
Bhai.
able to fight
That's a
down
good
for
mod
this
right
Rebel
there.
duel, and at the same time holding on to
जरा
so
मैं
much
भाभी की
space
देखी कि कैसा
all
लगेगा
across the
बर्थडे
map.
के दिन कि उसका पति एडल्ट
Just the
को
slow and steady, especially with the
शर्म है
raise gone. T1 knowing
top?
that they just have to get the picks, they just have to make sure they don't get
इसी से करवा
overwhelmed.
रहे
The
हो
early
audience के साथ।
rotations working as well. Once again, undercut at the ready, that decay. Gen
मैंने
G
पूरा
trying to
मन
get
में
ahead of
पढ़
it.
लिया।
Is it
Note
going to
down
work
कर लिया
out
मैं।
this time? They'll go even deeper. This has
Harami
been
on
the
top.
variation that Karen's been showing us throughout this kickoff, going ever deeper to make sure there's an extra angle. The Prowler goes for it. He trusts his teammates. He's waiting for the ISO, but Buzz gets one kill. He gets one, but he swings a little too far to the right, and Stax will return the kill. Yeoman with another trade.
Yeoman.
And now a 3v3 down to a 2v3, but it's actually just going to be Munchkin left all alone.
so
on the other side. Munchkin has to fight his way out. He has to survive. They getting curious. They're giving him the 1v1s. And Stax, now knows that the numbers may not be on his side anymore. He'll wait for the curiosity. Foxy9 overthinks it. And Stax, his patience rewarded.
Hopping on top of the roots, and unfortunately that's how he goes down. Stax, this time stabilizing himself.
Love you,
able to
top.
find the moments to
$5
strike back
$5
against the other Korean squad. But down to it at the end as well. I mean, so much trust almost paying dividends off for Gen G. Karen's position paid off. He spotted out the players pushing through. Just down to it at the end, it was so much work for Munchkin to carry them over across. The score once again tied up, but this time, Gen G on a half buy.
And now Gen G, especially with
तो
that,
funny बोला बे क्यूटी का हंसने का आवाज यहाँ तक आया
can't do much off of it. Paint shells come through as well. You know the space has been given, but they're going to position themselves fanning out off that toxic screen. Paranoia goes through. They just cannot get out. Only Foxy9 gets taken down, but that space lost once again. Damage onto Munchkin as well. Two members on the other side. And Stax reads the timing. If there isn't a further push, where else could they have gone? The drone will spot some extra members.
At the same time, T1, they continue to hold and maintain this control. It's information outside of C. They have Rubble. You got Meteor inside of B as well. An undercut just to show his presence.
Maybe set up for a potential shock dart as well, but it's not going to land, not going to get the damage. Getting early information with the ult from the Omen. Carpe just scouts things out. Everybody on mound. You have that trap wire in B, so I love the rotation coming in from Meteor. Make sure that you just don't get overwhelmed. There's no cheeky little contact play. The cam's still high up. Gen G, they haven't quite spotted it yet.
Oh, man.
Their
only option is to walk through, and if they do, they're walking into their deaths. Meteor right around the corner. Stax being able to hold. There goes the first. Stax now back up from the top, and he uses the cage to spot out ahead. A second player, Izu. Double kills through and through, and down to just Munchkin trying to get out. He gets Carpe down at the very least. But T1 will walk up with the lead.
Same story as the first half. 3 rounds in a row, starting with the bye. T1 will answer back and take the lead right back into their own hands. Neither team being further away than 2 rounds ahead of the other. And this time it's T1 back up front.
And it is true, you know, what you're saying with how the scoreline has been going, but I am starting to feel quite worried for Gen G because it's taking them a lot of effort just to go for this Rubble control, just to, you know, keep the conditioning at play. So timeout being called now just to crack some solutions across the map.
Yeah, one of the big things is that the undercut's been going just slightly ahead of that entrance. So instead of just trying to put it on as many people and get lucky, it's really saying anyone trying to get ahead of things, anyone trying to get onto Rubble, we're going to make sure you're weakened, and we're going to make sure that we can take you out instantly, whether it's with the nades, whether it's with, you know, our members going forward, Carpe on top of that with the Shrouded Step, whatever it might be. And that really messes with the timing that Gen G has right now. But we have to remember, this past round, you don't have the weaponry. You can still go for that toxic screen play, fan out ahead of the Paranoia, and make sure you have util to clear out Carpe before he's able to respond from safety above that Rubble. There are variations, and I gotta trust that Gen G, they've spent so much time tooling this fight throughout last year.
love
T1,
but
a lot of different examples alongside the likes of Team Heretics that everyone around the world used to copy.
Texture is texture.
It is their map.
It's like यहाँ का
you were going off. Yeah, I'm seeing some pings across the map,
थोड़ा
especially
6-12
up towards the right side of Rubble, so maybe
off-season
trying to teleport through, but here goes that shield. Buzz getting ahead, just jumping all the way in. Texture in for the showstopper, but he gets denied! Munchkin finds the trades, but Meteor sends out another kill contract.
Yo, man, all alone. He can't land the shot. He's just stuck like a deer in headlights. And Meteor will clean up that fight. Munchkin stuck once again. There's the undercut. You know it's an easier fight. He draws it. Foxy9. Shield still up. And Munchkin eventually wins it. Now, another 1v1. No, it is a 1v2. And Izu showcasing the T1 logo as they get ahead 10-8.
Just a little bit of pride for the team, but at the same time, this is now 4 rounds in a row for T1. Yes, a 2-round gap. Can it be the third? Once again, they show that they have the chops to go and break down this rubble control.
Neck to neck लड़ तो रहे बेटी वो. हाँ?
Oh man, and T1 just liking their calls here on that previous round. The team fight, we saw it. Isolating those targets, making sure that they're spot on. Again, Util from T1 pushes them away from rubble. And look at the instant rotation, because they know this time, after all those past rounds, that Gen.G is going to be set up over on the other parts of the map. So they want to tighten it. They want to shut down potential rotations. Foxy9 is spotted. You know it's a half buy, and Munchkin just gets shot through the box.
That's enough. Instantly they back off and go back to their current positions, just posting themselves up, especially a little bit more towards this C site. Gen.G kind of slipping already in. The firepower not on their side.
Contact play just
तो मेरे आप invite करो बंग पे dance in share bhai.
For a kill from afar, and that's the signal for T1 to just flood right back in, never giving a chance for Gen.G. Oh, to take space, but Karon, he has other plans. 2 HP on stacks, but the paint shells, it's just too much. It was saved over from that rubble.
The paint shells. I mean, he had no option. It was either go back in to peek out where he might not know his opponent's positions, or to unfortunately straight into those paint shells. It's just so suffocating. There it is, the 3-round gap. T1, they found a commanding lead against Gen.G. Rubble not working out, trying to go off to other parts of the map, but then that's just making you a little bit too easy to read.
And now a showstopper for Buzz. T1, they're hanging back. Buzz is waiting for a signal. You're 2 points away from the kill contract. And again, it's the same play. You go for just the baseline of utility first. If there's no fight, you save it over, drone out mid, and then they'll set up for that C site. Now Gen.G, they recognize it. They will look to re-clear that middle part of the map. They want more space to work with. But even if you do push them back, that trap wire hasn't been spotted last round. We've seen it before, but they'll have to clear that if they want certainty.
Carpe jump peeking as well. Smoking them off, and now the spray is going through. He's trying to hold on to his position as best as possible. Shrouded steps away in time! Stax is here and ready to help out as well.
Boombot gonna be sent in. Texture, he knows he needs to pick up the pace. Carpe's out this front with nobody there to trade. The site has to be empty. They'll go for the Nightfall for safety, but Meteor gets ahead of it. Makes some noise, makes them guess. Crosshairs trained. Undercut being considered, trying to push someone out of the smoke. He'll wait for it in the beginning. There's a paint shells, the shield comes out, the showstopper, it's just gonna be spent back, but there's the C's, Buzz still lands it! And that's going to be the retake off the rip. 5 members all alive. Meteor looking to be the shield and the spear point for the team. He goes into tree, finds his target, undercut. Shorty not reloaded, but he gets the spray! Izu gives him the intel, the teamwork, impeccable, the shots perfect, and T1 will get to map point.
Map point 12 to 8 T1. Those were some heavy ultimates, heavy efforts out from Gen.G. They were trying so hard. They finally found a crack in T1's defense and being able to get to the site. Just a Nightfall sent in to buy a little bit more time to play it for safety.
Spot हुआ उसके ultimate ना, spot हुआ ना उसका ultimate.
The showstopper out as well from Buzz, just being able to crack all the way through and in for the Viper's Pit. Munchkin, he might have avoided a little bit more presence, but down towards the very end, not being able to fight back, and this hurts against Gen.G.
It's the same setup. Gen.G, they want to try to get ahead. Karon, does he go for the double shrouded step? It hasn't worked before. It's an early paranoia this time. Bit of a switch up, but there's the kill contract. He's been caught. Texture's already down. Karon, you need to win this fight! Meteor refreshes his shield. And just like that, the doors start closing on Gen.G.
Foxy9, he might have found a little bit of positioning in towards the B side, but is it going to be enough? His teammates out to the back, they've been smoked off. Foxy9 turns back around, takes down Meteor, but the Hunter Spirit comes out!
He dodges it. One more chance. He'll stay alive. Hope still alive. Just barely prying open that gate. Foxy9. He'll protect Yeoman. T1, they'll wait. They'll wait for everyone to get into position. It's a full surround. Like a pack of wolves. Hunting down their targets. Prowler now spots out. Gen.G on a rush. They have to push out. They have to pick fights. They have to win them. Foxy9 and Yeoman. Can you do it? 1v2. 14 bullets left. Yeoman down to 18. The defuse begins and Izu's holding the angle. Carpe in safety. And Izu will shut it down. T1 leads 2-0.
13-8 scoreline at the map of Lotus. And T1 just ended in style. The previous round, just being able to control so much, especially out towards Rubble. Forcing Gen.G to wreck their heads, figure out a solution, but to no avail. Down to the very end, they found a little bit of a gap into the B site, but even then, they got snuffed out.
Yeah, we were seeing the inklings of what T1 wanted to do with this composition yesterday, especially with that Rubble fight, how the contingency was meant to be used, how the recon dart was meant to be used. But yesterday, it was up against Ateo, it was up against just all the chaos of DRX. But now going up against the old meta composition, T1 proves that they continue to cook, they continue to try to get ahead, and they will indeed, as they lead 2-0, only one map away from Masters Bangkok.
At this point, you know, one map away, Gen.G, it's a reverse sweep or nothing. That's going to take quite a bit of work. Quite a bit of work for our desk to break this down as well, because there's a lot to talk about during this second half. We saw a lot of the T1 executes with how they were able to push through. So without further ado, we're going to toss it back to our analyst desk where they're going to break all of this action down.
Thank you, Quack and Chobra, and what cinema from T1. Honestly, I stepped away for a second to take a quick potty break, and it was like 8-8 on the scoreboard to come back. And it's time to come back to this desk to talk about this, because suddenly Meteor is just going crazy.
Red on official SFL की दुनिया का player by अगर आप मुझे थोड़ा सा भी जानते हो मैं
that carbon emission air we have here in Korea, and then just went on to take.
But I really hope it's good, और मैं ऑफ जरूर देखूंगा मेरी जान पे
like T1. This is exactly what they were hoping was going to happen. It's just looking so nice from them. We're really seeing the individuals pop, and I feel like Gen.G have not truly gotten themselves in this game yet. This is not the Gen.G that we saw yesterday.
No, definitely not. I mean, we talk about Gen.G's approach, we talk about the value of consistency, but at the end of the day, that's a very rough game from Texture. It has to be pointed out. He's getting diffed in the duelist position by the boys on the other team. And when you're dealing with an aggressive team that's running at you and you're not shooting back, first of all, but second of all, it doesn't seem like the fundamentals and the communication are on point from Gen.G. They're not able to trade these kills. And ISO is running at them, taking individual duels at players that are not trading each other. This is not the quality of Gen.G when they're in that World Championship form. You know, this is the slow Gen.G that we saw in the start of this tournament before DRX lit a fire under them the last couple of games. Unfortunately, they've just regressed back to that initial form, and T1 is only growing with more and more confidence because there's been nothing from Gen.G to slow them down.
Yeah. T1's game plan was incredibly simple. We saw it yesterday, They love taking that Rubble, and they love going into A. They did it again and again with occasional mix-ups, and Gen.G just couldn't adapt. And we spoke before this game about the value of the A lobby fight, and we saw this across so many rounds. We saw how they love to invest this ISO to make it work, and they're almost always scaling up with it to try and get those trades. It's just so comfortable for T1. Look at this. They win. Sorry, they lose the cool and get the kill afterwards. That's the power of it. And we just went back and forth on this A site. And we spoke before about how brilliant Gen.G have been around this area of the map specifically, but today they couldn't find the answers, Pilski.
Yeah, I mean, a few of the rounds are able to win the Rubble fight, and they are world-class at winning that Rubble fight. This map is their bread and butter. They've got the deepest playbook on it. They've played pretty much every region, every style, you know, that they've seen, but at this current juncture, you see T1 able to scrape together a 6-6, and they're particularly on defense. And I think it was the same thing in the game yesterday, where their defense looked even better on the side of T1 specifically. Like Texture, he's trying to fight absolutely everything. By the way, Meteor is just stringing these ults together over and over and over again, because he just continues to multi-frag. It's an underrated part of ISO's ult. You pop the ult, and if you win inside the ult, it's already another ult towards your next ult. And it's just so easy to keep chaining them together when you're able to frag that hard on the ISO.
And then we move across to the other side, and it's a very, very similar story, where we know it's all going to be about this A fight once again, but Karen here decides to let Buzz fly past and tries to make a hero play and gets shut down. I feel like even on this swapped side, where T1, we know what we're going to do. They're going to send that vulnerable on the paint shot very, very early. GG couldn't find the answers on this half either. They have to win on A. You have to win on A on this half. And GG just couldn't make it work. And now I have to be worried for them heading towards top 3.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was trusting Texture to win that duel against Buzz, and Texture was not winning a duel this entire map long, unfortunately, and that made it very difficult for Gen G to win this map. It's another ISO ult for Meteor. It's all in the highlights package, because it's nothing but highlights from Meteor so far today. And I've got very bad news for you, Gen G. We're going on to Haven, and he's about to do the same bloody thing again.
But if I was Gen G, I would certainly hope. Now, I've never seen Texture perform like this in a long, long time. Not ever since he was a Sentinel player on Global Esports. It's been a while. But Meteor, as you guys fairly pointed out, the amount of times we saw him use his ISO ult, because he was just absolutely annihilating the entire team of Gen G. He was unstoppable. They did not know what to do, and you could see them almost panic at a certain point.
Yeah, unstoppable is the perfect thing, perfect way to describe it, because you've seen everything that T1's done. Their attack side is very simple. It's single Inyet. They're going out for the A fight. They went into C once or twice, and they got absolutely slammed. They just A fight, and sometimes they go B pivot. It's a very simple game plan, but you can't stop it. Even if you know what's coming at you, do you dedicate as Gen G 4 players to the rubble fight? You've even got ults online. They can't stop them. They can't kill Meteor. He just keeps slamming them every round.
Yeah, I mean, this ISO, it's an agent pick based entirely on your own comfort and your own skill. It's sort of like a Reina in that way, where it's like, you have to be able to frag, you have to bring that value, but we're seeing Meteor be able to provide it time and time again, so it's nice to see why the coaching staff keep going back to it. Why not if he keeps fragging so well? And can we all just look at the predictions one more time? Anything to say?
All right, everyone, let's look. Can you give us a nice smile and wave to the camera? Because that's big time. The only person on the English side who's been predicting for T1.
They've not won yet, but I'm feeling very good. Meteor, close it out for me, bud. I believe in you.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, we've been predicting the same thing most of this tournament, and this was the one I deviated from, and I should have listened to the master, to the expert. I should have believed. But
you know, there is still a reverse sweep possibility.
Yes.
I think we can't act like this series is over because it's a best of 5. And you've spoken before about how good Gen G are in these long series, but they need to light a fire under themselves. Something has to change for Gen G into map 3.
100%. At this point, this is it. This is it. If they do not bring it back on Haven, their shots at Masters Bangkok is done. It's shot, and T1 continues on to their very, 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 very first Grand Finals event in VCT. And yes, at the end of today, guys, there's going to be the draw show where we're going to see where all the teams are going to be sitting in the bracket for stage 1, and then that will help determine us moving into Masters Toronto. This year is already going by so fast. It's crazy. And to see Kickoff play off this way, also absolutely insane. Now, we were talking a bit about Haven and how this is going to be the next map. This is T1's pick. Right now, they've been absolutely just showing how strong they are in the very first 2 maps. T1 also, you know, they must have picked Haven for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, they're running the same comp. Double duelers with the ISO, this time with the Yoru mixed in. Buzz has been pretty nice on the Yoru. He loves to mix in the ult plays. They've got a lot of cheeky little trap plays that they like to run. Izu has really grown into his own. He's had to play a lot of Cypher because Meteor's just jamming duelist every game. So someone has to fill that void, and Izu has once again shown his flexibility, being able to pick that up. Some of his lurks in the mid-round on attack have been fantastic, and his sight holds and setups have been really, really good to look at as well. For Gen G, They play the little bit of a funky comp here. We talk about it, just the Viper out for the breach, but it's such a big stylistic difference. And they like playing the Neon as well, which is going to give you a little bit more of that rotation timing that you can do on the defense as well as those, you know, fast lane sight hits that a lot of teams do like to go for.
Yeah, I do really like how they use this Viper, especially on the defense. We see him rotating really, really fast, trying to stall out that initial push that's going to be coming in from that double duelist. And that's going to be the question, is, especially if they do play this Viper, is Munchkin able to get to the site fast enough to stop this Neon? The Yoru.
ISO Yoru, yeah.
ISO Yoru, not Neon. To stop the Yoru from bursting through as well as this ISO. Double Duelist is fast, but can Munchkin be faster?
I'm a little worried for Gen G. I've seen them being able to pick up themselves before, and we saw this actually at Kickoff last year when they were doing that lower brackets run. It was Texture actually who admitted he was having an off day, and he communicated with his team, and they worked together to help uplift him, and you could see that vibe happening there. But this, you know, it's been a full year since last year's Kickoff, and they're so experienced now.
ISO Yoru
bring
combo
that same energy from within them to carry this through to a full series, to the full best of 5.
This game is both teams backing themselves with the comps that they've been playing, and it's incredibly simple, guys. T1 is going to run into that A site. We've already seen them play this comp. They play it very straightforwardly. Easy's on the lurk in the mid round, and Gen G will have the info to be able to stack the sites. The other teams have stacked sites against T1 and still lost due to the firepower that T1 is bringing. So Gen G need to stop them here.
Yeah, they're relying a lot on the Viper Molly to be able to stop these executes, especially in that first half. The Viper Wall as well, trying to make it difficult for these bursts to come in from T1.
There is no update as of now, maybe after a few months.
I think a lot of this game is once again down on Meteor's shoulders on this ISO. As we said, you can't have a bad game if you're going to be insta-locking ISO like this. But so far, he's absolutely delivered, and he only needs to deliver one more time to get T1 to Bangkok.
Yeah, they're this close. One map away from securing that ticket, that last remaining ticket to Bangkok. Both these teams must be feeling that pressure so immensely right now. We are going to go into map 3 of Haven right now. T1 is 2 up on the board, and they only need one more to secure it. We're going to go back to our casters, Chopra and Quack.
One map away for T1 to enter their first ever grand finals in VCT Pacific and try to return to an international stage. But for Gen G, 3 maps in a row needed to try to reclaim their spot at the very top of VCT Pacific.
I
tell you that much.
3-2 reverse swaps.
Once again, it is Gen G on the defense, and look at that toxic screen all the way down into Garage.
Going with a bit of a change. They used to prefer, you know, the across the board here, B onto A type of screen, but this time a bit of a retake onto C. So leaving it relatively open, just the alarm bot for the information, and holding onto A link and C link. The idea being that if it is a B hit, which it looks like it's going to be, then Gen G is ready to start to surround them. Stacks spots Yeoman, but only one spotted from each side, and Gen G, that's immediately the call to start to pull away, give a little bit of distance, just make sure we have options.
Yeah, allow them to burn a bit more of their utility before we come in on the retake. The cage is up though. He's looking to peek off of it, and there already is a bit of value found. Munchkin answers right back, collapses onto Buzz as well. Izu off to the other end, and he collects onto 2 heads.
Izu, he's been really good the first 2 maps as well, and now it's just going to be the wraparound stacks. He's been waiting the whole entire time. Yeoman versus 3. He's surrounded all around 360 degrees. Spot Stacks, tries to move away from it, wants to go by, had the right idea, but not enough of the shots.
Just not quite that, and it still is Gen G just trying to come back into that space, but now it's T1 starting off with pistol wins. They had the right reads, but down to the execution because of how T1 were able to play, how Izu was able to collect on the frags towards the end. Unfortunately, the pistol does get picked up by T1, and Gen G now will have to catch up.
See if we know it's going to be a switch up on that toxic screen, but at the very least, that is showing them that they might switch it time and time again. But for now, this time,
comeback in the history of Valorant
3-man stack onto the C side, trusting that screen to buy a little bit extra time on the A.
Okay, trying to work around it. Gen G, a bit of a 3-stack closer towards the C site. A little bit of a body stack, but still though, with those automatic rifles, it does worry me. Yeoman continuing to push up into A lobby.
Turret taken down nice and early, just a singular gunshot. There's the clone that goes through. We've seen that before. A nice clear from Gen G, but that's going to be the sign from T1 to immediately start their rotate onto the A side. The Neon is fast, and they will push out from C as well, but Gen G, they still need to land a couple nice shots here on the A side if they want a chance of taking things back. A nice paranoia buys time, and that's Yo-Man with a double kill. The spike down. They've already delayed him on A short. It's a surround on the site. They've got the trades ready. Yo-Man, is he going to be quick enough? Karon, he needs to spot the first one. A nice clean shot, and on to two. How does he get away with this, Meteor? Vandal in hand. 1v3, contingency, spots him. Tries to get on site. He knows he needs to eliminate Yo-Man before backup arrives. He doesn't know where it's coming from, and Yo-Man will just buy time. Drone tagged. Still the members coming up from sewers! Yo-Man comes alive uneven to bring Gen G the Thrifty.
Are you kidding me? Just onto the pistols, creating so much pressure, working around the screen, peeking through it when he needs to, pulls off to the other end. Karon, there to provide additional support, and down to the very end of it, just buys time, but still lets the flick anyway.
Gen G so patient. And I mean, you see him getting fired up. The very opening match, the first couple matches we saw hints of doubt in his own eyes, but he has risen right up to the hope that a lot of his fans had, the hype that a lot of the fans had, and now it's a fast hit from T1. They want to take the momentum right back. Sheriff's in hand. It's just a full march through, but everybody from Gen G is here. Paranoia keeps him at bay. Karon on several angles to look for. He lands the first shot, a trade available from Texture, waiting for the peek out from Buzz. Foxy9 cleans it up as well, and now Buzz kind of stranded in garage all alone.
Meanwhile, the other two from T1 still trying to fan out across the map. Unfortunately, Buzz will fall to that Phantom of Textures. Karon holding the angle off toward the exits of B, and will get that wallbang through onto Izu. Stacks alone and cold with the spike, still looking for any possible routes. He's thinking maybe A site's a little bit open. I've seen a lot of Gen G all throughout C and B. Perhaps he can try to sneak through. And sure, he's going to march up forward, but Yeoman's holding the long angle all the way towards the back.
Neon को अगर shutdown किया, तो लग गए ना. लेकिन एक अच्छी बात क्या मालूम है, नियॉन को शटडाउन नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि वो पीसी थोड़ी है.
Recovers his aim, and that will be Gen G leading 2-1, keeping all 5 of their rifles.
It's a successful round all the way down to it at the very end, and now that does inspire a little bit more confidence throughout the entire Gen G squad. Starting things off with Yeoman on the Sheriff, but now on to the next. Good setups, they had the smokes, they had the quick paranoia from Karon as well. And the smart positioning, reading a little bit of T1's movements, Karon backs up and continues to hold these angles.
I was about to say, where's the shout? There it is, just a little bit delayed this time. And now kill contract up, we saw just how much damage it was doing to the Rumble fight on Lotus. See if it has the same effect this time. Or A main. Step forward, Texture, you are far ahead, you are pinged, you are stuck, but Buzz gets taken down first. Carpe with a nice trade. Meanwhile, the kill contract goes out. Meteor versus Texture. Meteor wins out. And this time, he will stay alive. Karon still stuck in the window, but he's got Foxy9 right by him.
The reload has been heard as well. Meteor thinking about coming back into re-clear, but joins Carpe and pushing up in towards the A site. This is the right call. They know that Gen G are closer towards B, and it does take a little bit more time, and if they do rotate through A link, it would make some noise. So they feel safe. They feel like they're able to kind of creep up into the A site. What they don't know is that Munchkin's all the way towards the back of Hell. Karon up close now.
He spots one. He's ready for it. Almost gets the double, but the toxic screen goes up. It's not a safe entry. Recon just barely comes back alive. Munchkin, will he get tagged by it? It's just right behind the corner. Stacks, you have to recognize that there is danger still on the site. Smoke onto Heaven. Spike starts to get held, and Munchkin will creep forward. He knows they haven't cleared him just yet. They do not suspect it. Carpe with a nice swing catches one sight. Screen goes down, and Munchkin will save the round, keeping
All
Gen G
current in for Masters.
Munchkin just feeling that much more confident, despite it just being a Guardian.
Ho jaya na direct.
For the slow
direct
push
buyout.
up and finds the angle onto Carpe. Down to the very end of it. I mean, yeah, it's just Gen G being able to control the map off of the early advances. Despite, you know, maybe a bit of numbers advantage down with Meteor as well.
Good morning.
Gen G were able to work across the map, being able to control it and funnel kind of T1 into this A site where everything was set up for Munchkin all the way down to the end.
Yeah, and if you're Stacks, you got to recognize, you got to start to think back and wonder, where did it go wrong with the recon? Because I swear I cleared back sight. Munchkin was just a bit too fast, but for now, next round up, Guardian and Vandal in hand. The kill contract used, but a Hunter's Fury this time for Stacks.
Manage kar lenge.
Will kind of mark the positions out towards C-Long.
His 4 AM jet lag. Up aage return.
Looking for a duel outside of Garage, but Foxy9 finds it instead.
He's still waiting for it. Buzz tells him to sit right back down, but T1 looking to reset. They've drawn out the Hunter's Fury. Just tried to clear out space, make sure that Garage hasn't been fully taken over. But the smoke will bar them from clearing it 100%.
It's not entirely sure, still needing to respect the clear lot, and that's why the drone is being deployed out towards B now. Couple of shots from a Sheriff, and he knows that they're up around grass.
You've got members on both A and C link. The smokes come out. There's the Paranoia and the TP. Buzz spots his target, and he'll land the shots, and he whips it right back around. Takes down Texture. Buzz clearing, entering for the team, and secures the B site.
A little bit unfortunate for Gen G.
मेरा भी aim और PM का scene है, समझ रहे हो
इतना
बहुत particular
down to the last two players, and they are still trying to find whatever they can get. A little bit in towards C-Link, a little bit into A. Karen finds a bit of contact, but not quite the kill. And look at how T1 are set up on the site. A bit of a swing from Munchkin, though! The double kill! The second one on Carpe. Izu trying to hold off the off angle, but he's not able to collect. That does a shot. Just Stacks now. Pushes up, tries to get ahead. Here's Karen's footsteps, and he's pulled out his utility. Inside of the smokes, gets out another dart, and Munchkin ends his life.
Munchkin, you saw the pings from T1. They knew, okay, Karen's buying time on the other side. We still haven't seen Munchkin return, so it's going to be a back and forth. They know how Gen G operates. Buzz is ready. He tries to get a timing, but when he goes down, Munchkin immediately ready, knows for the second swing because there's a numbers advantage on the side of T1. And then it's Karon's turn again. It's just, this is what Gen G was built upon. Just these basic fundamentals, the firepower, the precision, and then the confidence. And Munchkin, I mean, truly living up to what he tells his team, that if needed, I'll clutch up. If needed, I'll do it. So go out and play your game.
7-1 right now. Only a single death from Munchkin thus far. Being able to carry that score forward, but still T1 looking for a way to crack it open. Drip from Buzz straight into this A site. A clone and a gate crash as well.
Okay, drone just to see if it's going to be the full strike. The Viper's Pit will try
to open away.
Paranoia drawn out from T1. But they still have that Hunter's Fury from Stacks. He's going to start to position a little bit outside of the site. Gen G, they need an answer for this.
Language, क्या answer है?
Set up for a bit of a play through the Viper's Pit.
This might
waterfall through heaven.
Yeah, this might be a hop out, and then maybe the pit also being brought down. But for now, it's just going to be right outside of the pit. Meteor good for 2 kills, but it's just T1 winning out on the trades back and forth. Texture all alone. He's pinged. He's low on health, and Stacks is waiting for the swing. Wants to bait out the 1v1s. Wants to isolate him, but Stacks just doesn't give him a shot. And Texture perhaps looking for a way out of danger, trying to save over this Phantom, as the chances are just too slim.
Unfortunately, not quite able to find much. And it's just T1 noting Gen G's game plan and how they wanted to retake the site. It made it a little bit too clear. Because of that, Carpe just kept himself out towards the bottom, just spotting anyone who does hop down. And even with Texture sliding through the trades there, just with T1 being able to set themselves up around that pit, finding most of it all. So maybe the hero rifle carried forward and buys back up as well. But T1 now putting themselves up on the board.
2-4, but we got to remember, the Hunter's Fury there playing a big part, just kind of really dissecting parts of that retake.
Whoa.
disrupting some of that tempo, and the fast push out from C. Meanwhile, Karon still locking it down. There's support over from Yeoman as well. If they go into B side again, it's just going to be a full surround for T1.
Dedication. तुम्हारे जिससे
I
इन
don't know
लोगों
about
को
this.
चिट्टा बना है.
Izu a little bit out towards the back. Munchkin setting up a bit of a flank as well. 3 players stranded on the site. They need to hold all of these exits. A as well as C link. The trip has to be cracked. And Izu notes it.
Audience को धोखा देता आप तो भी दे सकते
A
हैं.
very far distance. Yo, man, it's just a full spray down with 3 people all rushing in. Carpi on their side. He's been noted. He's been spotted right under the fast lane. They chase him down. Sight instantly cleared. Munchkin will wait for as long as possible until his team needs him. Izu, good for 1 kill. That's the call for Munchkin. Munchkin, you need to come for support. He takes him down. Half done. Stacks down to 11 HP. And just like that, always there for the team when needed. Munchkin will help secure the round.
मैंने नहीं लिया, टिबो ने लिया.
And once again, coming up, here's the hero of the Gen.G squad. T1, though, came so close to it. They knew exactly where to look. But that pressure once again created.
ऐसा क्या किया रहेगा
all of this
मैकल ने?
forward space that they're taking early on in the rounds. Munchkin with a creep up allows him to make that play. Texture with a push-up C long informs the team to so much. Karon just holding off towards the other exits of Garage so confidently as well.
I was wondering if there's a potential for timeout. Trying to course correct here.
That's a Gecko cost right there.
A couple rounds now already in the first half. But this time a very forward alarm bot. So if it is a switch up, because it's been T1 barreling through when they find an opening, Gen.G wanted that early information. They work off of it. A-Main now taken over. Orb given over to Yeoman.
Australia से single है टिबो मैकल के लिए.
Yeoman keeping his eyes trained. On the A side, of each other's position. Yeoman with a nice course correct. Will eliminate. That's got to be the lurk. Now Munchkin looking for support. What's the call here? But they don't see Munchkin just yet. They hear it. Meteor's there for the trade. Texture comes in. He takes down Buzz. They now understand the position of T1. But they were waiting for the wraparound. Texture, you need to win it out. He gets the double. Meteor's still alive. Stays alive. But Karon will clean things up.
So incredible close on Twitter. Not for that flash from Karon. Meteor might have been able to do a little bit more damage. He runs out of ammo as well, unfortunately, but Swaps is a classic. Just stays alive for such a long duration.
By the way, congratulations,
how he's able to play, but down to it at the very end. Once again, it almost feels as though T1 are being herded around the map, funneled back into sites. First it was B, now it's into C, and Gen.G are able to retake so effectively.
Yeah, it's that backup speed, right? Something about I didn't get him, but why? I mean, it's
blind में कैसा मार दिया बहुत
it's always the
ऐसा
same
कुछ तो
story,
बोला मेरे
Texture.
साथ.
I mean, at this point, are you really shocked?
हाँ?
Oh man, well, that will be.
मेरे को अब भी समझा मैकल भाई टिबोन का सैलरी और वो सब क्यों काउंट कर रहे थे बैंचो एलिमोनी के लिए बे. हाँ फक अब भी क्लिक हो गया बे मेरे को. ओ भाई अब समझा. आप ही बताओ ना, एक बंदा दूसरे बंदे का सैलरी क्यों काउंट करेगा सब लोग के सामने. ये रहा 7 लाख का पीसी है, गेमिंग नहीं हो रहा, उसमें दूसरे का सैलरी काउंट किया जा रहा है. मतलब कुछ है दया.
Look at how Gen.G are quick to chase down Izu.
वही टिबोन की बुंड भी आजकल बड़ी दिख रही है.
Foxy9, he's done this before, where he tries to just barely stay on the edge, but Texture gets taken out. He was way too far out. A T1, they get the read, they see the delay, and they come back to clean out the lurk.
This sort of forces Gen.G to scramble back in towards B side, trying to fend, hold them off, thinking about the previous round's mid-round decisions. A huge kill contract though, and it catches on towards Yeoman. One-on-one now, gets the spray down.
Yeoman just being a bit too honest, standing in the center. Karon tries to find a timing on the swing up, but he will not get it. Carpe drops right back down into fire, but Munchkin, he'll get taken out by Buzz. And T1, this is what the desk was talking about, that when they hit, you might be ready for it, but they've got all their angles covered.
So much
बड़ी है, मैं
drilled
यहाँ
and
से देख सकता हूँ मैंगलोर में
rehearsed
क्या
with the
सीन है।
utility being thrown in as well, being able to dismantle the setups that Gen.G really built up across all of
बदल
these
गया यार
rounds.
लेकिन टीबोल
Starting things off with texture falling really early on, and that might have just been
जी।
the key.
ना एक दिन टाइम मिले तो मेरा
So
टीबोल का
Gen.G
व्हाट्सएप
off
देखता
that timeout. It
Coming
looks like they
question mark,
think,
coming
okay, it could
question,
be an A
सामने से
push because
reply
they
नहीं
haven't taken
पूछते।
A main control. See, they actually dump
बदल गया।
so much utility, and if it's a push out, they get the ping. So
पहले
allows
जैसे नहीं
texture
रहा
to
अभी।
follow all the way through. But once he's
Views के
already
लिए
out of
भेज
A
दिया
lobby,
उसने खुद को।
he's really, there's not many choices. He needs to try to find a kill. He needs to get some value out of this push, because otherwise you'll slowly
इस साल
inch back,
सारे
or you'll need
Pacific
two,
team
maybe three
improve
members on
किए
the A
हैं।
side, and that's not what you wanted. The whole purpose was to eliminate the members of
बात
T1.
तो है।
But T1, they're the
सारे
ones who
में
slow
अपन
things
भी
down.
आते
They
हैं, just
don't
say।
overreact to that push out, and they'll regroup.
Yeah, just went a little bit far out, and at the
मेरे
same
को खुद ने
time,
पूछ रहा हूँ
T1
पता है ना आप चैट
being
में
able to
पूछते
read
रहते हो
plays.
स्लॉट है करके
So slight adjustments being made now, but still needing to
Thank
catch up all
you.
across. 3-round differential.
but I will have it
between the teams.
later
Changing
alligator
up
I
his
will
light
have it
shields in
later
this
but
round.
go
Just Fury online for Yeoman as well. We've seen him use it very aggressively, especially with, no Killjoy on the other side. None of that. Munchkin tries to wait patiently for a clean shot. Won't find it, but Boxy9 is ahead. He's on the front half, and he actually gets shot down. Carpe traces him right back through the smoke.
Izu still playing relatively
Oh,
safe
yeah.
outside of A lobby as well. I mean, this is how T1 is starting to operate
T1
now.
दो मैच जीता।
Instead of A lobby pressure, they're doing it around C. And then fanning out across the map, slowly back in towards grass, thinking about garage, possibly. Munchkin, though, inside of it, holding on the other edge of the door. Swings around wide just to break the drone to get away alive. Here comes that Hunter's Fury.
Gets some tags, but Meteor's still getting through with the shield. He won't find his target in time. And now T1 scrambling. That's the clone. Charon dodges the flash. They're trapped in garage. You have Carpe in C main. He could be the key.
जा तो सकते हैं
Try
वो
to
लोग
open
दोनों
things
सी
back
वाले
up
लो है
if Gen.G lose track. If they
बस
overpeak,
अल्टी मारेगा
there's the paranoia. Munchkin,
क्यों पीक
they'll
लिया बस
bait
को
him
अल्टी
out.
मारने देना
Gen.G, they're keeping tabs. Yo, man, he doesn't land the shot, but he hold on to the spot. He antis it.
अल्टी
And
मारना
that should
बस
be the
अल्टी
shutdown.
मारना
30 seconds left. T1 scrambling. Yo, man gets the information, gets the read, gets the tag, and he runs away. They'll yield the space to secure the round. 20 seconds left. Spike gets planted.
दो लो है
Take the
पॉसिबल
spike
है
plan. Why don't you, Gen.G, half the numbers, and they are looking to surround this B site. Izu
3
and
to
Stax
1.
playing off towards the right side, but Izu being able to cut down 2 in an instant. Stax now noting the fast lane.
पूरा गेम
Izu
में
still
मारते
holding
इजू
on
एक
towards the
राउंड
other
में मार
end.
रहे
Takes
बे
down Texture, and all that's left is just Munchkin. Goes for the swing, a bit of a crouch, but Stax lands it anyway. T1, Izu being able to slaughter Gen.G.
4v2
I don't understand how he got both kills
पीछे
instantly
का
over by C Link. Hopefully we get to see it in the replay. But Izu, let's think back a year before. Charon takes the title of the super rookie. Here it is. They just line up. They just line up, and he holds it, just stabilizes enough to secure both. Tried to go for a high-low crouch, but Izu's just too good for it. But when Charon took that title of super rookie, it was Izu, who right before in his winning interview in the previous match said that he wanted to become like Faker on the T1 squad of League of Legends. He wanted to become a new legend, write his own story, leave his own legacy, and then they got knocked out. And since then, Izu struggled in 2024 to find his footing, trying to fill the gaps of the competition. And this year, sure, he's still flexing around. But boy, has he really resurfaced as a shining spot for T1 on the so-called Korean super team.
All right, I mean,
एक और राउंड जीत
like
गया
the
टीवन
Desk
तो मेरे
mentioned
हिसाब
as
से
well,
लग
he
गए
touched upon it. If Munchkin's
8
there
पर
to
करना
pick
पड़ेगा
up,
ये लो अटैक
I
में
mean,
क्या
if Meteor's
करेगा
there to pick up the
पता
ice, so
नहीं अटैकिंग मैप है लेकिन
Izu
क्या
needing
करेगा
to
अटैक
play
में मेरे को
the
नहीं
Cypher, and he'll definitely do it, and he does it so incredibly well right now. Just being able to work on a lot of these fundamentals. And I gotta imagine that kill, that lineup happened in that fashion as well, because
Why
was starting to
we
run dry
can't
on
mute the
economy. They had
casters
nothing but light
क्योंकि उनके
shields.
पास मॉ
Once
है
again, they're going for light shields, but this time it's a
सोचने वाली बात है
little bit more of a half-ish
They have the
buy.
moss.
So calling for a little bit more of a conservative play. They're not really pushing out this far up front.
Yeah, just checking if it's early pressure
अरे
on C
कभी
again,
कभी
and
वो
if it's
होता है
not, it's
ना
going to be a
sound
fast
का
rotate. You can see them all scurrying towards A. If it's B, so be it. But now Dimensional Drift comes through. Yo-Man, does he tuck away? No, he's going to get spotted. An instant flash is trying to push them further back into the back of the site. And now he finds an opening. Karon escapes it for the time being. A flash. There's an anti for one of them. But Buzz still good for one. He sprays out for two. He's got the shorty out. Eventually gets shut down. But that's all the time that T1 needed. So much chaos from one member. And eventually the site opens up.
Spike planted.
It's just Foxy9 left. Here's the drone, gets tagged by it.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if there's an instant swing out. That's the only shot he has. Tries to pick up the Phantom, and Stacks will shut him down. T1, they're looking alive once again, trying to close the gap once again, and that's what we saw happen on Lotus. Gen.G, for the sake of their own players, they desperately need this to stay ahead in the first half.
And a round like that off of Gen.G's tactical timeout as well. 5 to 6. It's making me really nervous, Chobra. Just look at how they were able to execute so effectively straight in. Pieces of utility, the contingency shield. Especially on the dimensional drift with those 2 flashes this time. 5 to 6 is not the great scoreline that Gen.G is looking for, especially if you consider how they started off. But now back into it. That early C pressure again.
Revealing area.
He's gonna swing out! Just when Yo-Man lowers his guard, it's Izu reading through the old point scenario, and Stacks just shuts down Foxy9. Texture, you're stuck on the site. Relay bolt online. He'll stabilize. Overdrive. You need to land it. There's the trade from Munchkin. Just how is Munchkin always there? The desk wondering if he'd be able to rotate fast enough. And now, how curious do we get, Karon? He's just going to hold. Backup is on its way. You do not have to get far. The discipline, it was there until it wasn't. The trade, Munchkin, right before the ping. He finds him through the corner. That's the pit onto the A site. They can secure the back of the site. Recon comes in though, and Spike should get planted.
At least goes down, but that might be the call for Gen.G to start to creep up as well. Into the Viper's pit they go. Stacks has to work alongside Carpe. They try to fan out, working around the edges of the pit. It goes down. Carpe, he misses the flick.
Munchkin, now on for 3. Now it's a 2v1, and they spot him right through. They spray him, force him out, and Gen.G will secure a lead 7-5 in the first half.
And a bit of a sigh of relief as well. Munchkin stabilizing back in, still being able to put himself in positions where he's repeatedly bailing out his teammates. Keeping Texture alive for just a second longer gives him the timing to get onto the A site for that pit to come alive.
Yeah, just perfect timing right there. We see it. He just shows up when they need him most. And Carpe, he's been doing so well today, but freezes up just in the wrong moment. And Yo-Man now fired up next to Karon. And we've all been talking about it. Gen.G, they are used to the grueling matches. They never had it easy. Even when they were lifting that trophy in Shanghai, it was not an easy grand finals. They're used to it. They're used to the pain, and they're used to enduring it. And T1, they might start to feel that the clock is now ticking away from them if Gen.G slowly comes alive.
Absolutely right. Last time Gen.G played this game was against RRQ. It was like a 15-13 scoreline. T1 also played a pretty challenging Haven against DRX just yesterday as well. So maybe a bit of faith in both teams right now, but of course the score leading a little bit more ahead for Gen.G. If T1 wants to make this competitive, this pistol will have to go to them. All for that ticket to Masters Bangkok.
Trying to return to that international stage. Not ever really having a convincing showing.
Camera delay kya hai? YouTube
Times they've
refresh karo ek
gone
baar.
as a team, and now with a fresh look on
Chat
the
जो लोग
roster,
ने like नहीं किया
with
इसको
an
like कर दो यार.
international
Close to
trophy
4 के
lifter
like
in
Jets
Meteor.
को लोग बचा Jets
T1 trying
को.
to start a new legacy.
Thank you Musama.
Here comes the pistol in the second half. Gen.G, just a traditional toxic screen all the way down A lobby. They'll look, wait for potential pushes out in mid.
A little bit of a gate crash set up in towards A.
Okay, a slide forward to try to get the peek, and eventually works out for Gen.G. Little dicey, but still one ahead.
With that now, Gen.G, the quick rotations on towards the C site. Meteor tries to stay alive with the shield up, but unfortunately a bit of a sidestep and he whiffs. It's going to be Yeoman getting the kill. Stacks on for the trade-off towards the back. But a 1-on-2. He goes in a little bit fast. Gets in with a crouch and a headshot. Now down to the 1-on-1. IGL versus the old rookie from back then.
Yeah, but you should have gotten the call on the health. So Foxy9, that's why he's just keeping away. He knows he can go for the peak. Stacks, he will hold true all the way to the end. Foxy! Oh, right at the end, he plays with his old leader. Makes him think that he'll make a mistake, but rookie no longer. Foxy9 brings the second pistol.
And that will be a huge advantage for Gen G. 8-5, possibly the 9th. The T1 feeling the loss a little bit, but not too bad. I mean, still being able to bring it down to just the 1-on-1.
Oh, you can tell from those cries just how desperate Gen G also feeling right now. But now 4 buys, a Marshall, and 3 rifles. Meanwhile, Izu trying to get forward information. It'll immediately get cleared out. The early signs from Texture just trying to be the scout for the team, to be the eyes, the drone ahead for the main squad.
Nothing yet spotted for now. Well, the rest of the team, Foxy9 and Name,
मेरे को देखने एक बार ऑफ आ गया यूरू के पास.
toxic screen in towards A lobby, but there it is. Jump peek spotted out by Texture.
That's
Izu gone.
Oh, saw the tip of the head, I think, but it's just a shorty. Foxy9 will hold true. Now 2 members gone from the A site. No matter where you go, Gen G, they just need to play carefully, play thorough, because now T1, they could have regrouped either place, but we see it on the map. It's going to be a split. It's up to me. Go with that Sheriff. Find a kill. Bring a weapon. Carpe tries to get ahead. No shot. And 1v5.
2-1.
Does have the Sheriff, though. Garage has been smoked off as well. A little bit of a drone. And look at how Texture's
next map
to wrap around the edge of Garage window. And there's a headshot. A flawless round picked up by Gen G.
4 rounds ahead. It's been a little while since Gen G's had that type of lead. If ever, actually, during this match. Always just barely at 2, I believe, even from that previous map. So now feeling better, especially with the flawless, gives them a chance at a bonus conversion as well. But you can tell they don't want to make any mistakes. You know that they're giving the respect even to these eco rounds. Texture, a bit of a quieter match so far, you know, compared to his usual self. But we think last year, there have been times when he's fallen over, and that's when Meteor was the one picking up the slack. And today he says, I'll continue to be the one that gets us information because I trust in my teammates once more.
That's the entire game plan, especially when his teammates are that alive. Carpe, though, now up onto elevated position, noted by the drone. Texture comes in with a relay bolt to get him off spot, but the flash comes out as well. Meteor off to the other end.
That's a lot drawn out. Ooh. Yeah, you get out with the undercut. One of the undercuts, and then on top of that, the paranoia. Now trying to spam just all the way thoroughly, making sure that T1 has to back away from the entrance. You look at the map, T1 still has the space that they generally would want and the ability to re-clear mid. Foxy9, if he can get a kill here, it would be huge, and he gets it. Draws attention. It's an immediate rotate. Meteor knows what's going on. It's just a 1-4. I know how this works, and he wants to get ahead, but can they hold on to the site?
He has to be the one to get those kills, especially alongside Stacks. Holds off to the other end, tries to peek out ahead for Texture. Texture runs away. It's a mid-round call back into B.
Yeah, Meteor, again, this is exactly what Gen G used to do with him on the squad last year as well. Carpe, he needed to stay alive, but it's just panic across the board. Spike gets planted. Meteor all the way around. Is he aware of Texture's wraparound? Through Garage, he finds one. Texture, he has an opportunity and shuts it down. HP doesn't check it.
Close था ये भी जीत सकता था
how we've missed the 1-4, and they bring it back in the face of Meteor.
Knew exactly what it was the moment that it was Foxy9 who showed up on the mini-map. The 1-4, the 4 squad members would be pushing off across the map instead. And although he arrived in time, you know, just being able to find Texture very quickly, very narrowly, because Texture now is on the Neon, he's quickly and able
3 to Gen Z incoming, very much possible.
Yeah,
कि split उनका map का अगर वो लोग ने अच्छा खेल लिया तो 2 हो जाएगा.
Just one part of the
और
plan.
हमारी
There were
नींद की
always
गांड
two
लगेगी
options,
as
as it always
usual.
has been. And Gen G,
लेकिन ये
they're
full 5
firing
map
up.
जा
The
सकता है.
engines are revving,
Very
and
much
they
possible.
want to get to another map. They want to get closer to that Masters tournament themselves.
Oh, and I want to hear that Tigers roar again. Starting to walk away with the lead now. 5 rounds ahead, the Outlaw in their hands.
क्या
Playing
जरूरत है
a little more
T1 का साइड पे
conservative
छोड़ने
as
की
well.
बढ़ने की जरूरत है क्योंकि स्पाइक प्लांट हो रहा है ना
Just
मतलब
noting that
साइड में
T1
घुसेगा तो फटेगा.
off to these
Spike
half
फटेगा, गांड
buys, they
फटेगी.
might be
मतलब-
looking for early
Sorry.
picks. So for now,
भाई
the
ये
Outlaw does
सीखो
keep
यार
a bit
सब
of
लोग.
attention
भाई जो भी
over
रैंक
onto
पुश का
the A
सोच
side
रहे
for
ये
T1.
लाइनअप सीखो
That's
प्लीज.
why the hit goes over onto C.
ट्रिप तोड़ने का.
Textures just clearing
Mina
close
peek
first. And we'll hop around for a little
भाई
bit of
एक
extra
तो सब
information.
इंस्टा लॉक कर.
Bit of a miss on that relay bolt, but nobody in sight
जो
from
मिले वो
T1.
खेलना पड़ता है.
It's going to be a little bit a while for that rotate to come
बताओ
through.
इसको चैट बताओ कैसा होता
Rabbit
है.
Four
वाले
members
काय
on the
बज रहे
site.
हो?
Munchkin watching the flank. He's got that outlaw as well. And Meteor, there's just too many targets. The firing squad ready. 3 more once again with the crosshairs trained. Buzz, he just has no vision to get onto the site. And Carpe, you might be good with the shirt, but will you even get to fire it more? Just the 1 kill so far. I mean, yeah, they give him the respect. They say, well, a fair fight, that's not fair for us. So we'll just deny you before you get in position. And 11 for the first time here for Gen G today.
First
शॉट
time.
किसका था?
You gotta love how they were able to get to this
शॉट
score.
किसका था? मैं
Starting
काम कर रहा हूँ
it
ना.
off at the end of the first half with a 7-5, then finding so many successful rounds, chaining them all together. Down to this.
यार तुम्हारे लिए क्या क्या
I
सेदा
have to
पड़
imagine a timeout comes out here for T1. Not a single round won here on the
जान दो
defensive
जब
half.
बॉस.
And that's something I was
Yeah,
wondering
yeah,
about
boss.
as well from Gen G. I mean, the importance of
Huh?
getting that lead in the first half,
ये क्या
because
पी
with
रहे तो
the
फिर?
composition that you're running, you have to
Thirty
play
period.
so meticulously with that
No
Viper,
sugar
really
तो क्या हो गया?
playing the map and denying any advances from T1 to utilize the attacking benefits
ये क्या है
of a
अभी?
3-site map. But looks like
मेरा भी
they
नहीं
would have
है.
had that pat down regardless of the score in the first half so far. 4 in a row coming into the second half.
तेरा बर्थडे का कुछ रहेगा.
Being
मैंने
able
नहीं
to
मंगाया
still
कुछ.
make it a
और
competitive
केक नहीं
score,
चाहिए
but
मेरे को.
now
मोस्टली तेरा बर्थडे का.
trying to figure out a different
हाँ, बताओ,
approach
क्या
as
कॉफी चाहिए
Gen
तेरे को?
G
Latte?
still has quite the lead. A
लाटे.
lot of different options to approach. I mean, T1, what are you going to do? Are you looking
आज
to
तेरे
keep
बोलना
out
क्या
early
चाहिए?
on?
बोलना.
Yeah.
Because that hasn't quite been working out for them,
Java chip
especially when Foxy9 is on the other side.
जावा.
Chip frap.
ये.
See what the discussion has been. You still have a couple extra chances.
Starbucks.
Map point not achieved yet by Gen
Bombay
G.
sweet shop
Munchkin
से मंगाओ.
making use of all the last couple seconds. Taking a look at the map, it's going to be another
ये वाला.
undercut shock dart. It's a traditional setup just to
Venti कर
keep
दे.
people
नहीं
at
चाहिए
bay.
है ना?
वेंटी तेरा
I
सारा
mean, everyone's
लेके
seen
मेरे
it
को
so
उल्टी
far.
हो
They're all
जाएगा
going to
जब
back
ठीक
away
है.
from
ये
it.
क्या?
Also, a little bit of an adjustment with
Skim
Buzz now
में.
on the
Skim.
op, pushing down C. You've got Izu's trips
बस.
across
जाओ
B
chip
as
चाहिए
well as
extra.
A.
No whipped cream.
So trying
जाओ
to
chip
put a little bit
चाहिए
more
extra.
pressure
Actually,
towards this
डाल
A
मेरा
site
birthday.
now, but of course the fast lane
जाओ
and the
chip extra
TP's out
चाहिए.
Karen into sight
जल्दी बोल
already.
और कुछ चाहिए? सिरप बिरप
So
नहीं
that's
ना?
the site given
बस.
over, but you do
ऊपर डाल.
have the Hunter's Fury
ऊपर डाल.
over on
Happy birthday,
stats.
Pinky God.
So there is a take possibility. There it is. There's the undercut as well. If anyone was tagged by both,
Match
it would have been
देखने दे,
absolute
T1 versus
disaster.
Gen
But for
Z.
now,
ऊपर
Gen G,
डाल.
they'll stabilize. A tag on, but there was no decay.
Look at that little gate
क्या
crash that
कुपन
Buzz
डालूं
used.
बाबा?
होगा ना कुछ
Down
तो.
in the corner. Could be a decoy, could
Ah,
be a
speaking
TP.
of
It's a
that-
paranoia. Yo Man gets hit by it, no vision. There's a cyber cage to mask their approach, but Gen G, it's a 2-for-2 trade so far. Yo Man hanging on to the site. He has too many targets, eventually finds one. Still even once again, but the lockdown will keep them away. One gets detained. Carpe all alone. Stacks was not far enough. He wants to try to make it a 1v1, but he cannot get it. A 1v2.
Godars.
Can he do what Munchkin's been doing for the Gen G squad when they need it most to stay alive? Finds a target, and they will
So that
not
means
give it to him.
भाई comeback है बे.
Foxy9 not missing a single
Comeback है.
opportunity to fire
मेरे
back.
हिसाब से 3-2 Gen Z. मेरे
Through the
हिसाब से
wooden
क्या है?
panels of that window, still being able to track the shot through.
3-1.
Oh, and unfortunate for Carpe as well, feeling the pressure in the moment, trying to keep it onto a one-on-one. And straight inside of the smokes, being pushed out.
Look at Meteor
And that's just how the entire round
That's...
T1 is looking strong the way they are playing.
Yeah.
पहला मैप क्या स्कोर से जीते वो लोग?
मुझे क्या पता?
नहीं पता. दूसरा मैप क्या स्कोर से जीते?
मुझे क्या पता?
तो तेरे को कैसे पता they are playing strong?
अभी मैं देख रही हूँ ना.
नहीं मतलब 2 मैप जीते तो they are playing strong.
Yeah, dude.
बट एक दिन दांत गिर जाएंगे ऑन स्ट्रीम, अच्छा लगेगा.
Yoru able to rotate out quickly enough. The double tap used already. Meteor senses a
like
fight
to
coming.
apologize.
There's the kill contract. This one has to be big. Yo man, he saw him. Yo man saw him. He didn't move fast enough. Even with the knife out, the speed not assisting Meteor this time. And Genji, a perfect swing out. They've come back alive. The confidence oozing out of this squad.
Just holding true and collecting on all of these kills.
Bhai, we are back.
To just the last 2 from T1.
Bhai, socho.
Against map point.
होके छोड़ दो.
To hold the sights, but it's just Buzz on A.
All alone. Draws out gunfire, no trade. He tried to stay alive as long as possible, Buzz. He's been pushed back by the Paranoia. Paranoia to separate the forces. A clone out. He knows one's on the site. Genji, they need to give respect. It's a 2v1, wide spread out. And now it's all down to Carpe, but the spike escapes in the last second.
Oh, he actually gets his own TP.
Carpe not aware of it, and it's a 13-5. A crushing defeat against T1.
Mahal pura
And Genji
baby.
will answer back on map 3.
And that is one hell of a way to answer right back the previous 2 map losses against T1. Genji resurging through with newfound confidence on the map of Haven.
I mean, what a bounce back, and again, we keep mentioning it because it happens every time. You can't help but think the reverse sweep is so possible because Genji's proven that they have what it takes to battle through, to endure all the pain and rise back above and hold that over their opponent's heads.
It is certainly possible, and it would not have been possible if not for some of these players. I mean, right now, looking through all of these little highlights, Munchkin was standing there at so many of these moments.
Yeah, the rotation. The desk asked the question, is he going to be fast enough? Can he be there in time? Oh, boy, he was there in time, absolutely, and he was fragging as well. It wasn't just the util. Sometimes a little dramatic, but a win is a win here for Genji. And they're even able to chain together 6 rounds on attack, not giving a single defensive win to T1, who was only 1 step away right now from Masters Bangkok.
They still are that 1 step away, though. So, I mean, even with the map win now from Genji, they need to carry through. They need to keep themselves hunkered and dialed in for the next map coming up. But for now, I mean, this has been so much action, and we're going to have to toss it back over onto the desk to break down this map of Haven.
We've got ourselves a series, baby! Genji brings it back. The team has been activated, shook off the pool coma, the sleepiness. I don't know what was going on the first 2 months for Genji, but they are back in action. And we've got Ewok back on the desk with us to help break it down, of course, again with Pilski and Big Time. Now, Pilski.
Yeah.
Are you impressed?
Yeah, much more impressed. I mean, I felt like Genji really woke up, and it wasn't just the individual players. Once again, it was Munchkin who activated. I feel like when the going's been getting tough, Munchkin leads by example. I noticed it in the game where they played against DRX, where he just started dry peeking people on Abyss. I think it was DRX. I mean, there's been so many Abyss games now, but it really feels like Munchkin wakes up and tries to wake up the rest of Genji, and it really works, and this was the perfect example of it. He was running around, flooding with the Viper Wall, and I felt like Genji was a lot more fluid and responded really well on that defense to what T1 were doing.
Yeah, something we spoke about a lot on this desk that I'm sure you'll understand as well, Ewok, is the value of having that fragging IGL. When things are going wrong, if your IGL is top of the scoreboard, it's great for him to lead from the front.
Yeah, he does sometimes do this, right? Like, the team's not feeling it, he's like, okay, well, I need to do more.
अच्छा content होगा language. Score क्या है 2-1. 2-T1.
Kill wasn't working. Right, so he said, okay, I need to do more. I need to take on some of the fragging, right? And that's exactly what he did. And I like him getting aggressive. It worked.
It's so nice to have an IGL that's able to do that. You know, we talk about this and like the IGLs, we typically see them lower down on the scoreboard. But when you have a guy who can top frag like this, who can bring that much needed energy, and let's be real, they really needed energy. It's so nice for the IGL to be able to go, you know what, guys, if you guys can't do it, I'll do it myself. I'll get you over the line.
The thing is, he kind of plays roles where he can do that. Like a lot of, I talked about it. Stacks is on the info in it. He needs to be on the drone and throwing a dart. Munchkin's underarm flashing himself for KO. He's running in on Viper and just taking duels.
And I really like how you were talking about this, them waking up and getting more aggressive. And this is a lot of what these counters were against T1. They were meeting them in the middle and not waiting for things to happen.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of it. Straight away, second gun round on defense. They're down window. Karon literally paranoia TPs into window as the A fight's happening. They respond to it so fast, and that has been the issue on the first two maps. I felt like, you know, I was ready for the game plan, seeing the games from T1, so you know that the Gen G coaching staff has prepared the team well enough from what's been happening in this game, but unfortunately they were just a little bit too slow to react on the first two maps in the server.
And before this, Bilski, you called it, right? We watched it when T1 got ecoed, right? We heard that roar from Karon, and then you called it. You said, they're back. They needed that energy, and that's what kickstarted it. Yeoman got that 2K, and all of a sudden they got the Thrifty, and they were back in the series. It's really what they needed.
Yeah, that's all you need. These games can turn on a dime like that. Now, this is something that I want to break down a little bit more, is how T1 really like to play these attacking sides, and especially when they do this 4-1, leaving Izu on the opposite side of the map. Now, we spoke about this a lot in the green room. It's sort of risk and reward a little bit here, where sometimes he's able to get that kill, sometimes he's not. But there's nothing worse than this 4-1 where he doesn't manage to make it stick, and then they have to commit hard into that site.
Yeah, I mean, they've just got the single lurk. They're really trying to hard hit the sides, but Munchkin was on point with this one. He, especially as the IGL, you're a little bit more involved in the game plan. He wants to play quite flood heavy, as you mentioned time and time again, on the Viper. He knows exactly what the other team is going to do, especially from the IGL perspective, where you usually clue them a little bit more as a coach from the rest of the team. They can often be, if they're on a breach, for example, setting up the fault lines, reading what the other team is going to do, and, you know, being able to play anti-flood, and they know the tendencies from the team. In this case, Munchkin knows that T1's going to be hammering the sites, and he has to make it there in time.
Yeah, well, we also saw Gen G pivoting away, when on T1's side, as you said, become like they're the 4-1. Where do you pivot to?
Yeah, you
he
can't.
dies and then pivot to where?
Yeah,
We're just going to a C exec.
You lose your contingency.
Exactly,
right?
As
soon as you lose your lurk, you lose your contingency.
And for Gen G, we saw them even going into B with 25 seconds left. But there's not that many people at B anymore. There was pressure all over the map, and that's what Gen G's been so good at for so many years already now. And T1, I'm not seeing that exactly, especially on this map. But we'll have to see about the next one.
Yeah, we definitely have to see him. I'm so excited that we're having the full series now. Now that Gen G's been activated, now Munchkin. And we were talking about it's rare to see, you know, fragging IGLs, or especially top fragging IGLs, but Munchkin's one of those IGLs who does it a lot. He's done it through this tournament, he's done it last year, so to see him activated is great. Now we are seeing, I don't want to say peak T1, but we are pretty near there, and we are seeing Gen G come up again, and now Split is going to be very, very interesting. Ewok, how are you feeling about as we go into the Split? We're talking a bit about Izu as well, and you had your eye on him.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, him moving over to the Sentinel on some of the maps.
Oh my God,
with Meteor going over, filling that secondary duelist role. It's something new for Izu. They did, I don't know who mentioned it, saying that Izu can just basically be everything.
Yeah, he's played almost everything, except for like a hard controller, I think. He's played pseudo controller when he's on the Viper and things like that. He's played Init, now he's playing Senti, he's played Duelist, so he's played almost every role.
Yeah, so now he's filling in, right, where they need him. And of course it's very difficult if he goes to a role where he's not comfortable. Now, okay, yeah, you're putting Meteor onto the ISO and he's playing well, but Izu also needs to be able to still do his job and perform, and he has been doing that. Yesterday he did do that, and I thought he looked great. I felt like his trading was really good, even on the Sentinel. He came up clutch a couple of times.
He puts up the numbers. I also noticed, like, he seems to be the main person picking up the other people on the team when things go wrong. Like, there's a lot of strong personality on T1, but Izu does not seem to be one of those people. He seems like the man that's kind of comforting people when they take a map loss as well. So, like, literally like gold star teammate right there. He can play every role. He's fragging. He's emotional support. Like that is the guy you want on your team.
Yeah, it's especially important when T1 are using him in this way, where we see how they structure their defaults. Right, he's left on his own a lot, so it's really important that you understand how to play that Sentinel. You know when to push. You know he has so much experience. He's played that duelist. It's up to him to balance that aggressiveness with the info taking, and I feel like for the most part he's managed it well, even if it didn't fully translate onto that map 3.
Now, Big Time, you are our sole T1 predictor.
Yep.
How are you feeling about going?
I'm not worried. It's okay.
Not worried.
It's okay. Well, they can have a bad map. It's a best of 5.
What do you think, Ewok?
That's true.
You didn't get to defend your stance earlier this pre-show.
I'm feeling good about my prediction still. I think T1, they could close it here, to be fair, but Gen.G, I think the motivation going in now, I feel like if you're in that room, I'd rather be in the Gen.G room right now. T1, I think it's a little bit more nervy. There's a lot of experience on both sides, so we'll see which side can really harvest that experience better.
Yeah, Split's going to be crazy. That's the one thing that I'm really looking at. It's like, I don't think we've seen Split very much in the second half of this tournament picked at all. T1, the last game we saw from them was against PRX. That was a very shaky, weird game. I don't think we've even seen Gen.G play it very much. They've played almost the same mirror comps, with the only difference being Cypher for Gen.G versus Meteor playing a chamber on this map, which you're not really seeing too much of. So I want to see if there's a comp swap or something like that from one of these teams, because they have not really played it too much in this tournament so far.
Which I'm so delighted, actually, that we haven't seen a lot of that happen, especially between these two teams. This means we're setting up for something special. We're getting a full, proper series here. And again, the stakes are huge. Not only do you get to go to Bangkok, you're going to be getting those championship points. And you know, Ewok, how precious those championship points are.
Yeah, you need to compete for each one, and you really need to play like as finals. And once it comes to stage 1, stage 2, every point is really going to matter, right? The consistency throughout.
इसका 2 है, मेरा 2 है, and कुछ लेगा.
Language.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. You look like you're going to say something.
No. But, I mean, I have to agree. I mean, that's the interesting thing about the new system with the championship points.
I'd like to apologize.
Literally every game is very, very important. Getting those championship points means you don't have to have a miracle run come the end of stage 2. So
I'd like to apologize.
Your points early, and it will help you a lot later down.
This would also affect the draw that we're doing later for stage 1, depending who's in the first 2 spots would be either the Alpha or Omega group, and it depends who you're going to be with. I think we're going to go on a very short break. So when we come back, we're going to go into a very exciting map for a split. So guys, don't go away.
Guys, don't go away. Matlab, girls, you can just go away. Hey, Panko. मैं तेरे को एक वादा करूं? इधर आ. इधर आ ना.
कुछ गंदा बोला?
नहीं सच्ची. अरे सच्ची.
बड़ा पाव देगा? बड़ा पाव क्यों?
मेरी मिर्ची गिर गई. वही जोक था, तू समझ गए भैया. वादा करो, वादा पाओ लो.
चैट को तोड़ रहा है. मेरा बर्थडे के दिन मेरे को तोड़ रहा है. एक और गंदा सीधा मैसेज करो मेरे को, मैं आती हूँ. एक और गंदा जो.
Oh baby. Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
आज जिंदगी है भाई. एक तो सोने का नहीं. पर मार खाने का ऑन स्ट्रीम.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's by me.
By me.
It's Pulsar by you.
It's by me. भाई ये कॉम्बो एक्चुअल में सेक्सी है. चाय विद वड़ा पाव. ये है मेरा ब्रेकफास्ट. रात को है भिंडी की सब्जी. ट्राई कर दो, मासूमियत से मान जाएगा. विमो जी, हाउ आर यू यार? याद है आपको 3rd स्टैंडर्ड? काय डिले ये 3 मिनट का. 4 बजे ब्रेकफास्ट भाई मेरा शेड्यूल के अम्मा बहन हो रखी है यार। मेरे को आजकल ऐसा वड़ा पाव पसंद है बे, चटनी नहीं, कुछ चटनी नहीं, सिर्फ वड़ा और पाव। सिंपल पर्सन हूँ मैं। आओगे मिर्ची? हाँ ठीक है भाई शोध। ये देखो गाइस, वड़ा पाव और अंदर 2 मिर्ची।
Moment begins here. VCT Pacific 2025. It's time to shine.
भाई इस बार पैसिफिक का प्रोडक्शन, गाने वाने सब कुछ अच्छे है बे। स्कॉटलैंड में वड़ा पाव ही नहीं मिलता। अरे यार वापस आ जाओ। वहाँ पे कुछ मिलता है क्या? पाव भाजी, छोले भटूरे, समोसा, पानी पूरी। क्या फायदा उधर जाने का? भाई खाने के मामले में अपने को कोई बीट नहीं कर सकता, दूर दूर तक, दूर दूर तक। जितने अपने यहाँ पे स्वीट डिश है ना, वहां पे मेन डिश नहीं होती। तो है फुल सुदिंग। मेरे को पता नहीं यार, मेरे को इतना एनर्जी कहाँ से आ रहा है, लेकिन मैं लेजिट कितना कम सोया हूँ बे। दुबई में छोले भटूरे 15 का है। तेरे को शर्म है? तो दुबई से होके मेरा मेंबरशिप नहीं ले रहा है, नाम डुबा रहा है तू ब्रो दुबई का। मैं बात करूँ शेख भाई से। हाँ शेम्स ऑन यू। मिसल खाने आ जाओ वाशी। काहे घर तोड़ रहे हो बर्थडे के दिन? ऐसा ना करो बंक्स भाई, खाना मिस हो रहा है भयंकर। मेंदू वड़ा कोकोनट चटनी के साथ।
Welcome back to VCT
Masala
Pacific
dosa.
Kickoff Lower Finals. We are on map 4 now. GEELI has brought it back to a full series and they are looking fine. T1 on the other hand.
भाभी जी को गिफ्ट दिया, उसको मैं नया आईफोन दे रहा हूँ जो भी लॉन्च होएगा अभी
GEELI finally
सितंबर में।
revealing their Asian comp. Who said the wall?
Oh,
Ewok, you guys look shocked.
the Genji one is really interesting. I think with the Cypher and the Astro, with the combo ability with the stuns and the damage from the Teo, this could be pretty insane if you throw the paint shells in there as well.
Yeah.
भाई W कॉम पे भाई Genji का।
I wonder how much they've actually played this. If they have been cooking in the server, there could be quite a lot of potential
भाई
setups
W कॉम पे
and, like really nice exits that they could have with this.
नहीं, इसका काउंटर क्या मालूम है? यही काउंटर है।
When we look across
Euro
the
में दोनों
T1,
टिप्पी
it's
मार
a classic double duelist for
Raze
T1
जो
with the
साइकिल मार
Yoru
सकता
and the Raze. So it's going to be about are T1 able to burst past those traps and avoid getting caught in them in these little set plays, or really Genji need to try and stop that burst of the double duelist by using their wealth of
मैं
utility.
चीज़ का वीडियो देखा, मैं खुद वीडियो में।
And totally agree. T1 has great burst potential with the Omen mixed in instead of the Astra there as well. They have got a lot of mobility. They can be very fast. No hard sentinel for them though.
Oh boy, I'm really excited for this split and very excited to see what Genji is going to be doing with this comp, because I'm sure this recipe is going to be divine. We're going to go into map 4 with our casters, Chobra and Quack. Thank you, Ewok, for joining us. Casters, please take it away.
Even it's a good start.
You know, personally,
I wish one day we will see Ewok on the stage instead of on the analyst desk. But, you know, that day will come. But for now, it is going to be T1 and Gen G up on the stage. Gen G revealing, Munchkin kind of teased and said, you know, we've got some Teho comms cooked, and we all doubted him. We said, well, they always said that before, and they always said, we just need to learn how to counter. Well, today, it's going to be different. Munchkin piloting that Teho himself.
But नींद तो confirm
We'll
उड़ेगा.
see how ballistic it can definitely be. Starting things off, a little bit of mid pressure. Oh, whoa, Texture, where are you going, buddy?
Well, I mean, to safety apparently, because he's going to survive. It's going to force Meteor back as well. A quick bit of pressure on mid and B Garage. Shenji is able to take control of Garage itself, but they'll see that one way. A Poison Cloud barring their entry.
Yeah, a bit of a smoke and fall off towards mid. Munchkin tries to refill that space, does spot out Buzz towards vents. So continuing to try and hold to keep the T1 players interested in to mid.
I feel T1 को
yeah, you gotta wait for that cooldown as well. छोड़ देना चाहिए. The fault line now back online, so you've got another potential for some combos to go through. But first, this smoke in the way. Salvo's on the ready as it clears. It should be fired off. Okay, Texture finds information, so they say, okay, we're able to trip that down, and let's push far back into B Heaven. We already have control of Garage. It's a pinch down, but the spike drop over on the rafters. It's a good trade for Gen G.
Meter ने मस्त ट्रेड लिया Texture ने.
T1 delayed getting into Heaven. Buzz not quite checking his sights. Stacks trying to crouch below. Will just barely get that kill, but when he's awake, it's just him alone.
Well, his opponents are all down to low HP. Texture. Stacks might not anticipate it. Up around the pillars, he hears some hops around, so just coming back in, tries to mask his drop with a shot through, does find Yeoman, but of course Foxy9 on the move as well. Stacks trying to wrap back around, throws out the C's, but Texture out from above. The headshot to pick up a pistol.
Yeah, you could tell that Stacks was also trying to figure out where Texture would have gone, right? Is he still alley? Maybe he is Heaven, but he's just not quick enough to look up after that C's focused too much on his own utility. But Gen G overpowering with numbers, they'll get through here on that site. And the desk talked a little bit about the compositions, and of course the combo potential here for Gen G. But another thing to note is obviously on the T1 side. I mean, no traditional sentinels. So yes, you have ways to delay in the terms of mollies and maybe the paranoia and potentially even the paint shells. But after that, no passive info. You have to go out and get it yourself.
Now, of course, trusting in their ability to do so, though. Izu through the Poison Cloud in with a classic shot.
Well, the Teo being dropped is kind of big. I mean, you just don't have easy zone clearance, so now those tight corners where the ecos can shine are going to get dangerous. I mean, positions like this that he's just taking right now.
So it's going to be a little bit tricky for Gen G to push through. They're going to have to check and clear a lot. Still, though, it's the Guardians as well as the Bulldog on the hands of Yeoman. Foxy9 trying to creep on through from Mail. Carpe is in his way. Now, Gen G, after a couple more warning shots, think to rotate back across all the way possibly into the A site. As nothing has been noted there so far. Meanwhile, Karen just trying to set up the opposite lurk now.
Heavy risk despite all that pressure over on the B side. So Gen G is going to take the chance and say, okay, that means that it should be the weaker side. That they're still focused, banking on us coming through. It's a little weird the way that Stacks has been peeking us, but it is going to be that Marshall. Lands a shot, but not going to be a kill just yet. Not the full headshot. Buzz with the paint shells just drops down. Absolute chaos onto the Gen G squad. And now only 10 seconds left. It's not going to happen.
He's running all the way across, but he knows he doesn't have enough movement speed to really get onto site. 3 targets on the other end. Well, 4. So the round's over.
Just absolute demolition raining from Heaven.
Crazy blind nade.
It just goes down with his own paint shells. Jumps right into it. You know that the time is running out. You just have to get the round.
Oh my God, Buzz.
What a call. Gets the correct read as well. Just jumps down on top of it. Lands down, gets the shots, delays him enough, and Meteor repositions off of it.
That is.
He says, yeah, that was sick, huh? So,
yeah, that was sick.
yeah, it was pretty good. Gets them the Thrifty, just a Marshall bot in that previous round, now upgraded into an Outlaw, identifying the weakness. And Genji, they're trying to get ahead of this. They've got full armor on Charon to see they can maybe have someone fight against that Outlaw.
Still, though, smacking that mid pressure. Been a deliberate one-way out towards the sewer side now, but Genji thinking to avoid it. Kind of funnel themselves back into this A spot. Different players from T1 set up on the A site now.
Got the paint shells though on Buzz. Get an inkling that's immediately going to come out along with the paranoia. So there is the Cyber Keys, and it's just a spray. The 3-round burst stabilizing, takes down the Rays, and Genji. Round win already creeping away from them here on round 3. We'll see if they can do any damage with the Sheriff's. Karon's also taken a lot of damage. Looks like he ran right into Meteor's scope.
Still, though, Yeoman able to pick up the Guardian and snuck themselves in towards the top of heaven. But at the same time, Stacks will keep them honest, especially with that C's at hand. A second paint shells now. Well, not a second, just the one. But at the same time, I mean, still is Genji kind of held off towards this back line.
I mean, right now, Genji, if they get stopped in their initial push, what we've seen is they wait too long, and then the util, the delay util possible from T1 starts to find so much value. As Carpe waiting, he doesn't land the shot. Yeoman's gonna get one. That does open up a chance, but too low health. It's a spray from Stacks. Another peek out. He spots one, he spots two, and he'll land it. A 3K for the IGL as T1 leads 2-1.
And now Stacks is 2 away from his Nightfall. That is big value with the score 2-1. Still the Outlaw in their hands. Of course, Genji will be able to buy up on the next round, but how many of those are going to be some light shields? Starting to see, again, some of these cracks where they're not quite able to cross safely in towards A ramps unless they make a little bit of noise, and how they take quite a bit of time to really work their way across the map as well. So back in towards it, this time wanting to create more pressure out towards mid, as well as a quick B hit.
Just clearing out any potential peaks, trying to make sure that they can spread out and take control of Garage first, that there's no long-range backup, potential spots where that Outlaw might be hiding. I was wondering if maybe you just go for something like the full armor Judge for the Rays. You've got things like the Breach and the Tejo to really set up for that entry, but they'll choose the rifles and the half armor. We'll see if they pay for it. Every chance Meteor gets, it's dicey. No. Yep, push through from Texture, not quite checking his corners. It's been a little rough on the entries today, and now just sent alone into the site. No backup there for the trade.
Yeah, not quite finding that much coveted flight path. I mean, right now it's just test flights and crash dummies, but for now, at the same time, there's a sneak through coming out from Foxy9 in towards mailroom. The rest of the Genji squad trying to keep things honest all across. A couple of spammed shots in towards the B site, while Munchkin slowly creeping up into A ramps.
Yeah, they've spread out the map a lot. Foxy9 making really hard sells here for the B hit, making it look like it's a full pinch. That forces Meteor all the way out to the side as well. Karon still gets a kill. So now you think, okay, they've got us on the pinch, but that just means that Carpe stranded all alone. He should have an inkling, but does he get in a position that can keep himself alive? Hard to spot. Will either of them check? They hear the footsteps. The spray takes down the spike. Only 7 seconds. Karon will receive the rotation. Foxy9 will get the plant. Was he in time? Was he in time? All right, the round will continue. Just right in the nick of time. Munchkin pushes out forward and now regroups with his team.
Here comes Stacks.
Sound का कुछ scene है भाई. Refresh करो एक बार YouTube.
Tether kind of gives him a link into it, but at the same time, okay, tries to go for the stun. Salvo's out, flushes him out of position. Stacks has to push up front, low HP now. Unfortunately for T1, Meteor falls onto the other side, so an easy pickup for Munchkin to tie up the score.
Carpe almost single-handedly shutting it down again. Genji once again on the danger of running out of time. But just in the last half second, they're able to get the spike down, keep control of the site, keep control of screens. Despite not having their duelist, their entry, they are able to secure another attacking round, but you have to regroup if you're Genji as well. Sure, we say, it's attack on split, you just need a couple rounds to stabilize, but it wasn't clean.
Round win nonetheless, still giving them a bit of a confidence boost for possibly the rest of the map. T1 continue to adjust their setups. A bit of a prowler now to start things off down mid, as well as Buzz back in towards the top of A heaven.
So one thing that Gen.G does do on that previous round at least is the macro, right? Understanding that there's no passive info from T1, so those late lurks, the multiple rotation, that's a possibility. But just hopefully they don't play with their fans' hearts too much with the timer. As Texture this time, a nice opening kill. A snap-on for Buzz, answers back. The Tejo lost again. Tons of zone clears gone from the Gen.G composition.
And that's going to be a little bit tricky once again. Still though, like you mentioned, working against a Sentinelist composition, that's the trade-off. It does take a little bit of time to clear and push through. So trying to keep the pressure down onto mid with some shots as well. Possibly allowing for the two players inside of Garage to sneak their way through. Showstopper out from heaven.
Operator spotted, but he's not going to check below, but there's no way out for Meteor. The gate crash had expired. Karon now getting the trade onto Izu's. Sight opened up, and after all that patience, forcing T1 to just hold their ground, they pinch onto the site once more. T1 really paying for losing control of mid 2 rounds in a row.
And there it is. That's that burst that Gen.G was looking for. Get into spot, and then suddenly execute into sight.
Handcrafted
T1
by you,
can't quite react
by
in
your
time.
neighborhood
A 2-on-3
barista
though,
Sabina
not
G.
quite impossible.
Hashtag
Buzz starts off with the paint shells, his own showstopper to
Made
boot.
with love
Down
for
onto
Mithul.
Foxy9 and off towards the
Love
next
at
target,
first
Yeoman. But he swings, gets the shot onto Buzz. Lands the fault line as well, pushed out of position. Carpe can't land the shot. Yeoman brings up the score to 3-2.
Carpe tries to isolate the fight right there. He gets ahead of the fault line as well, but Yeoman is able to stabilize. Rolling Thunder online. And Gen.G, they'll play the map, they'll play the site, and they'll get a 3rd round win. I mean, Buzz, a great showstopper right at his feet to try for this retake. Lands onto safety as well with a 2nd blast pack, but what a decision from Yeoman, because he sees that the initial peak doesn't continue on from Carpe, and he hears the hop, and he doesn't want to get 2v1'd.
So really starting to pick up pace for the entire team. Gen.G now. Bit of a 1-4 setup. Again, the 2 players, but this time it's Munchkin onto a bit of an outlaw, looking for a target. Slight whiff, but information noted nonetheless.
Yeah, if you had landed that shot, would have been excellent, right? One of the smokes gone from T1.
Go together!
Immediately forces them to just have to take a further back position. Now they have to use Util to try to push out. The Paranoia gone as well. That's a lot of fighting power on an eco round from T1. Just the lead, it's gone, and still a minute left.
T1 also a bit of a gate crash, especially with Meteor. Come back in to reinforce the A site where Munchkin trying to break through, does find Buzz with this outlaw. A possible next target as well with Meteor. Right around the back of that screen, back of that map on the site.
Meteor just waiting to try to get 1 kill. He's got the gate crash. He wants the kill. He's going to hold his ground. But I love the Rolling Thunder being used. Gen.G not taking any chances. Texture clears out the close corners. Checks the pocket. Not checking heaven. And that's the site shut down once more. Gen.G is it a frantic rotation over to B. You have no information. Only 20 seconds on the clock again. There's a smoke. Carpe holding close. You have to suspect this. But now he's inside. 1 kill. Foxy9 will clear the trade from Yeoman as well. And with 10 seconds left, the spike will get planted. No! Nobody checking! You have to run, you have to pick it up. The Nightfall, 4 seconds. He can hold it, but he can't defend himself. The clock, the greatest enemy to Gen.G as T1 ties it up.
And that's just unbelievable. They tried to execute into A. They kind of got fended off by Izu, especially with that snake bite. So much time bought. The mid-round calls quick, but Carpe, just 1 kill, and it buys so much time as well as pressure. The rest of the team coming back in time as well. Gen.G not able to deliver that spike safely, down once again.
2 thrifties against Gen.G. off of the pistol, and now once more, that's how T1 is staying alive. And you could argue, well, T1, maybe they should buy more fire rounds as well, but really, it goes to speak that with the Tejo down, Gen G, they slow down to a crawl as Texture gets shut down once again. The stealth throw not being the distraction they were hoping it would be.
Such a snappy shot from Izu as well. T1 players looking activated in these moments. Boombot spotted out as well, Buzz. That's further information. Perhaps a footstep or two as Carpet continues to jingle, spots them out, and that's the paranoia sent through.
Smoke out against Mail as well, slowing their advances once more. Munchkin is ahead of it. And Stats doesn't want to risk it. They know they don't have that information. Carpe still holding it. Smoke from the shadows just to get out. He checks right in front of Garage. And he wants to check inside the smoke, but Munchkin waits, rewarded for his patience. Here's the drop. Munchkin good for 2. Meteor answers back. For the time being, the clone buys some time and Dimensional Drift to get out. He has information. 2 members spotted. Does he find the 3rd? Not quite. Charon not spotted just yet, but he'll get to space safety. Create another angle. Boxy 9, the off picked up. Meteor answers back with a Vandal. Cosmic Divide. Giving some breathing room for Gen G. Charon, he's set up. Operator in hand. Oh, he crashed close. He misses the shot. And T1, a perfect double swing from Meteor and Buzz. The double duelist will bring T1 the lead.
Where is chocolate day plus birthday? Where is your chocolate bouquet?
That was such a sick round for Meteor. The fact that he was on and off for the longest time, able to come back in to find that refrag while Carpe falls. I mean, Carpe bought quite a bit of time as well and information too as he held on towards the edge of that Raptors play. Munchkin, good for the kills, but because Meteor was right around the corner, able to frag out. And look at how he goes into this dimensional drift. He actually sends in another flash, trades his op for the rifle that was on the ground. Thanks to that, being able to hold inside our garage and takes his time, picks his targets, gate crashes back into sight.
Thank you, Priyanka.
Now the operator recovered, still in his hands. That's a huge boon here. When you don't have that sentinel, when you don't have that passive info, you've got that turret looking down, locking down those long sight lines. Teo Salvo's used once again to clear close, and this always gets them that little bit of area, right? Whether it's garage, whether it's a little bit of control of mid. Where do you go from here? Can you make sure that you don't start with a man down if you're Gen G?
Gotta find a way to deal with Izu on the other side of this smoke.
मैं मेरे रूट से स्टिक कर रहा हूँ। जब मैंने स्ट्रीम चालू की थी 2x2 का कमरा था, एसी नहीं था, पंखा नहीं था, पीने के लिए पानी नहीं थी, खाने के लिए कानी नहीं थी।
Not gonna find the timing just yet. The cam
Feeling so
doesn't spot anyone in vents, but look at
Hi,
the
Pan,
map.
thank you for
Buzz
the 20.
already refilling that space as well. So they might think it's clear, but there's going to be
एक
more.
combo होएगा क्या बैंक्स
Camera
में? एक
gets an inkling.
Not a sound at the very least. Prowler into garage as well, though. So T1 knows that there are Gen G players outside of mid, outside of garage. Keeping the 3 players tucked in. Armageddon, the red carpet gets rolled out, but is it gonna be enough? Just clearing out backside by an inch. Carpe still around the one and done spot. Not quite noted by Texture nor Yeoman. They are trying to take a little bit more space, trying to creep up front though. They might have heard something, trying to clear and spam through, but Trigger discipline! Carpe out for the double kill! Izu down from the pillar, swings back up on top! Down to just Karen in 10 seconds, and Izu comes back in for the elimination. T1 up 5-3.
That's the Izu that a lot of people wanted to see last year when he was picked up as a rookie for T1. That's the type of play that he was able to showcase in the challenger scene, and when he was picked up, a lot of people said that's good scouting. That kid is promising, and boy is he showing up today for T1. And Carpe, they were trying to spam through it as well, and they just figured you can't do that, you can't assume. They figured it was clear, and that's when they fall. And so a timeout here for Gen G. Yes, you have 3 rounds. Sure, maybe just one more.
भाई मेरे को
that's
एक
enough.
मिनट
2
में
more, it
combo
would be
देखना है,
comfortable, but
please
no,
Gen G, please.
you don't want the momentum itself to shift
सुनो,
over 3
main
rounds
में
in a row.
smoke डालो,
Right now, going
डाला,
T1's way, the operator
vent
online
में
still not able
डालो,
to find an answer for
gun
it.
और nade
So
डाला,
Gen G will have a bit
vent
of an
काली
extended
है,
discussion.
मेल काली है,
necessary one at
तो
that.
जो फीमेल काली नहीं है वो लोग मेरे को शॉट आउट दे दो.
Space, but needing to
Go
collapse it
together.
through successfully. That has been quite the problem, and you gotta imagine in a lot of these rounds, especially with the fact that there's this looming threat of, you know, losing out in your opportunity right now. There's that slight bit of pressure. Too much of it, and you could crack. Too relaxed, and you're gonna, you know, neglect to check a lot of these corners. So just needing to find that tight, perfect balance, that sweet zone right in the middle. Reaching that flow state.
दो गोडाउन जितना सामान है एक घर में.
3 and 5 again. Oh, a little bit more aggressive with texture this time.
Yeah, here's the double blast back as well. So Izu, he's fast out of it. There's a stealth drone and spots it. They recognize that there's going to be at least 2 people. They should have heard the run from Izu, but do they know he's in drop? Carpe, meanwhile, a good reposition. They're not aware of it. There's one trade, but still, Carpe a menace. Yeoman will clear him, and suddenly, just in the blink of an eye, a 3v2. The paint shells, they should get some damage done. Spike still planted, but the numbers equalize. Meteor, he's seen him. Karon, he doesn't know! Just too much distraction. Meteor and Buzz once again. The faded duo bringing another round victory.
This time, Meteor and the Duelist as well. Both of them. If Gen.G go fast, we go even faster. And that's exactly how they're quick to rotate and come back in to launch the assault onto Gen.G as soon as that spike gets planted. The paint shells really clearing and pushing Yeoman out of position. Credit to Carpe as well.
Yeah, I mean, the paint shells have just been so good.
Okay, Buzz is locked in.
Yeah, this entire map here from Buzz. And you see that, I mean, he's wanted this the whole time he was on DRX as well. And sure, he's gone during the Nationals, but he's always wanted just a bit more. Everyone's always said DRX was so close, Buzz was so close. But if he could get his opping a bit more online, if he could play maybe 1 or 2 more agents online, and he's done all that, and he still hasn't been able to reach the peaks that he dreams of. And so he has joined T1 for a refreshed opportunity. And now, currently 1 map away to get to Masters Bangkok to bring it to fruition.
And this would be it. Gen.G down to the half buys, just the Sheriffs on the other end. Foxy9 trying to bail himself out with that Cyber Cage because he got spotted by the Prowler of Stacks. The rest of the Gen.G squad, though, inside a garage, looking for a way to burst through. Carpe stands in their way.
Yeah, it's a fake over onto A, right mid to A, making it look like we have ramp pressure, we have vents pressure. And then the full force on B, but the smoke is just too well timed. And obviously without the weaponry, they do have the Rolling Thunder, but is it a full stand? Here, just with a Hero Guardian, do you risk it? Because you can't clear this backside! Okay, that's a missed shot. You know he's gate crashed out. Even though it was texture spotted, T1 right now, they will not rush to a conclusion. Only 30 seconds left. It's going to be the salvos to clear backside. Texture holding close, but still nobody's in just yet. They need to come support. They need to get the trades. And is it going to be enough? Finally, Izu taken down, but Stacks arrives. Spike drop once again, down to 10 seconds. Why is it the same every single time? But Gen.G, they'll get a chance.
I know exactly.
Stalled and delayed so much. Foxy9 now picks himself up, a bit of a rifle, tries to push further into spawn. Munchkin spots players out from the top of heaven, but blinded by a bit of a flash. Tries to reposition, continuing to hold around the edge of garage. Foxy9 spots out the clone, spots out the player, tries to play around the pillar, sees the barrel, goes in for the flick, but Stats crouches underneath. In for the salvos, Munchkin tries to buy time, have a taste of your own medicine, but no, it's not enough. T1 plays around the edge of the salvo, Stacks gets the burst.
He places it in time to try to get himself a reposition, but it's just a little crack left. Not enough of that spread, because he was more concerned about them swinging far wide out. And he knows, you can see him jump, just try to get to safety. But again, the timer, it just whittles down against Gen.G, makes them panic, makes them rush. You don't have the good positions. Munchkin just stuck outside. Now a Rolling Thunder and this Cosmic Divine. Do they pick up the tempo?
I want to see it. I feel like they kind of have to, but it is the last 2 rounds of the first half, starting things off. A bit of a showstopper play from Buzz, in fact. All the way to the other end, Foxy9 is flushed down into mid.
Yeah, but this is huge because if it was an A hit, you would have gotten ahead of it. But if not, you're trying to force him to go to B. And since it doesn't happen, look at Stax' movement on the minimap. Buzz going back to rejoin. They're aware of the possibility of a rotate. You have these ults. You've had these ults for so long. If they're not being used, what are you fishing for? A quick check by Carpe over in Garage. He gets taken out by Karon immediately. And so you know there's still a little bit of presence. That actually works as a fake. Stacks back on B. Buzz spots more than one. Tries to get ahead of the drone. He has to back out. He's stuck on the side. The Rolling Thunder. He gets shoved to the side. And Texture opens up the site for the first kill.
Stacks, though, trying to get a couple of spams. He actually finds Foxy9. Quick with the Nightfall straight in. Robs them of their sound. Now just down to the four Gen players trying to go back through, trying to hold down this forward space. Up by Elbow, especially. Salvo sent in. Carpe with the Judge.
Yeah, trying to sneak in through the smokes. He's found a little bit of space. That could be good for Elbow, could be good for a double peek out. Texture, he goes wide, but that's just not enough for the Judge. Yo, man, with a nice trade into Judge, my friend. He somehow survives it. 1v1, but not enough. How? Marching towards that ticket and a rematch against DRX in the grand finals.
And just as that continues to happen round after round, Chobra, Gen.G, I really hate to say it, but time continues to tick away from them. Not just in the rounds, but in terms of the individual gameplay too. You know, every time they try to execute down to the few seconds remaining, Yeoman couldn't get the spike down, and that's why he went for that peek. Stax was so ready to receive. Next round comes up, and it's Gen.G once again. Back to the slight default of trying to take that early space, maybe a brown garage, maybe on towards mid.
And if you're Gen.G, you need this. You need that fourth round. 3-9 is not enough for safety. Still drone again, same default, same positions, same cycle of utility, same timing. And T1, they continue to just say, okay, is there any trickery? No, nobody sneaks by. The smokes refresh. And Izu, look at that off angle. He holds it every time. No one's peeked him just yet. But he thinks maybe this time out of desperation, you go for an aggressive peek. Salvos and the showstopper coming in from Mail, but there's the snake bite. They don't check for Carpe. Again, the same mistakes over and over and over again for Gen.G, as T1 will shut things down 9-3 at the half.
Is this it? Is this it for Gen.G? Off a round like that, they're running out of options. Down to that final round in the first half, they go in for that full send. Just clearing a little bit of space. Quick on the coordinated push out from mid, out from B Heaven, as well as Garage. But the one thing that took all of that down was just Carpe in the same corner. 3 kills to his
thank you
name.
for the membership.
Yo man swings out. It was meant to just be everyone needs to get one kill. But when you are being pressed for time, when the showstopper is delayed, what's the backup plan? And you have to wonder, because this is what that old Gen.G was so good at. You can't help but compare. Because this, how drilled they were at covering each other, at trading for each other, at each person knowing their exact role. Am I meant to create space or get a kill? We just haven't quite seen the same magic consistently yet. It is early in 2025, but given the success last year, you can't help, especially if you're a Gen.G fan, constantly looking back and reminiscing.
Well, can only reminisce for so much, because we are starting out this second half with 9-3 scoreline in favor of T1, and we're starting things out on their attacking side with this double duelist composition, double controller as well. T1 looking activated as heck, with Stax leading the charge currently.
Toxic screen on to B. Once again, no passive sentinel, no easy lurk. A side. We'll see how Gen.G is able to identify that weakness, but it's always so tough with limited utility. Here on the pistol, but you can see
technically, defense सबसे strong
that's the benefit they have with that
the
cypher.
amount of utils.
long trip as well.
Trap play, fault line, salvos, paint shells, a ton going out, but no damage being sent over. That's 2 40-second cooldowns gone. And a refresh, the paint shells also used.
And this is then now T1's turn to return. Bit of an execute straight up in towards heaven, but instantly reply. Texture off towards the top, traded off by Buzz. Karen trying to hold on towards Garage, but Izu quick to execute in. Spike planted soon.
You will have fault line come back up here in a second. Same with the salvos. You wait for it. You want to make sure they clear out heaven first. Salvos coming online. There's the fault line. But look at how well spread out T1 is. At best, they only lose one member to the chaos of the utility. The trades will be there. Everyone ready to swing out. Smokes comes out as well. Foxy9, he has no vision. There's a fault line for close. He needs to win it against Carpe, and he does. Yeoman good for his own kill as well. Stacks on for 2. It's a spread. Time ticking away from Munchkin. It's been the same story as Stacks gets the 3K. 10-3. 3 rounds away now from returning to the international stage.
It's so close, T1. They can smell it. They can almost taste it. And an opportunity at revenge against DRX possibly as well. But I mean, what a decision from Stacks. The whole team able to come in quick. Genji still finding some of these trades, but Stacks on for the haunt just to throw off Munchkin for a second, and then he finds that shot. This is now the buy up from T1. They have so many chances at getting towards match point. Buying up on that Outlaw Meteor once again.
Waiting for a peek out as a reaction.
The
The clone. Hoping that maybe after the accidents last night that people would check for it. Not going to land the shots that he was looking for.
It does bait out the paint shells.
And we saw how valuable that was in the previous round. Once that was gone, it's an opening.
Okay.
Here for T1. Just making sure that there is no chaser, that garage cannot be re-cleared, and then they still leave Meteor here. Gate crash at the ready. He's gonna take down the stealth drone. You just don't have information, but Genji, they do not falter. They say, okay, if it's just Meteor, if it's just the Outlaw, there's still a chance that the rotate has happened. He's trying to sell it as hard as possible, but Genji will not be shaken. Fault line at the ready. Here they come, he gets past it, he doesn't check. They've been delayed, they've been shut down. And there's the paint shells returning after the double kill. Now a frantic rotate. Munchkin, can he hold on? The salvos, they're back. Meteor is trying to catch a rotate. Nobody has any idea the jump. Pigs! 17 HP, but meanwhile on site, Munchkin salvo in hand. He hasn't been spotted just yet. There's the surround, there's the spike down, and there it is, 7 seconds. Returning the favor, T1. They don't have time. The round ends, and Meteor will not be able to escape.
Snuffed out at the last possible second. T1, how do you like them apples? Genji just down to the read and the hold from Texture. The first shot was good, but he strafes out and finds one through the smoke.
I just knows he has to stop them at all costs right there. And that is a big shutdown. Munchkin asking about the pickups. Can they upgrade all their guns? And here they come in. A couple pickups, a couple purchases. A long way to go still, but full armor. An outlaw in hand as well for Texture. Not quite spotted. Shoots the clone, but he doesn't have an easy way out. The blast back right up into the sky. But Karon, he's set up for it. Buys enough time. Prowler, second one, doesn't clear the right side. The salvos come out. They'll slow things down. The backup has arrived now in full force from Genji. Munchkin, he's got them surrounded. Izu gets spotted. Gun swapped, and that's a good double swing. T1. There's still 2 members holding close, but he gets spotted. And Genji, they are back. They're locked in and ready to start the comeback.
Able to strike back just as quick. The sight hit went in quick and fast. Texture a little bit upsy-daisy, but at the same time, Karon is there to bail him out. I mean, so many of these rounds where we're seeing the Genji system at play, the trades that they're quick to find, and also off of that, the hop down from Munchkin as well, just looking for these final players, needing to keep these plays alive for 5 more rounds to tie up the score.
Comeback possible, very
long
much.
Climb up. Stacks 1 away from the Nightfall. This time it's a fast hit for information onto the A side. Quick control of Rams, but they have to be pushed out. There's the salvage. It's a double swing. Genji, they don't want to take the risk. A good flash right through the box. Meteor finds Munchkin. The Teo down. Once again, all that artillery now missing from the Genji side. Foxy9, he wants one. There's a trade, but yo man, he's not good for it. A triple. And the Yoru, now dimensional drift. He'll do everything. He'll get the kills. He'll scout for information, and he'll open up the site towards another round win for T1.
Still, though, not quite scouting out Texture's position. He is blocked up by the smoke, tries to find the opportunity, but denied.
Strong, bro.
Down to just Karen, who has to save.
11-5, nah.
And this is then now T1 reaching up to that 11th win. Just a bit of a catch and shoot. Trying to go up ramps. The early artillery sent out from Genji. They avoid it, and then they fire back. That's how quick T1 are to adapt to play against Genji.
And a very odd situation, one that we haven't seen from Genji before. Because off the salvos, it looked like they were prepped to swing out as 2. Right? No matter how many there are, with 2 of us, we can take them down, we can get back to safety. But immediately, just a small bit of contact, and they start to turn tail. We haven't seen that from Genji much. I mean, even if they falter, they'll usually take the fight. I've talked about it time and time again, that winning habit, that winning mentality, to know that I will not lose. Oh, Charon's barely surviving, but this time, it looked like they started to think that they might lose. Just so close now on the edges of defeat. And that's a timeout, the timer stopped. If anything, they'll need Sleep to regroup and try to recover their mentality, get back in that confidence, get the war cries going. As Meteor starts to smile, the first time this kickoff where we see him relax as he slowly begins to remember what it's like to march towards that grand final.
We're getting so close to it. Genji desperately trying to fend it off. T1, they still have 2 timeouts in their pockets. And that's gonna be a really tricky situation to be in, needing to carry so many of these rounds forward. Genji, they've played throughout the years, the off-season, down to kickoffs as well, working on their tried and true compositions for the longest time. They've been managing to work off of fundamentals for the longest time. But now, down to the split, this is when they pull out the Teo, and they are trying their darndest to work against this composition of T1s where maybe they didn't quite expect this. Maybe they didn't really quite figure out a solution fast enough. Whatever it is, now they find themselves in this situation. It's 11-5.
Uh-oh, the push out here on A, but it's been somewhat red. No, they actually try to escape from the salvos first, but the fault line keeps them trapped. And this is what this composition was built for. The free kills off the utility, the free zoning. Suddenly a 5v3.
Needing to start more rounds off like that, but still T1 not broken yet. 3 members, the trio, trying to work their way through mailroom. Spotted out by Foxy9. Texture out from stairs. Looking for his timing to peek out. Does have the boombot. Bit of a silent drop though. Foxy9 continuing to jiggle back and forth. Does find one. Izu off for the trades, but Karen instantly comes back in to reply. Texture now slow and smooth. Smooth is fast, but spotted out by Izu nonetheless.
30 HP. It's going to be zoned out, but he finds another target. How is he getting away with murder? 1v2. Doubles back. Tries to find another 1v1, but Munchkin spots the barrel, spots the elbow. And Genji now up to 6, 5 rounds apart.
Good opportunity. It's a good time to try to fight back. They have those 4 ultimates online. Still though, this was one of these rounds where they caught T1 by surprise. All of those utilities, the bits of free kills coming through with the ballistics down at their opponent's feet. Can they do it again? Can they create opportunities like that again? Texture fired up.
This time, another trap play onto B. If it's a push onto B, it's going to be a fault line, but they wait. It's a bit of a wide area. You want to guarantee that potential. There it is, the fault line, the salvos, but Isu's not in. Foxy9, you are solo, and he'll get out to safety for now. Back to a stalemate, but Foxy9 down to 15 HP.
ये fight
into a safer
ज़्यादा
position
favor
for
में
now.
था लेकिन T1
Munchkin trying to hold down the linear angles.
सारे util चले गए.
T1 not backing down.
Taking contact, a slow entry. Foxy9, his crosshairs not quite positioned. The showstopper will trade and open up the site, but the spray? Yo, man, he's gonna isolate a couple members. Now he waits for backup. They want to play with even numbers. You have the showstopper on texture. If needed, Cosmic Divide available as well. And a quick hit during the plant, but audio denied. Texture all alone on the site. He needs to find one, and he finds the correct one as Spike gets dropped. Meteor, is he aware of the wraparound? He'll find his target. No, he will not. He might have seen him, but Texture and Yeoman will clean up the site for Gen.G.
Off of Texture's efforts, the showstopper in. Just being able to quickly collapse into that space that T1 fought so hard to retrieve. The contact plays coming through. Buzz with his own showstopper, but of course, Texture back in as well. Yeoman, once again, the whole Gen.G quick to find these trades.
And you can see it, the energy Texture coming back alive. If you're T1, you desperately want to see that 12 on the board. You do not want to leave this to margin. And this time the Armageddon, just a new trap play every time. Solo, perhaps just running through the entire playbook one round at a time. Seas comes through, should be spotted. They know that one's tied up, but there it is, the fault line. There's the gate crash, but the Armageddon, I love it all the way across the back. Guaranteed for at least one kill. The re-clear, trying to pick up the spike. Buzz trying to get ahead of it. He wants to fight, but he is stuck. And Foxy9 answers back. The Gen.G fans finally discovering their voices once again. The roars in the stadium will push Gen.G forward one step closer towards that grand finals. Izu has to run away. 50 seconds, you might be able to wrap around, but can you secure this round against 4 members of Gen.G?
50 seconds is a lot of seconds.
Yeah, and that's why you see Munchkin. Yeah, Munchkin can't really. Okay, hold on. Where it's not done yet. Now 40, but it does look like, just given Izu's movement, he will hide out. Take this time to go through things on the voice line. Perhaps a timeout now in order from the T1 side. Meteor's talked about it. When they need that solution, it has to be head coach Autumn that gives it to him, and he's been doing that so far. Halfway through this kickoff, they've discovered that chemistry, and can he do it again? The same map as it was against Paper Rex here on Split.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, back against Paper Rex, that was 13-11 in favor of T1. There is a very good opportunity for T1 to find that match point. Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he
pushes him out.
One. All right.
He gets the kill himself.
Close.
And there's the timeout. Timer paused.
They've drawn those ultimates away from Gen.G.
Yeah, but Rolling Thunder, one away. I mean, for Gen.G right now, that's true. It's, you know, a little bit of commitment to this utility, having to use maybe just one more. You know, the previous round, the paint shows to secure the second kill, things like that, but they'll take the numbers advantage. And so now T1, they have to start to think, okay, even with that util gone, Gen.G's not afraid to just double down. What do we do from here? Chungak, one of the coaches in the booth these days, now alongside Autumn, now that Carpe is playing this weekend.
prediction, अगर मैं बोलूं तो,
and you see him going through it, head
11-13.
But you have to push forward. T1 never having a chance to be at the top of Korea, of Pacific. And that's a blow to that organization. They accept nothing less than being #1.
Yeah.
Can this new squad do it?
लाइक कर दो बोलो चैट लाइक कर दो 5,400 लोग देख रहे हैं 5,000 लाइक से 150 दूर है बाबा
just to form this super team as everyone hails them really close to really ending it all. But Gen.G just still not backing down, finding that perseverance, finding that tenacity to nip at their heels. We are here to play. They start things off with the salvos, as well as that Rolling Thunder picked up.
Texture, seeing the clone being pinned, just waiting to see if anyone chases through it. That's going to be a late lurk by Meteor. Boombot, does it spot him? It does. Forces a gate crash out. Now the early salvos, as you mentioned, it's for that orb, it's for that Rolling Thunder, but are they aware that Gen G is still holding? This is the confidence of Gen G. It's against Nico. They'll take this risk. Munchkin trying to hold the high-low, and it's just an absolute spray down. And T1 into the grinder they go. No entry onto site C's, it doesn't matter. There's the aftershock, the salvos. You're just in the war zone, baby. And Gen G will get their 9th round win.
Oh, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. And of course, Gen G is the one that brings it to the table. The salvo, the Altor picked up, but like you mentioned, just utter faith and confidence in each other. They hold it down. As soon as T1 finds contact against them, what they are met with are 2 fully automatic rifles. 3 kills found and collected, and they hang on back, flushing out the final 2 out of position as well. Now next round coming up, Gen G has quite a bit to work with.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder's still online, and so is Cosmic Divide. And T1, if you do not get this round, it's still just half armors. That's all you have to work with. You have to consider this do or die. And missing that passive information, it's really starting to hurt. Because look at Foxy9, well ahead of that toxic screen. A setup there from the breach to make sure that he can win those fights. And that allows for a 3-man stack onto B.
And that's when T1 now considers maybe a bit of a full frontal assault into the B site. But there is that 3 stack, as well as Yeoman on towards a bit of a Rolling Thunder if push does come to shove.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder! Oh, just to chase down! I mean, it's just 1 man, but they'll absolutely get the kill, so that's the kill for T1. But they have no idea! They thought it'd be more! And Gen G, they'll just receive T1 with open stacks, lifts his arms up in the air, just cannot find the answer so far.
And that's what it is now. The final 2 probably have to back off for a bit of a save. And that's like as well, as you aptly mentioned before, the stealth drone early avoided.
30 seconds.
Just kind of hang back. I mean, info
मैंने
beat
क्या
down.
बोला
I mean,
था?
with too much expectations that Rolling Thunder just blindly sent through, catching the 1 player, but Karen's so ready to find the shots. Spotted out at least 1 player now. Texture has seen Carpe, goes in for the other peek. Might have gotten gunned down.
10 seconds left.
But at least it's against Carpe, who already has his ult, so not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, Texture, he'll take the ult point, because you never know when you'll need it. Now, just a couple steps away to bring us to a 5th map. Do we go to Bind, or does T1 go to Masters Bangkok? Cheers of support coming out from the crowd for both sides. Even during that break earlier, getting ready for a split. You could hear fans shouting out the players' names as they re-entered the stage. But what a setup from Gen G. If it's 1, 2, 3, lurk or not, we will send the Rolling Thunder. We will absolutely get the numbers advantage. Force you to enter, but man, it was a stack. The reads coming in this time. It's an A stack. It's going to be all out. The flash at the ready. Speed is of the essence.
He's trying to make it across safely. Karen, though, holding up from the other edge of
smokes.
Oh!
What a jiggle here from Buzz. Opens things up. Now, Heaven opened up. Texture on site. There's Foxy9 as well. 2 members stuck on site. T1, they're aware of this. They will isolate the fight. The flash. He would desperately want 1 more, but he cannot get it. Down to a 3v2. The pit available for Isu as well, but he's stuck. He's been identified. Munchkin can't quite support just yet.
That will be the spike down. Viper's pit invested as well. Munchkin alongside Yeoman trying to find the approach, but oh, Yeoman gets spammed down. Carpe around the edge of the pit, spots Munchkin up by rafters. And that is T1 reaching up to match point.
1 round away from the ever-elusive grand final. To be a part of T1 in Korea means excellence. It means to be the absolute best. and they have yet to ever get close to that gate. But today, it's just one more round. And T1, one more time, once again, it is the A site. Just like against Paper Rex, the Dimensional Drift gets ahead of it. He lets them know, and there's the answer back. Yeoman gets a double with the aftershock.
Whoa,
too good. Can you pick up a 3K? That's his legacy for the round. Now a 3v2. Munchkin leading, can't get the spray, but the team is there, and we go once more.
And that's what Gen.G is, the team. Everything thrown out and sent into T1. The aftershocks collapsing on towards the T1 players. And thanks to that, a bit of time bought for the other players to get into position where they find the trades. T1.
The util again, the trap play, the read that they will go for that A site once more.
But T1 अच्छा खेल रहा है लेकिन
Gen.G
कुछ भी बोलो इतना अच्छा खेल के घर जाएगा ना तो मजा आएगा.
Giving a shout out to Yeoman. Again, they say, once more, T1 wants it! And Texture! And just like that, he slams the door shut! 4 members scrambling in ramps. Like lemmings with nowhere to go, they will fall down into the cliff. And Charon's waiting for him. Finds another, gets the shorty out. And just like that, overtime!
Switching sides.
Gen.G complete the full conversion down in the second half, starting things off. They're not quite having it all. A bit of a 3-9, but now
on point,
turning it all around.
On point.
3 A sites in a row from T1, and Gen.G are just prepared for it. The op shot from Texture, Charon right underneath the bottom of the ropes to bring them over into the River of Death. Like, that's just classic Gen.G.
Flawless at that as well. I mean, we like to talk about momentum. It's never gone over as much as it has. Right this moment, the coaching staff all lasered in. The fans starting to get rowdy. Everything on the line. 2 rounds to get this map victory.
You have to imagine Gen.G are feeling extremely good and confident right now. Back on their attacking side, trying to slow things down. This is where they struggled the most. The timer working against them. Prowler out from mid, but nothing quite found yet. Munchkin will send out the stealth drone as his procedure.
Okay, but the difference here is every time they've done this, the same format, it's always been around Ramen, around Garage. But this time, you send the Boombot, make it look like we're taking control of Garage, but the full stack's been waiting by A timing attack here from Gen.G. Meteor tries to get ahead of it. The gate crashes here, but salvos to cover those corners, but Buzz just out in the middle of the site. Will shut down Foxy9. Now with the salvos, you know the tail is nearby as well. Where can Gen.G go again? Only 40 seconds left. A full rotate with no info seems absolutely deadly right now, but they don't have a choice.
And it's just trying to regroup back in towards top of mid. Izu instantly notes it. Snake bite to delay and buy time again. The rotations are online. Stax is here.
Seas is online as well. Stax, he's arrived. He could throw that out. Only 20 seconds left. Gen.G, not like this again. How far you've come to get to this point. And Stax goes for the spray. He gets pushed out. Texture, gun down from the sky. And Izu will get 3 members. Charon all alone. 5 seconds forward. The countdown down to the round loss as T1 answers back with their own flawless.
That definitely cools things off for Gen.G. A dampener effect, if anything.
Just Buzz's decision to not stay in spots that they would want to clear out. Just be in the middle of the site for that fight. Izu nice and calm, just doing his part, doing his job. 25 kills and 15 and 8 assists on that Viper. This time, it's another one. It's another trap play. The salvos, they try to get ahead of it, but Munchkin reads it. Munchkin just know, they both know. Oh, Texture even gets Meteor. They've been reading these TPs for Meteor, and neither team can find a break on the attack.
Not quite. Gen.G still pushing up a little bit further as well. Spike still in the hands of T1 though, and maybe looking for a bit of an opportunity to try to sell some kind of a fake to once again launch that rotate. Izu still on the other end, but Texture continues to hold down ramps. The spike dropped now. Carpe tries to pick it back up, but Texture denies any possible opportunity.
Chill karo tum B pe, chill karo. Ye map hum pe chhod do.
And forth we go. Foxy9 spots him, but he's far away from the spike. Gen.G spreading out, but you don't want to get too antsy. He'll just cut off the entryways. Foxy9 perhaps getting permission to go for the fight. He will lose.
Round to
they are positioned in a way, like if Izu had started the hunt here, I'd be a little worried because they're positioned in a way where it could turn into 1v1s. There is this crossfire from Karon. And so it should be the end of the round. Yeoman has been just on fire leading into this overtime.
Switching Texture starting to pick up in this round as well.
Come on.
So we will go again. As you mentioned before, neither team can really catch a break on their attacking side.
That's a good match, I'm missing.
Knowing how to work against
double OT, my eyes is going
from the side of T1. Meanwhile, Gen.G, truly, we saw this so much from the first half. You know, not having time, just slow to really start and kick things off.
So T1 with a timeout.
Bhai isko T1 ko lekin
I
इज्जत
do
दे.
find that a little curious because like you said,
T1
this
ko
is where
इज्जत
Gen.G
दे.
has
T1 ko
struggled.
इज्जत.
But perhaps Coach Autumn wanting to make sure that they're ready for a potential fast hit. Just like Gen.G's been doing on the defense, you can try to do something similar with this composition on the attack. The question is where will it go? B site, you would think is a little bit easier to at least get guaranteed clearance, but can you then enter through the choke point?
कि लोगों के ऐसे हाथ कांपते 40 में ऐसा हिट फैलाने में कम से कम 1000.
As well as the corner that Carpe has been playing before, I assume Gen.G is checking it every round now if they are next to B.
Gen.G के पास एक और टाइम आउट कैसे
once
खरीदा?
again, I mean, still setting up for it.
मस्ती कर रहा था. OT में वो लोगों को टाइम आउट मिलता है.
A little bit of pressure down mid. They've tried to go in for that slight split push. Still not quite working out. Now, ooh, a bit of a stack in towards mid.
+1 कर रहे बेशर्मो.
That's the read from T1. Getting ready for a potential fast hit, and that's the full sell from Gen.G. They want to draw everyone away, but now it's stopped. Has he stopped before or after the snake bite? It's hard to tell. There's the boom bot now. Izu giving that information, but look at Stax. He gets a sniff of it. He says, well, that's a little weird. Double blast pack and no further utility. Karon, what are you looking at? Stax gets one kill. Foxy9 domed as well. Stax is holding the fort. Meteor has now regrouped. What a timing from Munchkin. Just a constant ping pong back and forth between these two teams. Yeoman doesn't want to face the same fate his teammates have.
Nonetheless, the spike retrieved and now an opportunity to get it planted down when first time in a long while Gen.G has time for this. No smokes though, so T1 can continue to push and assault through. Just a bit of the tail utility to fend them off.
There's the aftershock, pushes him out. It's great staggering of the util, now 3v2. Texture still not spotted. T1, they know they don't have much time, the shorty. Izu, what a call. The confidence play to lead in front of his IGL, the new leader of T1. But Texture waiting for a timing. Yeoman needs help, Texture will get it. It'll buy time. Izu doesn't have much of it. Screen comes up. Texture will have to face the decay. He needs to swing out, and there it is! The swings that we have so loved from Texture.
And now just finding a little bit more confidence off the paint shells, off of Izu onto low HP.
Gen.G's back,
finally
baby!
Lands it, breaks the curse,
Stacks
and
पे
pushes
दो यहाँ पे
Gen.G
मारे
out
फिर भी round
onto
आ
an
रहे.
attacking round
ये
in
थोड़ा casual सी
overtime.
बात है.
Good opportunity at possibly
मस्त
ending it
मारा था
all
दो
on this
stacks
map for the next round, and we might go into a fifth.
8 attacking rounds that they had to lose to finally get another win. Gen.G primed to take us into bind for a chance to get to Masters, where they know what it feels like to lift a trophy. T1, same default. Both teams always just trying to make sure they break that first bit of utility. But this time, just after that initial trap play over by the A side, no further movement from Gen G.
ये लोग को जल्दी लड़ना पड़ेगा लास्ट 30 सेकंड कुछ तो नहीं कर सकते वो लोग इतना यूटिल्स के
Several stars and anchors towards the B site as well.
Oh, what a bold position here from Stax. He wants to push in, Yeoman. Stax, what Stax is trying to do is draw out more information, more util away from Yeoman. And if not, you will face death. It's a 1v2, Yeoman. You need to call for help. The fault line at the ready. So that's a timing. But Stax is in the site. I don't think he's seen him. But he knows he has a chance. A close swing out from Stax to open up the site. Gen G, meanwhile, pushing out mid as an answer. There it is!
Oh,
they draw Yeoman
God.
out. There's the bait. He gets caught. Meanwhile, Gen G, they've snuck through sewers.
This is bad
Izu.
क्योंकि mid नहीं देख रहा है.
This could still provide a chance for Gen G. Carpe's
This
way
is very
too far
bad.
out. I don't think they have any idea. I think they trust in Carpe's information. Izu, that's one. But how many are coming in from their buzz? He gets stunned. Where's the follow-up? Waiting for it. Salvo's a little late. There's the blast pack. They know he's on the side. And that's eventually the trade from Texture. Carpe now coming up through mid. It's going to be another surprise here for Gen G. They need to push through. They need to get these kills. Charon gets one. There's the shorty. Swaps back out. Stacks repositions in a tough angle. He saw the barrel. Oh, a flick onto Texture. 1v1. Charon, you have to stick it.
Oh!
He gets it. Is it enough?
काहे pick कर दिया Carpe?
Cannot finish the defuse.
Oh my god, down to .42! Such a tremendous effort to try and end it out. But down to it at the very end, Stax with his insane call to push into A blindly, dry on the push. And then the kill onto Yeoman, being able to get the flick on the edge of the smoke as
That
well.
was great pick right
Just
there.
buys up so much time ahead of Gen G. What a round from both teams as he just watches and lets his efforts unfold. The next round begins hot and fast.
Yeah, this time it's going to be an actual send up through mid. Salvo's over in vents, but Gen G, you gotta calm down. Texture, there's so much on the line. All the players on the server starting to play with their emotions on their sleeves.
भाई mid तो बहुत
So
fastly है
much
भाई.
that all of them have worked for this whole kickoff throughout the offseason. Now Vent's taken over. It's the first time that Gen G's had a little bit more control of mid, but no control of the side of the map.
It's always keeping players nearby. Gen G at the same time, just keeping themselves posted up. Karen inside a garage. A bit of a flash.
कैफर एमन कैसा लड़ेगा मेरे को देखने का.
Now, do they suspect that Meteor would have taken that gate crash? He always has off of that blind side, off of that flash. That's his timing to rotate. But it seems like there's an internal timer for the gate crash as well, because Gen G taking contact. They spot each other. Munchkin tries to get out of it. He's down to 12 HP. He still wants to fight. He knows he has to hold on the salvos to make sure he can't get traded. Izu now drops down. A crossfire set up with Buzz by his side. Can they clear him out? There's the paint shells. Buzz now trying to regroup with Stacks. Can he get into screens? There's too many targets. He must escape. Meteor, meanwhile, in mid. Charon gets the kill. So now options opened up, but only 20 seconds on the line for Gen G. Spike going to be held in safety in the corner. And Carpe eliminated. One round up once again, map point rather for Gen G.
And that's when they find their best. Gen G push to their limits inside of overtime, fighting for their lives. They continue to evolve on their attacking side, finally cracking the code. A quick push down mid, buys a bit of time, knowing that possibly T1 ain't around the corner. Off of that, finding the quick rotations from mid, down straight back in towards the A side, so darn close in every step of the way.
You see how much it means for Foxy9. Can't even cheer right now. Hands trembling, but you have to study the aim. The operator now out. So the trap play, earlier, it was a high-low. This time, the operator eliminated by the Phantom. Do they dare to peek again? I have to imagine that they'll use util. They've been taken out from here before. Texture looking for a sliver. Everybody grouping up. Look at T1. It's going to be a flood in. It'll all press on this first shot. Another Prowler. The op discovered. Paranoia spent. But that means T1 now has to reconsider their options.
Texture holds on to his paint shells. No, he actually lets it go in towards ramp as well. Yeoman and a lot of players from Gen G in position to hold and receive.
Texture. Oh, he tries to clear it. It's still there. They haven't found it just yet. It's going to be used, but Texture just turns his head to check. Salvo's used to delay, so now a little bit of safety gained by Gen G, but space given over. Stacks has snuck in through ramps, and Gen G, they have to recognize this. They have to know that this is a possibility. Texture wants to check, but he's already through. The shot. This is what it comes down to. Texture, the shot! It does not fire! Munchkin, all alone, misses the first hit. The Haunt has to get erased. There's just too many angles. Good for one, but that's going to be it. As T1 takes control of A Heaven.
Continuing to hold it on from the other end as well. Stacks, but this time gunned down by Foxy9. Perhaps a slight opportunity. Comes back into refill screens. Karen out from the top, tries to clear out anyone who might be standing on top of Raptors, but it does alert to T1 his position. Meteor able to hold out screens with the linear angle. The trade out from Izu. We go another OT.
आज मेरे नसीब में है.
It's not an easy road. It's not an easy road to get to an international stage, and it only gets harder every year. Another round of overtime. How many we've seen already this tournament. And T1, they want to wrap things up here. They do not want to see Gen G rise up from the ground, rise up just from down below to try to reclaim that ticket.
Oh, this is now then the round where they're going back in towards garage. Salvo's early on, cleared out the corners.
बाप रे, क्या कॉम्प चल रहेगा ना वहाँ पे?
And now T1, they just wait. They've seen this before. They'll just confirm there's at least one. And you know that's going to be another default hold. You know Gen G has struggled to get through that toxic screen in time. Munchkin will still sell once again the same default. Hey, we're near B. We're near Ramen. We want to clear the site. Pings out fence, tries to make it look like they're pushing people away from mid so they can go to B. Prowler, not spotted. Karon hides away from it, but the entry is still happening over here on the B side. What a timing from Texture! Waits for the spray, baits out his own teammate. And now Sight opened up all 5 members alive, and look at Karon's position. The guarantee, the insurance here from Karon sets up a star for his teammates to smoke online. He is quite far away. We'll see if T1 can pick up the speed. Trapwire eliminated, but one down below.
Couple of jiggles as well, and continuing to spot out the T1 players up from heaven. But Stacks takes movement away, and now that's going to be Yeoman down. Off to the next, that's Foxy9 gone. Karen and Texture will hold out towards the back of Elbow. And that's going to be Texture continues to swing off again and again. 16 to 15.
ये जा रहा है पांचवा.
Another round of OT. It looks like perhaps
Gen G
finally using
घर जाना बड़ी बात होती है.
Here in the overtime. And you have to wonder what the call will be. As it's that defensive side that's done so well for them, but not here in overtime.
Possibly must have spotted something out from before.
Binks करना बंद कर. शर्म है?
Little time for everyone to take a breath.
Thank you, Fafa.
All of us as well watching.
ये चीज spam करना जब अभी
Gen G
जीतेगी.
everyone watching from around the world, trying to find out who will be next to DRX when they arrive in Masters Bangkok. Stacks trying to just relieve the pressure. Carpe calming down his teammates. He's got that experience under his belt. Meanwhile, Gen G, Foxy9 trying to keep up the smile. You can tell the tension. It is starting to creep up across the entire stage.
Texture definitely not looking like his usual cheerful, bubbly, jovial self.
You can't be. There's too much on the line.
बहुत अच्छा है बे Gen G
Yes, sir.
And obviously,
दोनों
some of
attack
these
defense
original
दोनों के लिए
members
बहुत
of
अच्छा
Gen
है.
G, the nightmares of
क्या
champions,
7500 लोग देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम
right
को
when they
लाइक
thought they were
करके
unbeatable,
तो
just getting
को
eliminated in home ground before you even have a chance to go to a bigger stage.
4 बंदे
30
पे.
kills for Texture. He has risen back up, and he goes out. A little bit of a miss on the stun, but it's a full push out. The stealth drone as well, making sure that there's nobody down in sewers. But look at this re-clear from Stacks. It's a good read. The mind games are here. Who will take the peek out first? Munchkin the wide swing. Texture with the trade. Buzz left all alone. The paint shells will keep him at bay. And Gen G, for now, still holds control of A Rams.
Yeah, good little flash from Yeoman as well, but Izu does keep himself planted deep into this position where he might catch an unsuspecting player or two. Texture, though, quickly notes onto it, and that's Izu gone.
Foxy9 all alone. He said this is where he loves to fight, but right now it's just too much. He has to escape. You have the cam. You've got some tripwires. There's a blast back in from Buzz, taking things into his own hands. Now Sight being approached by the spike. Foxy9 making sure that they cannot expand their control, but Heaven, how do you clear that? Meteor gets one, draws out the showstopper.
Spike planted.
He's running out, he's right below. He wants to take it out, the rocket lands! Buzz down, Meteor with the trade. One more, Foxy9 solo. He tries to go for the repeat, but it's a 4K for Texture! And for once, he will secure victory with an ace in his hands!
Good.
Down to the final round. A little bit of an oopsie as Munchkin's spit falls out of his mouth. But how could you not? When you're pushed to your absolute limits, down to overtime again and again, 17-15, and Texture closes it off.
And
just how poetic is it? The one time that he's able to secure that ace, that it leads them to victory. The last time it happened, it led to defeat and elimination. But this time, that is the spark and the shot that rings true to let Gen G fans know that they will have one more shot to get to Masters Bangkok.
You just gotta remember every single round. It feels like ages ago, but you just saw how much of it the efforts from both teams really fighting tooth and nail to bring you all of this.
सुबह सैनिवर से MMVR अभी जेंजी टीम both all time. ये नहीं है मेरे से होगा कि नहीं पता.
Izu, again as one of the younger players, tries to stay as calm as possible next to these veterans where all the pressure has been burdened.
सारे मैच तक क्लोज क्यों जा रहे?
Comes alive just a bit too much. And you have to wonder if your T1 just what in the world does it take to eliminate these guys?
Everything in the kitchen sink, they never ever give up, they never back down. That's why they are kind of the kings of the lower bracket, always making it through and through. The adjustments, the ballistics, the explosiveness, they bring it in.
Well, that's going to be it for map 4, but ladies and gentlemen, we aren't done yet for this night, and boy, is there a lot to discuss before we get to map 5. Back over to the desk.
I am.
What a series we're having so far. All logic would tell us with a lead like this for T1, it was over for Gen G. But in our guts, I think we knew deep down that Gen G was capable of doing something like this. And they did it, bringing us to a map 5 in this most insane series.
Absolutely unbelievable to watch. It's a spectacle so far. We saw how the tables really turned when they got onto that defensive side. Both teams trading pistols, then trading anti-ecos on the opposite side. Who knows what to expect next?
Yeah, Thrifty's won a lot of big plays from both of these teams, but Gen G really showing that championship mentality right now. The grind set that it's taken to overturn this series and try to give themselves a chance at reverse sweeping on Bite is insane. So many close moments that could have gone either which way, and so many very, very influential big plays being made. Either the multi-frags that you saw from Texture or like Stacks on that attacking side, just dry walking out A, trying to find gaps, trying to make hero plays to be able to give T1 the victory that they needed. Both teams wanted this so damn bad.
I mean, have to shout out Texture. He ended the game with an ace, unlike him, but he finally made it work. And, you know, we spoke about his performance on Lotus, about how it seemed like he was having a slow day across those first 2 maps. And this is how you turn it around to try and get his team to Masters Bangkok. Now 1 map away, and he wants a big performance in Bind.
Now, how are you guys feeling about this moment, especially going through those overtimes? There's a lot of back and forth. Do you feel that these two teams are playing at their peak right now, and that's why it was back and forth? Or because the other team catch making mistakes.
I think Gen.G, very, very slow start from them, but their defense was excellent. We talked about how it's an execution-based comp, and they had so many great ideas, which we'll see some of soon. For T1, the struggle to find an attacking side round and seeing your IGL kind of just dry walking out A feels like they didn't really have the ideas they needed on attack to close out the game. Looking at how these two comps interact, I mean, you see this from Gen.G on the attacking side. This is a bully comp that denies you space, and for T1, it's much more of a fluid comp where you see things like prowlers and flashes, and they're trying to retake that space actively in the mid round.
Yeah, we want to see T1 setting up their duelists a lot. That's obviously what they're trying to do. When they're running two of them, it's massive for them. But I don't think, especially across in this second half, they managed to make it work. Because look at all this util that comes out from Gen.G. This A main fight is brutal.
It's disgusting. There's nowhere to stand, guys. Where do you stand in A main? There's a grab well, there's two bloody salvos, fault lines, paint shells. They're dumping the whole bloody kitchen sink into A main, and you can't dodge all of the util, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, when you're running this Viper as well, you want to be able to put that wall up across A, find that space, find that lurk. We know T1 like to do this with the 4-1 style, but they really wanted to take the fight to Izu.
Yeah, I mean, this was just crazy from start to finish. The OTs really delivering, and look, honestly, some of these rounds, like you see these like lurk plays as well from T1. They were kept running the 1-4s on attack, and it just felt a little bit uninspired, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is their style. We know they like it. They like to keep it simple and straightforward, but it really stopped working for them in this second half.
Yeah, I mean, denied entry into B, shut down the lurk over on A. Not really anywhere to go from that point, unfortunately. So, you know, not much to be said about it. These are some Stax highlights. Van had an excellent game. This game, I thought it was going to be another Stax masterclass on Split, and you could see the multi-frags early on, but what I really want to point out, and I mentioned it already, in the OTs, he was very much trying to find the gaps and just dry walking out A and trying to make enough plays for T1 to win, and that's very Stax coded, if you ask me. He is the kind of IGL that wants to make the play that wins the game himself, rather than setting up other people sometimes.
I mean, I respect it, right? I feel like we spoke about this in that amazing RRQ Nongshim OT. In OT, you have to not be afraid to take risks. You have to try and find that one round, so I don't mind him making that plays. But speaking of people who found the one round, this last round from Texture, unbelievable.
That's right. I mean, we were talking about Texture slightly underperforming the first two maps, and it looks like he's caught up on a lot of those kills he was missing out earlier on. And we saw him step up here and just looking like the Texture that we know and love.
It's easy to get some confidence on Raze when half of the kills you get are from bloody paint shells, and you know, you're shooting at people that are cowering, running away from missiles into grab wells. You're just shooting them like fish in a barrel. It's the easiest kills of your life, and then he gets that confidence, brings it into OT, and aces to close out the map. And you could hear it every single time. Like, we're standing right up above the arena down there. I can hear the players from up here. Like, these guys are screaming. Gen.G are screaming when they're winning the rounds. You can hear it just even through the headset.
I mean, I would much rather be Gen.G right now than I would rather be T1, because T1 looks stressed down there.
Oh, they
when
do.
You have the opportunity to take the game and you just don't manage to do it. Now you're on the verge of being reverse sweeped. You know, we managed to see a little bit of their reactions there, and they were so stressed out. You saw Stax head in hands. They have to find a way to mentally recover, or the reverse sweep is bound to happen.
It's slowly happening right now, and they need to stop it in its track. And as the casters say, we always get nothing but bangers on splits, but Bind is the last map. It's the decider map, and the performance from both of these teams is 50-50. So I don't even know how this is going to pan out, and I think that mental is going to be a large part of it. I mean, how much have these teams prepped for each other going into this final map of Bind?
I mean, for Gen.G, it's another one of these maps that they played a lot, and they play a similar kind of composition and style to what you see on their Lotus, so there's going to be a lot of crossover for them. T1, I think the map stats are a little misleading here. In the off-season, they were phenomenal on this map with this exact comp. I think their record overall is 7-2, but coming into Pacific, they've had some much rougher games.
Abhi dekhenge mera favorite map.
They struggled against Boom, so that
and I hope
is out there. Counters are out there, but it's have Gen.G been able to find them? I think T1 will be feeling fine about going into Bind. This is a map that they've picked in the past in this tournament.
मेरे को लग रहा है Teo होने वाला है. मेरे को feel आ रहा है Teo
का. I'm more worried about their mental. I think losing that map 4 in OT
Teo का feel आ रहा है.
There's a few key players to keep in mind in this matchup in particular. I think Meteor has had rougher games on the Vice, and that was another rough game from him on the Yoru. He's been phenomenal on ISO, but a little bit hit or miss. I think particularly Foxy9 had a slow game on the Cypher, but he had some sick plays on Gecko, on Bind, and this is a big pressure match for him as one of the kind of younger players, although he does have Pacific experience. But especially on T1, the one player who's been missing all series, and I don't know where he's been after how sick he's been in Pacific so far, is Buzz.
Yeah,
he's getting ready for the shoot.
He needs to step up. He's their main duelist. You really need him to go toe-to-toe with Texture heading into that map 5. But if you can hear me, lock ISO. I don't
ISO or Bind?
I don't care what your strats are. I don't care what the plan is. I don't know what you've been cooking up in the server. Lock ISO. You can do it, man. But get me over the line with my prediction.
This guy's absolutely lost it. He just wants to lock
I believe
every map.
I'm a
really
ISO believer. And right now, game 5.
God.
This is why he's on the desk instead of the coaching room.
Unreal.
But I actually like what you're thinking.
Bring some confidence back.
Exactly. I know where we're going with this. When Meteor was just so aggressive with that ISO and just plucking and killing Gen.G one by one. This is the kind of energy that helped T1 succeed. And when you see all of their players step up and go to their full firepower potential, they were phenomenal going head-to-head against Gen.G. Now, this is, like you guys said, we wanted to see the Buzz texture show. We want to see Meteor step it back up. But you know what?
The final map
has that
हारने वाला घर पे जाएगा, जीतने वाला मास्टर्स जाएगा. Final map, नींद की माँ बहन हो रखी है. कौन जीतेगा? देखते हैं.
It's going to be a real test of how good their bind is. A best of blood on bind to decide who goes through to Masters Bangkok. No gimmicks, just two very strong Korean teams relying on their fundamentals and relying on a map they've played time and time again.
Yeah, both teams like this map. Both teams have watched the other team play this map. So it's about how well the coaches got this prepared. Both teams happy to float this to map 5. You want to feel good in that veto. You want to know that if it goes the distance, you can take it over the line of map 5. I think both teams are happy about it, but like I say, it's T1 reset mentally after losing 2 maps in a row. One of them in OT. They need something special now.
They absolutely need to do that. You are right, Morgan. Tomorrow, if they make it to tomorrow, their very first grand finals ever in VCT versus Gen.G, our lower bracket kings. Who is going to take this home? We are here in Seoul, Korea. The audience is going mad. We're going to send this back to our casters Troba and Quack to give us another banger match.
Thank you very much. And before we begin celebrating Texture getting his 20th clutch of his VCT Pacific career.
Team blind versus one Gecko blind.
And boy, what a sweet accomplishment it was there in that last round. Securing it with an ace, in fact, trying to shake off that curse that has followed him for so long. Only getting the 4 kills.
Yeah, it's no longer T4 extra, it's T5 extra now. If he's able to do these moments again and again. But of course, as the desk mentioned, it all comes down to this final map now where, I mean, you're going on to Bind and you're looking at these compositions once more.
Yep, the desk talks about Bind, a map both teams are used to. T1 dominating on this map in the offseason, but Gen.G, last year's kickoff, it was this bind that got them into Masters over DRX, and it was this bind that got them the kickoff title winning moment against PaperX. And they're here to prove that they know exactly how to play it. Foxy9 gets a lot of information right before he gets engulfed with several members of T1.
And that's such a quick reaction as well. The TP play quick to go through, trying to come in with a pinch, but it does alleviate a little bit more pressure. 4T1 on the A side, they go for the quick rotations. And also Karen up with the smokes. He's actually saving them and playing super far back.
Yeah, not even going to try to hold on to backside all alone. He knows it takes time for that backup. Just yields to the smokes, and look at Stacks on the minimap waiting to see if there's a lurk because there was a huge pinch. But right now, it's all 5 members. Not a great position for Gen.G to try to go for this retake. They have to go through this choke point with several members. There's one right click going on for 2, but the trade not quite there for Mizu. Meteor will make sure he fills the gaps. And now Gen.G, they've taken over backside, but they are down in numbers, very low on health on both sides. Buzz gets ahead of it. Do they know? Meteor holding on to the side. Karon, the master of the truck here on Bind. But there's the pop flash. He's not able to approach. And surely he doesn't have a way out as Buzz gets a 3K, 3 points towards that showstopper.
And kind of where Stacks was and tried to go for that shot, but down at the very end, you know, it kind of happens at this little choke point, as you mentioned, Chobra. I mean, it's so incredibly narrow. I believe they wanted to try to just throw bodies all the way through and find these trades as Gen.G does, but T1, they're actually avoiding some of these angles as well, just holding close, a little bit of an off angle, in with the classic right clicks, and they're able to trickle them down. So a little bit of an unfortunate round for Gen.G as T1 picks it up, and now you got those 3 rifles on their hands.
Yeah, Phantom and 2 Bulldogs. Phantom going to be the hands of Buzz with full armor, leading the charge for T1 on the attack. 0 point over to Showers. Meanwhile, slow creeping. You look at the sheer wall, really just meant to watch the flag. Oh, okay, still gets a trade from Texture. Still at full health, and he will look to hold on to Showers. That gives the threat of a potential flank around with the TP, so Stacks will keep him at bay. Razorvine's used as well. They don't want to take any chances. A lot of respect given over to the Sheriffs of Gen.G.
Ooh, a little bit of mosh pit from the back from Foxy9 as well on towards Truck. Does force T1 to back off for a second. Still though, flash set up, Meteor just coming back in to hold on to Lamps. Some classic shots out from short with Karen at the back. So T1 just kind of forced to disperse, but they are able to come back in and refill. They've got those rifles. They're looking for the sprays. Meteor does find one. Carpe onto the next and in towards the final one. Yeoman just hiding around the edges of the smoke, sussed out by the ghost at the very end.
Yeah, got the half, but the mosh pit is just too much here from Izu. And a good hold. And if you looked at the minimap, just the trade timings here from T1. You have one of your members trapped behind the boxes here, and it's going to be Meteor. There he is, protecting Stacks, making sure that he's not caught off guard. He doesn't get spammed through the box. Eventually, that will lead to the round victory. Only 3 rifle spots, so nothing lost of massive value. Now only 3 points away from the showstopper, getting very close already.
Texture as well, and so is Karen, as well as Meteor. So a lot of them coming online pretty soon. And also meeting each other force to force. Still though, a bit of a high-low setup, and T1 will be able to collapse. That's Texture gone. Karen tries to hold the angle now to hold that space even further, but T1 doesn't let it happen.
Yeah, Gen.G going out 1 by 1, just trying to take the fight. And T1, it's them this time that says we'll answer with numbers. Stacks has escaped. He put pressure on B to make sure that the default had to be held. And Gen.G, just like that, it's a save.
Straight off to it. No other option. It's just T1 now finding this little approach into the A site, something that can be repeated hopefully for the future. Gen.G needing to adjust.
And this type of solo play from Stacks, we've seen this before. It's gotten countered before. And Gen.G, if you study the tape, you have to start to get a good read. The tells have been there from T1. Yes, there are variations. And the speed, I would say the tempo, much higher right now from T1 than we've seen at all throughout this kickoff. Curious to see if Gen.G has a counter for it.
For now, though, still trying to save as T1 starts on a bit of a hunt.
Yo, man. Going to be in trouble. There's the swing out. He will get them both down, thankfully, but Munchkin gets taken out.
A bit of an even, somewhat of an even trade. Yeoman gets 2 for 1, actually, so his teammate goes down. Well, he's getting closer to that nightfall as well, but taking a look, a quick glimpse for the highlights roll, it is T1 much closer to the ultimates, in fact. As you mentioned, they go in fast, and Gen.G not quite finding the adjustments just yet, but off the bonus round loss, instant timeout call.
And you gotta wonder, something horrible has been going on right now in the comms or the defaults, because you had time to talk about what you prepped. Coming into this map, you were the ones riding high with emotions. I mean, sure, you gotta calm people down, you gotta rest up, go to the bathroom, etc. But to call a timeout this early, perhaps Solo and HSK, the coaches of Gen.G, identifying the smallest switch-ups from T1, identifying the tells for this tempo change coming out from the fast attacks up A short.
Possibly also, yeah, it's just trying to cool things down a little. T1 taking a bit of a break as well. I think a much needed one after that most recent timeout for both sides. I mean, overtime for both sides, but still, I mean, noting a lot of plays definitely true as Gen.G, you know, there is a bit of a reliance to go in for these fights, these trades where, I mean, of course they are known to do, but Thanks to that high-low, you can't quite repeat those same moments any further. Still, okay, it's going to be a 3-man push down B long.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that they keep control of this. They get the ult orb as well. It's going to be a TP play. But right now, you have to give him space. Texture doesn't have a weapon in hand other than just the Sheriff. Waiting for it. No ult just yet from Gen.G, though. They identify the boombot. They hear the ult orb. They're ready for the pinch, but not quite fast enough. The Phantom dropped. Foxy9, he picks it up. He can fight, but he is all alone. And T1 does not want to give him that opportunity.
Yeah, trying to keep him pinched in while
the other players from
Gen.G, Texture instantly rotates over, thinking that T1 might have done the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good read from Gen.G, because surely they don't just try to come back in and always have to have someone watching Foxy9. But T1's going to do exactly that. They've got Carpe watching the TP the whole time, and they get the read that the site has to be emptied out. They expect us to rotate. A call here coming in from Stacks, reading into Munchkin's mind. Now, so much up to Foxy9, but it's going to be a 1v2. Outlaw at the ready. Same with a Phantom. No, he switched it out. 2 Phantoms waiting. There's the flash, buys time, gets information that he has in fact exited the TP. All eyes here on Showers. Gen.G's just waiting for the opening shot, and it's not going to happen. Hope dashed, as now the 3 members just look for cheeky kills, but they will not find him. And Karon, Texture, all falls as T1 leads 4-0.
अब मेरी बात ध्यान से सुनो, अगर ये राउंड Gen.G हारा तो भी Gen.G कमबैक करेगा, मेरे को लग रहा है Gen.G का कमबैक है.
And because of that, at some point, sooner rather than later, T1 just decides to go for it. Meteor off with the swing, Izu off of his contact, and at the same time, Foxy9 just instantly noted and dealt with. They already knew where he was, so kills now, all points all being picked up, and T1 looking to reaggress.
Foxy9's position is a dangerous one. It's meant to be the peek out for Munchkin, and Foxy9 swings for the trade. Can they get it? The Seal Garden comes out. He can't. The flash is there. He doesn't find a single target. And Munchkin can't connect onto 2. It's just a 1 for 2. Karon all alone in labs. He gets a kill, but he is stranded. Stim pack activated. Make sure he can dance around. Teammates coming through. A timing. Texture fires the rocket. But it's not going to land. Yeoman will have to be the one that gets the cleanup. Checking all around. Triple. Meteor pushed in. There's the Nightfall. They know exactly the location. But look at Meteor. Look at Meteor going around. He doesn't even need it. Stacks locked in for map 5.
Meteor swinging in around. It's just a setup for that bit of a crossfire with Stacks on the other side. Gen.G doesn't expect it whatsoever. Off with a quick, attempt at a retake, the showstopper in, but they was just all kind of slowed down and denied. And off of that, with the 2-on-2, they just decided to kind of push up where, unfortunate for Gen.G, even though they kind of knew where they wanted to look. And that you mentioned just Stacks being so locked in now, hasn't died a single time. His teammates up to 7 kills. It's 5-0. Gen.G have yet to reply.
अभी आएगा, इसका रिप्लाई आएगा ना, इसका रिप्लाई आएगा.
After set play, ult after ult. Here comes the thrash. Texture not going to get detained by just yet, but they know the location. Can he stay alive? Paint shells coming out. It's just an absolute pinch onto Texture. Nobody has vision, but Stacks will find his target. Foxy9 staying alive, but Stacks and Izu answers right back. And Gen.G, they just can't slow down the squad of T1. Karon stabilizes with another kill, finds another headshot, but only damage done. Not what you were looking for.
And that's just Munchkin. He's got the Sheriff. 2 points away from the ult, so he's going to try.
You see him making calls as well, just trying to take some time. Thinking through things. Because you have to wonder, does Gen.G at some point use their second time out? Stacks ready for it. Another 3K, 1 point away from the null command. Big time talked about it. T1 was the one who had to struggle to recoup their mental state to get back in the zone. And they come out firing on all cylinders.
And they really just do it in such a way, such a fashion that Gen.G cannot reply. Gen.G cannot find a moment to breathe. The round before, Texture bought up on an op, but T1 just going quick onto the A site.
So the op now. And returning for texture.
Oh. And this is when T1 stacks towards B.
Just going to be that read on that econ. See if there's any reaction. You do have the arc rows outside of showers as well for that passive information. This is that classic setup that Meteor loves, where he has his own agency to try to get timings, to try to get space. Arc rows recovered. See if there's a reaction off of that for a really clear, but Gen.G holds true. Oxy 9 waiting for it. Going to be a flash. Pretends he's not there. A nice attempt at a swing out. Really getting the goal they wanted.
Gen.G 0-6
sent out a pallet down B long as well, and I think it didn't go deep enough. So T1 not quite noted from before, but now absolutely with the snake bite being spent from Munchkin, trying to hold and delay them off, but T1 continue forward, straight in towards Hookah. Good launching pad for Buzz, straight into the site. Not checked from underneath though, Munchkin able to come up huge with a double. Izu answers right back, Texture not able to collect. Izu off for the next kill, and a mosh pit to slow them down.
But we do have Karon, who's already gotten through T1. They have to recognize that they do not have info. Stax is staring intensely at Elbow. Understands that there could still be an extra member. 3v3, Gen.G, the best shot they have to try to get a point on the board. Dizzy out. They start their retake. 2 people already in the back of sight, but he's just been dancing around. Stax doesn't have to worry about a thing. 9 will not be able to finish the job. Stax puts him back in his place. 7-0. Is there a timeout? No, they continue. Gen.G hoping that the players in the server will recover, will stabilize, will stem the bleeding, but is it going to be too late?
I'm honestly speechless. I mean, looks at some point, but right now, just really hoping with fingers crossed that somehow either Munchkin or Yeoman or maybe the rest of the team are able to string something together in for a bit of a desperate play with the Viper's Pit out towards A short, Judge at hand. But T1 avoided altogether, straight in with a thrash, comes back in to recollect, marching up B long now, Yeoman on the other side.
Oh, Buzz was ready for that as well. Had his crosshairs trained, but won't find his target.
और monster on the loose में heavy execute होएगा.
With the Judge and Karon now with the Guardian in the site. Counter thrash for thrash. Both people detained, but Karon lands his shots. He's still got the Guardian online. He's still on the site. T1 they might have got the kill. Texture. He snuck in. He's been spotted, but he's got the Guardian. He lines him up. Resets. 1v2 on the site, lands another shot, but he sets up the 1v1. But a Judge, not enough health taken away from Carpe. The Gen.G classic pushes him out. Munchkin closes the gap, but what a good reposition! 4K for Carpe, and just no sign of hope from Gen.G.
The crosshair placement, the reposition, just tapping away for added measure as well. And it pays off. T1, they continue to keep up the pace. Carpe in with that orbital strike towards the end as well, just to secure a little bit more for the rest of the team. Texture though, quick to adjust, quick to note that possibly someone might hop up, but even then down to the very last moment, not enough. As it was just a Judge, there it is, the timeout, but
you have to.
Come back,
you might not even get a chance to use this timeout. You have to stabilize. You have to put everything on the line to get 4 if you are Gen.G. If you do not want to fall after such a dramatic map. Gen.G
is done.
They were able to power through that split, but Munchkin now holding his head. Just wondering. And a big part of this is, again, T1, it's just been set play after set play. They just wait. Sometimes it's tempo changes, but they're not working the entire map. Sure, Meteor puts a little pressure in showers, but that's as basic as the default gets here. And Gen.G, they've started to scare away from these fights. They started to cower into the corners of the site, being herded by T1's utility. And we wonder if they can recover.
Hopefully with the timeout, they are able to really steal their nerves. Because if not, I mean, as you mentioned, starting to let that fear seep in. You know, these are the moments when you start to think like, yeah, set plays, maybe I can go for retakes, but then you're afraid. So now, back into its 3-2 split. Texture in towards Showers.
He's gone deeper into it. Razor Vines gets cleared by a teammate, so 2 already noted. 2 people watching Showers, but outside of it, Meteor gives that information. It's an immediate push into B long. Gen.G, is there a rotate? It begins, but is it going to be there in time? An amazing pop flash, but no kill found. Munchkin waiting as long as possible with the snake bite. Yo man doesn't spot them. They're in the smoke. They're all ready for it. And T1, they just break out into just a spray of bullets. And the site will once again be theirs.
Marching forward on their warpath. They do not relent. They do not stop. Into the smokes and right out of it. And unfortunate for Yeoman trying to run and gun it down, but it just couldn't quite pay off. And this was off the second timeout that Gen.G calls. Just Karen and Foxy9 left, and they have to turn tail and save.
Faker edition.
Now you just have to figure it out on your own. It's all up to Munchkin. And he's done miraculous things for this team before, but right now, even if you find the answer, do you have enough rounds? Whoa, Carpe on the hunt. They're so far ahead. They don't even mind. Yeah, Karen already has his ult anyway. They'll just try to take away whatever weapons. It does get shut down rather anticlimactically. But 9-0. A score unlike anything we've seen before against Gen.G.
3 rounds left in this first half.
Blind diya be. Kya blind diya
be. The jump out as well, and you know it makes sense. T1, one of the first ones to run the zoo comp here on Bind. And this time they even use Buzz as part of that. Just flies out alongside all of that util. They know how this works. Carpe knows how this works. Coach Autumn and the rest of the staff knows how this works.
Still though, trying to make some slight adjustments. Gen.G now desperate for it. In for texture on that showstopper in towards Max. Yeoman still on towards B-Long. Gather information.
But look at this T1 once again. They take contact so right up to the line of scrimmage. And then they'll have util at the ready. They'll wait for the poison cloud to go down. The toxins are going to be gone. What's the answer here? Do we use a smoke?
Oh.
If you're Gen.G, he's thinking about it. Oh, just too far jumping out. Munchkin, meanwhile, gets a long-range kill on B-Long, but that's already the sign to enter the site. Foxy9 stabilizes. There's the orbital strike. Meteor takes a little bit of damage. Down to 21 HP, but he snuck through. They have no idea. Foxy9 starts trembling, and Meteor gets cleaned up by Munchkin.
2 players spike down on the ground for T1.
Actor Gen.G coach, love you, bang back.
Still holding in case there's a rotation, but this may not be off. It's going to take so long for him to regroup. Holding on to backside, and Evan, he needs to make a run for it. No more Vice, so you have to run through.
Love you, George.
His first mission will have to be to check for the Brimstone.
This match is 2-2 This last map hai.
Yeoman's now within range of the site, so Sky smokes up. Izu and Carpe.
Izu with a wraparound. Same with Carpe and Yeoman. He senses it, but can he have the timing? He does. He finds it. Izu, a surprise kill. Half done by Karen. He trusts in Yeoman. And finally, the teamwork rewarded for 1 round.
Finally paying off. First round on the board. It took a really long time and a huge concerted effort just to get here. Still needing to close off the rest of the first half in almost like perfect style though. They've got some ultimates to work with. You know, Yeoman on the Nightfall, Texture on the Showstopper. But nonetheless, just extremely labored for Gen.G right now.
9-3.
Yeah, but just even in that moment, Yeoman doing his best, showcasing the experience he has as a leader on other squads. Down in Challenger saying, we're back. Trying to get the troops rallied, riled up, ready to go.
Oh, T1 though.
This time, one of the most dangerous ways to execute onto the site, but we'll see if it works. The Dizzy, there it is! A quick 180 with the Showstopper, and Buzz is Mr. 4K himself gets 4 on the the site.
Takes
time. Keeps Stacks at bay. There's the Dizzy. Stacks hides away from it. Is it a peek out? Foxy9, he gets spotted. And Genji Texture! No longer 4K. Call him the bat of the ace.
The second one picked up in this entire series. And he's just continuing on. It felt like the entire round was lost for just a second, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, up in the skies, Texture, the showstopper straight into hookah as everyone tried to hop off. Triple kill through and through.
Wow. I mean, oh my gosh, the Predator ace here for Texture. Second one, like you said. We've never seen this happen before for this guy. But is that what's needed? He's always been the one to create just the impossible for Genji when they are the most down. Sure, sometimes it used to be Meteor Munchkin buying time, but it was Texture getting an ace, getting a 4K that lights that fire.
It does slow down T1's pacing just by a bit, so now trying to create a little bit more pressure across the map while this trio of T1 tries to launch something in towards A main. Still though, Stacks now already noted. Flash is not quite available now. Nightfall sent through as well from Yeoman.
Only Tex 1, that might be a little bit of misinformation because the rest of the squad from T1 was already nearby. Our Crows set up, it does get popped, Molly at the ready, but here comes the Thrash. Genji, can they separate long enough? Buzz gets onto the site, he is aware of the position. Meteor takes down Yeoman. Karon hiding, takes out Meteor. He still does everything he can to defend this site. He's blinded, but he'll hold on, he'll hold true. And the backup has arrived. 4v3, Spike not planted yet.
Just looking to truly survive or die on this hill as long as his teammates arrive on time, and now they're here. Now they push out. Karon starts it off. Texture continues to swing and catching on to 2. Ease of the final death. Genji will complete the 3 straight rounds. We end the first half in a 9-3.
And you might say it's old news, you might say it's been run to the ground, but when it matters most, 1 half left to get to Masters Bangkok. Do you believe in the scoreline?
I believe.
Genji has done everything possible to make it a reality.
It truly feels as though this entire matchup is truly just destined for greatness between these two teams, between all of the players. The parallels drawn, Texture breaking his curse. They completed the comeback from before. They pushed us down to this very moment. Can they do it one more time?
10 rounds left for Genji. Can they make it happen? T1 trying to relax, but you know it's impossible on stage. All 10 members, the coaching staff, everybody, they've been standing on that stage 4.5 hours, just waiting to punch their tickets.
Because once a Vice man
to confirm their reservations, waiting to sit comfortably to find out who their opponent would be.
And that's Vice.
I know the camera's on the audience members right now. I can't read it.
Well, one of his friends is going to buy dinner, apparently, whichever team loses.
All right.
So the middle guy wins no matter what.
But what I want you to focus on, though, is look at the eyes of these players right now. It's not just, you know, fatigue, maybe sure, some of it, but at the same time, it really reflects onto the tension, the emotions on the stage right now. That's what's at stake here.
You have to imagine you're a player, you get to this point. So many
You
have to shake that off.
Love you,
and then sometimes that Masters logo starts flashing before your eyes. You have to shake that off. The job's not done until it is over. And Buzz trying his best. He's always been praised for how well locked in he was no matter the series. But even he himself starting to show that tension creep up over his skin.
How do you expect Genji to defeat T1 on Bind strongest map है? तो मत बोलो ना खेलने Genji वालों को direct win नहीं देता strongest map. How can you expect?
12
as a Genji fanboy,
unless they want to go to another overtime.
Playboy.
One team gets to go to Masters. One team will play again tomorrow against DRX.
तब मैं कर रहा हूँ सर दुख रहा है मेरा.
Sure. Seemingly having a headache, but boy has he not shown it in the server in the last 3 rounds.
He's truly summoned everything that he's got. 2 aces, one to close out the previous map. The second to save his team just when it looks like everything was lost.
Is it attacking map or defensive? This is a defensive map.
That was just the first half. We are not done with this yet. 9-3
map
scoreline means it's 4 rounds for T1 to close everything out.
Double trouble है, double
not
trouble.
Too many chances for
लेकिन
Gen.G. Not too many mistakes allowed, and it's going to start with this pistol. T1, they've been struggling with their pistols several times, but today they've been able to try to get ahead away from Gen.G. And now it lies on Gen.G to answer back. They get the pistol, the gap closes, and suddenly it's anybody's game. Gen.G's attack. Lock in, wake up everybody, because it's only going to happen once.
Wake up, क्या सोया ही नहीं, कहाँ से wake up?
Who the second team from VCT Pacific will be to go to Masters Bangkok.
That's absolutely right. Gen.G is starting things off with 3 sheriffs in their arsenal. Bit of a toxic screen at an angle down into the A site. They hold. T1's pushing out.
They're waiting for it, but Foxy9, he doesn't have an escape. He has to at least get 1 kill. He will, and it will be a trade. T1 suddenly not feeling confident about pushing out. You have no idea where the remaining members have been.
Continuing to hold now, still Carpe jiggling inside of Hookah. They don't have too much information out of B long, so just kind of giving up that space to Gen.G, but at the same time marking the angle still at long range. Izu.
Yeah, and Gen.G, they think with the silence that T1 would bite onto a rotate, and T1 had considered it, but Stacks is back, but it's a clean shot from Texture. The site's weakened. The wild card will come down to Carpe. Will he be able to provide assistance? He decides to regroup. And still 45 seconds left on the clock. Gen.G says we'll play time.
Yeah, pops the smoke. Gen.G plays around it. Texture, he allows himself to get noted by that 0 point. The rest of his team, though,
Carpe
straight back into Hookah, and Carpe goes down.
Now Stacks all alone, and Gen.G, no matter where they go, they'll have an absolute advantage. Stacks has to do the impossible. Haunt comes out right under the tube. He's been spotted, marked, down to 1 HP. And down to 1 member of T1.
Still able to get away with at least 1. Now down to this last player, Meteor. I mean, you're going to have to do so much.
When he's done it before, but with just a ghost. No sheriff in hand. See what he can do. Smoke comes out again. Nobody's watching it, though.
Wow.
Nobody's been seeing. They now turn their heads. All just waiting for the tap. Nobody showing
Nobody is
their location, and there's just too much. There's just too much to cover. Meteor knows it. He has to start going for it. They hear the footsteps.
Man, 9-4, 9-5.
The start they needed. 4 rounds on the board.
And they're
not even trying to let the opportunity slip by. He's not going to try to track for the headshot. Just fire 4 shots through and through, and we'll get whatever we can. And that's Stacks going down. Thanks to Foxy9 being able to collect onto the first. Thanks to Texture now, once again online with the Sheriff, being able to collect onto these nasty shots. Gen.G
language
for to complete this opportunity all the way back up. The buys up through now. 2 Bulldogs, Guardian, and a Marshall. They're angling in towards A site once again.
Quick elimination on that Arc Rose. They know the location of 2 members. 1 Classic over by Hookah, and the Vice over by A.
Pacific to
Marshall
China.
from Munchkin as well to lock out the angle in towards Baths. Have to be careful with the approach though, here on the other end. It is just a classic though.
Yeah, but that Marshall, if you give it over to Meteor, might have gotten that quick sight. So Meteor will just hold a close angle. So T1 just all looking, just fishing for 1 kill, maybe 2 at close range. Munchkin steps away. Buzz, that smoke will run out eventually. And the Vice gets taken down, and that should be the signal. But do they recognize the trouble? So many players have been sitting here. This time Buzz trying to sneak into the smoke at first. But Munchkin still inching forward. The timing has to be right. There's the Prowler, a close check. Buzz gets 1, but that's going to be it. Just a complete pinch, a safe check from Gen.G. And Wingman will go in and plant the spike.
Thanks to that, most players still able to watch for the further angles. Izu will hold alongside Carpe.
4 guns है, bonus कैसे
Genji does
जीतेंगे?
continue to push up. They
वो
are
देखने का attack
looking
में.
to hold on to these positions.
अब भी tough होएगा,
not
अब
to
भी
give
tough होएगा.
Genji too much. They have
लेकिन
an
अगर
advantage
ये
and
round
they
जीत
don't
गए,
want to throw it away.
Genji, Munchkin,
ये round जीत
seeing
गया
if
तो
he can get
comeback
a couple more kills just to Marshall.
हाँ?
So he'll prefer perhaps a little bit more of the creds, a little bit more of the old points as he's already got 3 on the board. He has time, but it's a nice little crossfire. If he does get even one, would be impressive. He gets both! What in the world? Just on a swivel.
He went in, crouched, flicked to get the first, and also doubled back.
No shield.
Just.
Genji.
And sure, it's an eco for T1, but it's
Jeetega
things
bhai,
like this.
jeetega!
Yeah, it's things like this that suddenly make your opponent look like giants.
Kill देख, क्या मार्शल मारा ना तो?
T1, they've got a chance at stopping
Normally
this
तो
now.
है.
If not, you know, if Genji converts the
Without
bonus,
shield,
that's going to be a huge confidence boost.
इतना भाई,
Yeah, but
इतना.
they've got the firepower to do it. 5
मेरे
rifles.
stream में
Sure,
देखते
not
हो
all
क्या?
Phantoms
Same
are
shots
Vandals, but
रहते
it
हैं.
might be
Anki
enough.
same.
Shot onto the wall, see if
देखते
Buzz
रहोगे
was
मेरा
up top
rank
on top of
game.
the truck.
Meanwhile, Genji slow and steady, yet trying to retrieve as much information as possible. T1
चार मारे
looking to
पहले,
do
दो
the
मारे थे.
same. Nothing noted outside of bats as the Prowler comes in to check Hookah. Meteor as well as Izu alerted.
Shearwall's still here on B main, right outside of Octagon as well. So Genji, if they want this to be valuable,
कैसे खेलेंगे
they'll
वो
have to
देखने
work
का
the
ये
map
round.
a bit more. Some pings that will call over stacks just in case.
Well, that 0 point's going to come up at some point. There it is. He might be able to use that for further information, possibly to confirm that B is relatively clear. Does think back to it, though. And this is when Genji rotates into the A site.
The timing here from Charon has to be impeccable because Buzz,
भाई
he's
30
just
सेकंड
focused,
क्या कर रहे
laser
हैं
focused on
भाई?
the
मौली
one
भी
angle.
है.
They start to hear the advances. Buzz just does not want anything else than the one target, but he gets chipped. 61 HP. Now they're trapped in showers. It's just an absolute pinch. Carpe opens out an exit. Back onto the site they go. There's the C's. Buzz, he's been decayed, but he will survive. Nobody spraying through just yet. Foxy 9 wants the spike. He needs to pick it up.
And
Land
popped
करने
on
मिलेगा?
over. Running out of time though, and Karen has to go at some point. Buzz, Carpe, they're still locked in. Up around the sides, Karen initiates, but still, Foxy 9 going through for the trade. Stacks finds one right back, pop flashes over, but the spike goes down anyway. A dizzy sent over from Izu, they shoot it down, but Meteor comes up and initiates off of the
टाइम नहीं था बे लड़ने के लिए
T1.
उनके फेवर
They
में.
managed
टाइम नहीं
to
था उनके
stifle
फेवर में लड़ने के
Genji's
लिए. ना
momentum.
रिपोजिशन कर पाए.
Absolute chaos and all the
बोलो
props
ऐसा
to
साइड
Foxy
में
9
है
and
जहाँ पे
Charon for
मॉल
doing
भी
what
था,
they can.
नेड भी
But
था.
T1, they just say they don't fall into that trap
Keo
of
need
we
bhi
can
tha.
stop the defuse. They say give, or it's the plant rather. We can give the plant. We're gonna fight with numbers. Take the shots you can, but do not overextend.
दूसरे
The
जगह वाइस
discipline
पे
coming in, and Stacks opening things up for his team.
Such a champ. I mean, maybe the read not entirely there, but he did have an inkling as to what might have happened on the A side, as to what would have happened on the A side, and that's why
यूटिल
quick
वेस्ट
with the
करना
reactions
पड़ेगा
as
ना.
well. Now,
यार तो
different
बाहर
toxic
यार तो
screen
बाहर यार.
from Genji towards Lamps.
Yeah, just a traditional one to lurk onto A short, trying to tie somebody
Heretics.
up on the A side. But if you want this to have value,
Heretics
you gotta work the
versus
teleporter on the sides of the map. And right now,
Liquid,
T1
no?
has full control.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Stacks only one away from that null command as well.
सारे मैचेस
That's
देखना
right.
पंगु कैसा
Izu,
मिस
thanks to this
भाई.
toxic screen, he's
इधर
keeping
ये
up the
ऐसा,
pressure
उसके बाद
towards B-Long,
G2,
continuing to jiggle a little bit
Sentinels,
here and
उसके
there,
बाद
not spotting
finals
anything
होगा
out.
ये
So further
DRX
information for
versus
T1 now,
T1.
and then Stacks to think about
Genji.
pivoting
Sorry,
back to
फिसल
the
गया
A
था.
site. Buzz
Genji.
also still locked in towards Showers. Carpe jiggling for info as well.
It's just a full-out send here from Genji. They've waited, and they're just trying to
Buddy.
fake that out. A timing miss here. Carpe barely getting out
All,
with his life, so Lamps has to
finals
be given
में
over.
जो है
Showers, Buzz, all alone.
Yellow
He gets
key.
regrouped with Carpe, but they're both
ये lower
going to
bracket
be a
finals.
little bit weaker. Carpe gets taken
हर
down.
एक रीजन में एक टीम अपर
Plays
ब्रैकेट
up
फाइनल्स
position.
पहुंच
He knows there's too many, but he just has nowhere to go. Two people waiting
बोला
for
था
him.
ना DRX
Spike
versus
already planted. Here,
Genji.
deeper in than the opponents expect. That's one member down, trying to create a crack in the armor here. The pop flash, it doesn't hit, but it's still going to lead to the kill. Charon, good for a trade.
Time nahi hai.
Now a 3v2.
Time nahi hai.
Stacks down to 46 HP.
Up around the sides, goes in for the defuse. At least tries to stick it halfway, but Gen.G pushes up. Yeoman and Karen will eliminate the final two players just to stay alive for another round. I mean, Gen.G says that there are many ways to slice this pie. They knew that this is where Carp and Buzz would play. That's why Texture hops up onto this box.
Yeah, I love that they recognize what happened in that previous round and they still go for a pinch, but this time make sure that they can't just sit around on the site, try to deny the spike plant, and love the push up as well. Not just waiting on utility, you know you have a 2v2, and you still have one member after the mosh pit to peek out. This time, Shearwall once again set up on the A side. It's been 20 hits on A short. Gen.G, will they recognize this setup?
Oh my god, kya comeback mara Gen.G ne.
Spots Meteor! Well, they don't need to find it anymore. It's right there, laid bare, not active. Stacks waiting with a Sheriff in hand. They know Buzz has been in showers. Munchkin has the map downloaded. He knows the positions of T1. The eco round. Sheriff not gonna do the job. Munchkin even waiting for the flank. I mean, everything read through.
Oh.
He gets one kill, but just a classic.
Get the gun also.
Picks up a Phantom.
4v1 it is.
Still.
Would bring him a little bit closer towards
next
that
round, look
thrash,
at the ults, Baba. Gen.G ka ults
still
take
gonna go
next round mein.
and hunt for whatever he could find. Taking his time.
Yeah, but after that much time passes with 43 HP, goes for
Oh
the save. Would rather
comeback ho
build up
gaya
a little
nasib
bit
se.
of that economy. Picking up
Ho gaya
a free
bhai.
Phantom.
Ults
I
take
have
ke
to
wo log
wonder
ults
if
take.
T1's gonna call a timeout right now because this round, the previous round, just goes to show that Gen.G has the read. Gen.G actually didn't have almost any information, but just off of stats, 0 point onto Hookah, they know that it's always been 0 point potential rotate. If we wait long enough, they go back to be the rotations late, and then they wait also for the hit onto Lamps as well.
Yeah, that's that hit that really sets things off as well.
Zen mode.
Just being able to go in that confidently now against T1.
Good.
And I love the tempo change against an eco round as well here from Gen.G. Munchkin trying to bring up the confidence again. Only 3 rounds apart now, but the operator comes online for Buzz.
Alt dekho. Abe aap gap te lagane. Alt dekho re baba.
Now considering shifting their weight towards the B side of the map.
Kamar gaya
Avoiding
mera
that operator wholly, but at the same time, that's an alt or picked up by Carpe. Orbital strike
Alt dekho.
Gen.G continuing to hold. They're not really pushing their weight either way just yet, in case there is a bit of a peek out from T1, but nothing so far. A bit of a sky smoke off of a timing. Gen.G thinks that it might be a slight opening.
It does look like Gen.G eventually still just want to go through A short. I think they've just accepted the fact that Buzz probably is in showers and he can have that space, but do they expect him to push all the way out? If you're gonna go for something like a thrash pinch onto showers, you might not even find him because he's so far out.
And he's then able to double back in to hold the angle from showers into sight. Nightfall sent through. Buzz continuing to kind of hold his spot, maybe pushing further to set up a bit of a flank. T1 arriving on the site. Texture pulls out the showstopper. He's looking for Buzz.
Yeah, but the no command shuts it down. Meanwhile, you do have Munchkin on the other side of the map, but the spike has already been planted. Does he catch sight? He doesn't quite, but the sheer wall should have been tripped, and there's Texture, swings out! Doesn't give Buzz an absolute chance at all to fight.
You see.
Orbital strike has been used to clear out Lamps, but Texture still holding showers. That's created an opportunity for Gen.G. T1, they try to answer back, but there's so much post-plant. In fact, using it now as a delay. Stacks holding close. He's the one who has to get the kill. They know he's close because of that 0 point. He's given himself away, and Yeoman confidently takes his shots. That should be the round. No chance to sit on the defuse. Gen.G now updates. Operator dropped. He can't be broken. T1, they need to find a solution.
This might be then the moment that they call that timeout. Gen.G, off of round wins like these, they put themselves within range of tying up the score against T1. What a round, what a play, and how they're able to suss up Buzz's position, not allowing him to even re-scope back in. Buzz kind of, Texture kind of knew he didn't have information further back in, was able to creep up. At the same time, knowing that Stax was going to peek out, Gen.G and the whole squad, they just set themselves up and ready.
T1, yeah.
But actually,
and this is that difference. Do you thrive off the pressure,
Very
or
much
do you
possible.
start to crumble? Does the anxiety start to creep up?
Because
Stax,
best of 5 team.
sure, he's won in Korea,
Best of
but
5.
it hasn't really been coming to fruition since VCT Pacific.
No,
you have to remember, the era of DRX ends as Pacific begins. Paper X takes him down in that grand final, the very first one. And since then, sure, they've risen back up at stage 2 last year, but it was Gen.G that shuts them down. Stax hasn't been to an international since 2 years ago.
मैं कैसे अभी जगाऊं और कैसे बात कर रहा हूँ और मेरा दिमाग कैसे चल रहा है और कैसे समझ पा रहा हूँ और तुम लोग मेरे को कैसे समझ पा रहे हो ये मेरे समझ के बाहर है because मैं वाइस नहीं हूँ.
You've come this far now, 10 to 8. There are still 2 rounds ahead. Economy not great, as you mentioned, and T1 looking to tie things up. I mean, tie up the loose ends. 3 stacks on the side.
You do have Steel Garden. You can make the fight even, and you have a showstopper. There is a chance for T1 to make the 5v fight their advantage, but can they get in position for it? No information found just yet. 0 points still being held by Stax. Waiting. He'll throw it out off the paint shells, but they have to give up the site, and that's a quick entry here from Gen.G. Oh no, they cross paths. They don't know about Buzz! The showstopper only finds one, and he immediately gets gunned down. The least of their worries here on the side of Gen.G. Take out the member in hookah. Wingman goes out to clear out the smoke, pushes T1 back, but they will not be moved. They will hold on to the site! Carpe! A 3K! And brings T1 1 round closer.
That's really close if you ask me. I thought it was kind of gone when Izu fell. He was holding inside a hookah. It was just a phantom, but because he's dead, then not too many guns afforded for T1, but Carby picks one up, and off of that, spins around and finds the 3rd. Put in at the last moment, but Carpe still able to deliver.
And that's what he's always provided for T1. No matter what the other games were like, no matter what the team was like, when they needed it, it's the clutches, it's these multi-kills, it's the anchor down on the site. Now an operator afforded again for Buzz. Gen.G trying to change the tempo,
अभी भी 2 round चाहिए Gen.G को. अगर 2 round जीत गया back to back,
long garden, a little bit of hookah as well, but now just noting out and selling early information at 0 point. That was intentional.
Says the duelist is over by the B side. T1, what's your call? They'll hold for the time being, but a lot of time has passed.
We've seen this a lot. Buzz, he's still holding. If Gen.G does decide to push in showers now, that could be someone biting the dust.
Yeah, and the sheer wall over by A short as well, so the pinch won't be perfect. They're getting closer. Surely some util. There's the Prowler, waits for it. Shot fired. Boombot trying to delay. Gives him an opportunity. Another peek out right before the wingman. Yo man down. No more fade. No more info. Buzz, does he go for another? He waits. He goes. Takes the shot. It's a whiff. But the shorty in hand. There's the peek out. Steel Garden now forces Gen.G out of this fight. Spike still in hand, but only 25 seconds. Your teammates are over by B, but can they even get in? Karon stabilizes the Spike. Can it get there? They have to take the long way around. Foxy9 sprinting, but I don't think he's going to make it. It's just too far. They take the safety. 10 seconds counting down.
It's going to be down to the wire.
You have to land on the site. That Spike is dropped. I saw the hopes of Gen.G as T1 reaches max point.
That might have been it. I can't tell you,
By time नहीं था, time था ना अगर उसको गोली नहीं पड़ती तो.
Karon even threw down a molly just to buy more time for his team before T1 arrives on the site. Buzz, the way that he was able to recollect, reaggress, re-peek.
था बे 6 सेकंड में इधर आया था
Really shuts things down and deletes players away from Gen.G's roster, and there we stand. Match point 12-8. Operator still online. Same spot.
जाओ सो जाओ जाओ.
Just one more round win.
ऐसे लोगों को Gen.G का पावर ने मारा.
Being denied a little bit by that 0 point.
अब आएगी शेर की entry with the ace.
On it. Sherwell once again set up. And Gen.G, they haven't ever really tripped this one.
भाई Karen मार दे तो round था यार.
But it's going to be a 5-stack onto B. Gen.G just going to play on a timing. No info on the other side of the map. All in onto this side. Carpe spots him, has to duck out. Smoke up, trying to anchor down on the site. Jumping out of this window is going to be so dicey. They do have the pit, and it's going to be used right above, all the way into the site. There's the showstopper. What? It! Carpe ducks right under it. How does he stay alive on this site? He's still alive in elbow, keeps things alive. Karen and Foxy9 answering back. It all comes down to this spike planted. One retake. T1 loses Carpe, loses control of elbow. Buzz running, sprinting to provide assistance. Foxy9 is waiting for him. Buzz has to get the shot. Meteor trying to get ahead of it. He gets it. No! Foxy9's ready for it. And now Meteor all alone. He's been tagged. The Dizzy sounds the alarm.
बस एक
and
round
this
और
should be another round for Gen.G. Another chance to remain in the running.
10 होएगा. फिर वो लोग इक्वल जाएंगे. 12-11 जाएगा.
Another overtime.
So
incredibly close, but they make it to the finishing line. Straight in with a showstopper. Incredible decision making from Carpe. Quick-witted as he pushes further up front, running and gunning, throwing a caution to the wind. But down to at the end as well. Foxy9 alongside Karen. Thanks to that orbital strike, it just buys further time and spacing away. Thanks to that, the spike was able to go down. Next run comes up now. Bit of a half buy out from T1. Possible 10th for Gen.G as Munchkin comes up online with an outlaw.
Yeah, but there's some on the other side. There's that Thrash and the outlaw as well. So a big combo. And T1, they'll have to make the hard choice of do we try to use it when we have the chance to just secure the win?
Spam karo hearts mere jokes ke liye, please.
The full stack. Buzz spotted. She was a bit too wide.
4v.
That Shower's now somewhat in control of Gen.G. They hold TP control around the map.
And again, selling fake info with that 0 point. Gen.G slowly creeping back up into A short where it's just Meteor.
Yeah, but they push out this time. T1, they'll push out of Hookah. They don't want to be trapped with false information. Izu going for the check. Texture, he gets one. He suspects another, but Carpe's holding close. I don't think you expected. The movement was good, but Texture's got a phantom. Meanwhile, the execute begins. Foxy9, yet another kill on the board. Spike, they go for the tap. They wait for a reaction. Wingman sent out for safety. Munchkin lands the shorty. Now 2 rounds apart as Gen.G gets a flawless.
1 round apart.
The flawless.
Not 2 rounds. 1
give
round.
Themselves
ये round.
everything that they can afford. Every
Gen.G
possible
जीतेगा.
piece of weaponry or utility to close in and tie up the score for the overtime.
पैसा खत्म.
T1.
पैसा खत्म ना.
They go for these plays again and again where Texture just goes in and sells that fake.
ये एक round जीतने का है.
So now stacks
पास
onto
क्या है
the
अभी?
A site.
But the operator for Texture. That's their answer. This time
पहला
for
hookah
Buzz.
clear, get called.
It's a
फिर
face-off.
belong clear. चलो.
Buzz is already in position. And Texture, can you land it, Buzz? Flicks right onto his arm. The raise down, the investment gone, and control of the map just absolutely diminished.
2 power ultimates online for T1 as well. Sure, that could be a thrash for a thrash, but you gotta imagine this is just advantage on top of advantage for T1. Buzz still has the angle locked down. Munchkin, think twice.
You gotta send the thrash. You have to just use the movement. You have to send it. You have to chase him out. You have to land the detain. Doesn't quite chase up. He dodges it.
no.
He's got the up back out. Ping shows to delay.
His teammates have arrived. Gen.G, you still have 50 seconds. They need to stay calm and cool as T1 now waiting, just a couple kills away. The ults go out, and it's down to Foxy9 all alone, and he goes down. T1 enter their first ever Grand Finals of VCT Pacific.
At the same time, they have punched their way to Masters Bangkok, Chobra. 13-10 on this final map. Gen.G almost making the full comeback.
A rise to greatness, trying to make themselves proud of holding that
best
badge.
game of all time on Mighty Niruma. Thank you for the 100.
Everyone in Korea growing.
भाई T1 ने अच्छा खेला यार, लेकिन हाँ T1 ने अच्छा खेला. The fuck, heavy fighters वे दोनों टीम. भाई एक राउंड के वजह से एक टीम घर पे जा रही है और एक टीम बैंकॉक. एक राउंड के वजह से, एक राउंड. जो लोग स्ट्रीम लाइक नहीं किया, याद रखना तुम्हारा कल का दिन बहुत अच्छा जाएगा. अभी मैं जा रहा हूँ सोने. होपफुली आई गेट अ गुड स्लीप 3 घंटे का, एंड आई विल डू EMEA, which is another best of 5 between 2 heavy shooting teams, Heretics और Liquid. अगर मैं नहीं आया तो आई एम वेरी सॉरी, बट 90% मैं ट्राई करूंगा कि मैं आऊं. ठीक है,
Let's be honest, the players
चलो
on
guys,
T1
that
know
is
better
it
than anybody
for now. Bye
what
bye,
it
bye bye,
feels
bye bye.
like
Adios,
to be on
steady
the
mein
other
adios.
side.
See
What
you
it feels
at
like to be
10
denied
o'clock,
that
10:30.
entry when
Sorry.
you were so close, when you
Congratulations
thought you
to
had it.
T1
And T1 had a rough
and
start with this kickoff.
NT
People said
Gen.G
that
by
Boom
real
Esports should beat them
NT.
2-0. But they're able
Heavy
to
fight था,
regroup,
heavy
so
fight था,
join
heavy
the
fight.
team on the stage,
Heavy
as this
fight
was
था.
absolutely a team effort.
ठीक है, चलो 10:30 बजे मिलते हैं EMEA में, और उसके बाद NA फाइनल से सीधा अपर ब्रैकेट का सेन का मैच. तो मजा आएगा, मजा आएगा. नींद नहीं आएगा, मजा आएगा. बैड. चलो, बाय बाय गाइस, सी या, टेक केयर, लव यू, बाय बाय एवरीबॉडी, बाय बाय.